Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy.
Ugh, I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. There's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
I understand. Fraud is bad.
We will replace the frigidity of rugged individualism with the warmth of collectivism.
I think the reality is that for centuries we've really treated property as an individualized good and not a collective good, and we are going to transitioning to treating it as a collective good and towards a model of shared equity will require that we think about it differently, and it will mean that families, especially white families, but some POC families who are homeowners as well, are going to have a different relationship to property than the one that we currently have.
Quiet.
And then Daddy has to sometimes use strong language.
Nicolas Maduro had his chance, just like Iran had their chance, until they didn't and until he didn't. He effed around, and he found out.
Nikki Jam, do you know Nikki? She's hot. Where is Nikki? Where is Nikki?
My jeans are blue.
Sydney Sweeney has very keens.
White people shouldn't joke about genetic superiority. Like, that was kind of like the criticism, broadly speaking. And since you are talking about this, I just wanted to give you an opportunity to talk about that specifically.
I think that when I have an issue that I want to speak about, people will hear.
How many genders are there?
I feel like there's two, because like transgender.
No, stop. Say that on camera.
Yeah, but I feel like you either switch from a boy to a girl.
No,
like
stop,
you can
stop,
switch
stop,
back and forth.
Stop. I feel like it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Whatever you want to be, it's fine. It's okay.
Yeah, but I feel like they switch back and forth. Like,
Yeah, but like, it doesn't really matter. Like, there's like, you can be anything you want to be. It doesn't matter. Come on, stop.
All right, I'm sorry.
Hi, Barb.
Hi, Lauren.
You are a Luigi supporter.
I am. I have my little pin here.
Okay. Explain to me, and we have wrapped up the suppression hearings. The judge said we're going to have a decision on May 18th. How are you feeling right now?
I mean, after Tuesday, a little less discouraged, just because the statements were thrown out that were illegally filmed, because Pennsylvania is a two-party state versus the one-party consent law state that New York is. So that, I mean, I feel like was pretty foolish, or knowingly of the prosecution kind of breaking the law. That makes me feel a little bit better.
So they're always coming up with, no, it's not the
eunuchs.
No, it's not
concubines.
No, it's not
Mongolians.
It's actually really complicated. No, it fucking isn't at all.
Eunuchs.
Running society.
Concubines.
Need to shut the fuck up.
Mongolians.
Need to be imprisoned for the most part. And we would live in paradise.
Under the mandate of heaven.
It's literally that simple.
What is up, boys? We're back. I was at the grocery store, and I had an experience that really just has me mentally doubling down on the fact that the rejection of gender theory by conservatives is literally just reflexive cope and idiocy and lunacy. This idea, it's like, no, there's just male and female, and gender as a social construct is complete nonsense. It's just male and female. And I'll tell you the experience, right? Is I'm at the grocery store. We're getting some stuff with Mark, and there's a trans person there, right? Big ass goofy boat shoes, wearing a dress with like a sweater, actually kind of cute outfit. You know, like I'm not gay or anything. I'm not like really into it, but I'm just saying, well done out. You know, you can't control the fact that you got goofy feet, you know? And they were passing relatively well. And I was perfectly fine with it. I was like, it's like whatever, you know what I mean? Like, I'm cool with it. Like, I don't care as long as you're not like, it's ma'am, you know? And everything was fine. And we had like a little bit of a joke about it because like Mark was with me and he was like, that person's a fraud. And it was like, you know, and he says that jokingly. And I was like, I don't know. I don't really care about the trans stuff that much, man. And he was like, huh? And then I realized that he was talking about John Denver playing, and I thought he was talking about the trans person that we had just bumped into. And I was like, oh, I was like, wait a minute, what are you talking about? But anyways, so we're going to leave, and Boat Shoes is someone who sells shoes. You know what I'm talking about? Like, you know those fucking like those like loafers that people wear, like rich people wear on like sailboating and shit. She had like a fucking size 12 of those on, but like she had on like a beige looking sweater dress thing going on and long black curly hair. And so everything was fine. And then as we go to leave, Mark is like putting the cart away and he's got like a case of water. So he's kind of in the way. And she's behind me and very quickly went from a she to a he because they just start like humming what I can only guess is a Negro spiritual in a baritone. And immediately I went from like, this is not a problem to like, you are not performing correctly. Like you are no longer like I went from like, it's a trans person, whatever, to, get away from me. Fucking gross. Right. And it's really that simple, is that gender is a performance of a societal expectation of a role that is the defining role for the sex of male or female. And like, I've got no problem with you playing the role of fucking female. I have no problem with you playing that gender role. But the moment you stop playing that role real well and you start singing a Negro spiritual and humming a Negro spiritual onto your right, like the moment that happens, I'm freaked the fuck out and I don't want you in my daughter's bathroom. Like, no. It really just is, dude. It is like, it really just is a performance. And like, I'm cool with the performance when you're performing it and you're doing your darndest to perform it. But the moment you start acting like a fucking aggressive dude or humming spirituals or doing some weird dude shit, I'm fucking out. I don't care anymore. Put away the Alex Jones voice. I mean, I'm not even playing a character right now. I'm just being animated. What's up, Poval? I need to clip my fingernails. I didn't realize my fingernails were getting so long. Suddenly, Scott is teleport. I go from like we all get along to like sundown towns. When they coming back? Real quick. You start humming a Negro spiritual in my ear, lady. You know what I mean? Like, I'm cool with you until you start being like, it's ma'am. It's like, oh, you're a fucking dude. An aggressive dude right now. Guess what? We're going to treat you like a dude. And we're going to whoop your ass. So you're racist, Scott? What does that word even mean at this point? It's like, I'm sorry, but like the term racist has no functional utility as a term anymore. You know? I'm prejudiced. Everyone should be prejudiced. If you're not prejudiced, you have like no survival instincts. You have suicidal empathy. Something's wrong with you. If you don't look at somebody and look at the way they walk, the way they talk, the clothes they're wearing, and yes, their skin color is part of that, and go, maybe I should cross the street. Something's wrong with you, and you should get help because you have no survival instinct. But if you mean that, like, if I was a hiring manager, I'd refuse to hire a black because all blacks are bad workers, then, like, no, that's not me. Like, but at this point, racist, I'll tell you what the term really means. This is the unfortunate reality of it. What the term racist actually means, functionally, is someone who is willing to say the truth. That is what the term racist means. The term racist has been used and abused so much by the left that it now just means a person willing to say the uncomfortable truths or the uncomfortable realities that none of the rest of us are willing to say. And that sucks, because how am I supposed to tell the difference between a person that just tells the truth and a Nazi that's full of shit? I mean, I can tell the difference at an individual level, but like we as a society can't any longer. So they have made Nazism and fascism and white supremacy look good because they have made those things that are abhorrent about those ideologies, the collectivism, the stupidity of, painting everyone with the same broad brush no matter what, the racial hierarchy, etc. They have made those things synonymous with a moral good. And that's bad. The BAFTA Tourette incident? What did somebody say, like the N-word or something with like Tourette syndrome? I don't get it. Can someone believe in exactly that? Yes. I just assumed fucking that meme of the guy that's like the alt-right meme where he's like locked up in a fucking straitjacket and it's like an article starts and it's like Jewish and then it's like a young Asian teen, they're like Pakistani, and then they're like, oh my god, this guy's 100 for 100, how does he do it? Like, I feel like that right now where I'm just like, what, somebody with Tourette's say the N-word? I saw it immediately. I was like, oh, the left's super mad, something to do with Tourette's. Let me guess, there's some big ceremony and somebody says the N-word. Didn't Sweet Alinity get in trouble for that as well, like back in the day? Dude, my washer machine is broken. It's rough. Are quotes banned on YouTube? Well, if the quotes say something that's banned on YouTube, yes, dumbass. Like, what do you mean? You can't just say whatever you want and then put quotes around it and be like, but it's a quote. That's not how that works. It's not the Supreme Court, okay, Joe Biden? It's not the quote that's an issue. It's the fucking whatever you put inside the quote. Come on, man. I'm having to use a shirt as a rag because, like, I'm running low on laundry because our washing machine is broken. Sweet Anita, whatever. I can't remember her fucking name. I just applied beard oil in front of you with my hands and then just wiped it. No, I don't do like the super hardcore thing. I put a little beard oil, put a little wax in just to shape my mustache a little bit so it doesn't get all over my lips. Like, I'm not trying to look like super amazing or anything. What's the debate? There's a title and video description and thumbnail that all kind of tell you what the debate's about, brother. Yeah, like this stream, all right? What's up? Come on. Oh, let me put it in live chat. For some of you naughty boys. Some of you naughty boys get caught by the system. Yeah, you don't read the title of the video or look at the thumbnail or read the description, then like, you know, I don't know. Supporting sundown towns is okay as long as being prejudiced is used to educate people and support violence against colored people. I'm obviously joking. I'm not pro sundown town. My family actually owns property by I disliked. Is that okay? I mean, it's your right. You have every right to dislike the video. Is it okay? No, it's morally evil to dislike my videos. But yeah, my family owns property like attached to a sundown town in the border of like Virginia, West Virginia. I didn't know till recently it was a sundown town. All I know about Anthropic is they're very pro-regulation, and all the other AI companies are pro-deregulation. They are statist liberals. They are pro-regulation in the sense that they want to make sure AI isn't like used in a bad way. Right? Like, so I mean, like they have the unfortunate contradictory thought of being statists and thinking that if the state doesn't regulate this properly, then this will be a problem. Who's DMing me? There's a bunch of DMs. What is going on? If you've ever been interviewed for a position at Anthropic and asked about sacrificing safety, they will tell you safety is everything. Sorry, answered my DMs. What's up? They have a big culture of never compromising safety at that company. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to use Claude AI just because, like, I already pay for Twitter's premium. So, like, why the fuck wouldn't I just use Grok when I have, like, the paid version of Grok? You know what I mean? But Claude does seem pretty cool. They do seem like a good company, comparatively at least. Yeah, I mean, like that is a contradiction, and it's unfortunate. That being said, in this current situation with Pete Hegseth in the military, I am all in support behind Anthropic. I won't bury the lead when it comes to when we get to the debate topic. I think that these actions alone and in complete isolation deserve the public execution of Pete Hegseth, and he should be hung publicly for his crimes for what he is currently doing. And that is literally, I can separate every other action that he has taken. This specific action, he should be publicly executed for treason. He should die a gruesome, brutal, and public death. Firing squad would be too quick. I think he should be flayed alive and then tarred and feathered for what he is doing right now, in specifically with what is going on. There you go. I won't bury the hatchet. If you want my opinion, that is what I think of Pete Hegseth. I don't think he deserves the right to keep his skin. I think his skin belongs to the people. Who's texting me? Oh my God. Dude, I don't mind that my school gives updates. My children's school gives updates. I do mind that they call me, text me, and email me every time there's an update. Like, fucking, can we just pick one? Can I not get an email, a text, and a phone call with the daily digest and everything that's happening, you know, with school closures, with the weather? Like, dude, stop. I'm totally out of the loop. What even happened? I trust Harry Streamer man more than the news. I'm actually going to react to a video I've already seen about a topic I'm going to cover. And here is why I'm going to do that. Okay, I as you guys know, I don't ever really react to things I've already seen or pre-watch. And I don't ever and I usually don't try and like double up on the content. But the reason I'm going to do that is because this video is only 10 minutes long. We can get through it. And most importantly, I was researching, trying to find more information. And like, I was reading the news articles and then I was finding YouTube videos, and all the YouTube videos were just repeating the same shit as the news articles. And then I stumbled upon this guy, Hugo Wong. Okay. Oops. Let me switch this over here and over here. I stumbled upon this guy, Hugo Wong, and I found this video that has 60 views that was posted 5 hours ago. I was the 4th like on the video, and it was without a doubt the most comprehensive, well-done video, very organized. The only problem is the fucker doesn't zoom in like he should, right? But like that's just like new YouTuber problems. And it was like he explained everything in the timeline effectively the way it should be explained. And so I'm literally just going to like 1.5 speed this shit and like, oops, that's sleep timer. 1.5 speed this shit. Talk about it a little bit so that we can have an understanding of where I'm coming from. But mostly, I just want you guys all to to go like sub to this dude's channel. Like, because I know for whatever reason, we lost 10 viewers right now. Because people are like, ew, you're going to react for a half a second? I better fucking leave. Fucking fickle ass audience. Libertarians are the worst audience, by the way. Nobody has a bigger problem than real libertarians, because you guys don't really donate money that much. And I'm not saying you guys specifically, but just in general, libertarians, they're like, are you giving me some value for my money? No? Well, then I will watch the content and I will put on the ad blocker, right? Like, whereas like lefties are like, oh, we gotta watch all the content. Oh, this is my last $2. Please have it, Hassan. Right? Like, oh my God, I've only got $3 left to my name. I guess I can still eat ramen noodles and give you, you know what I mean, and give you a view. Like, the left is rabidly loyal to their streamers and donates a fuck ton of money. You got to earn that shit from libertarians. The moment you do something they dislike, they're cut off the video instantly. They're like, oh, nope, YouTube, I need you to know, don't let anybody watch this piece of shit. His content sucks. It's so funny. It's because they're unemployed and have government welfare. Yeah, I mean, that's part of it. It's certainly part of it. Right-wing audiences suffer from a similar problem, but libertarians especially, you guys are rough. But anyways, I'm going to watch a little bit of this video so you can understand where I'm coming from. I think this guy very closely did a great job reporting on it. How did the debate go yesterday? How did you think it went? Myself and every one of our community, with the exception of Roland, agrees that I utterly decimated, that it was an insane, like, complete cooking. But Roland's the only one. Roland is like, nah, fuck you. But other than Roland, everyone is in agreement that I fucking cooked. I went hard. I came back with a passion. All right, but anyways, let's watch this because this dude deserves
So the
love.
Pentagon just summoned the CEO of Anthropic, the company that makes Claude, to a meeting tomorrow, and the insiders are calling it an ultimatum. Now, if you don't know what any of that means, don't worry. By the end of this video, you're going to understand exactly what's happening, why the US military is threatening one of the biggest AI companies in the world, and how and why this affects anyone who is using AI, including us, right? And here's the short version. The government paid for 4 AI companies $200 million each to build them AI tools. 3 of them said, yes, sir, do whatever you want with these. One of them, Anthropic, said almost anything, but we have 2 lines that we won't cross. And now
How are the optics? Do you think you made the guy look bad for the left? I'm not sure what you mean. I think the debate went super well, and I appreciate the donation. I do. Like, share, subscribe. Like 13 of you are watching this video right this second. You haven't liked the video. Join the X. Follow me on X. Join the Discord, and I appreciate all the donations. They let me come back quicker and get shit done, as opposed to focusing on life shit. You guys pay me enough, then I'll tell my family to fuck off. You know what I mean? Like, I'll be like, sorry, I'm making money. You know what I mean? Like, I got money to make. I can't help you guys out. You know? You want to see more of me? Pay me more money. In terms of, I don't think he considers himself on the left, which is pretty funny. But everyone there was like, oh, he argued kind of like a lefty. No, I think the optics were very much in my favor. Because I mean, abolishing all public schools is like, that's a tough sell to conservatives, right? And I think I moved the needle with that conversation some.
the Pentagon is threatening to treat them the same way they treat Chinese companies like Huawei. Now, let me show you exactly what's going on. So let's go through the timeline of events here because I think it's pretty interesting. So it all started in late.
So like this was when I was like, oh, this dude, I fucking love this dude. If only he would zoom in, right? But he wrote down the timeline of every event so that it all makes sense. Like this dude did his research, did his homework, and was able to succinctly put this story into like meaningful context.
2024, where Anthropic partners with Palantir to deploy Claude on classified networks up to secret level. Now, Claude becomes the first frontier AI model operating inside classified military systems. No other lab, not OpenAI, Google, or XAI has achieved this. And if you don't know what Palantir is, they're basically the Pentagon's favorite data company. They collect everything from satellite data to battlefield intelligence. Anthropic puts Claude on their platform, and Claude becomes the first major AI model running inside classified military systems. Not OpenAI, not Google. Now, in July 2025, 6 months later, the Pentagon signs all 4 AI companies.
Though everyone should go into the comments. I want you guys to go into this video. I'm gonna link this video again. I want you to go to this video, and I want you to go into the comments and say "boo" using Safari. See that Safari logo? Boo Apple. Just boo this man. You can boo me in the comments as well for not using Linux. Okay, I get it. All right.
Anthropic, OpenAI, Google, and XAI to contracts worth up to $200 million each. At this point, everyone's pretty happy. The contracts were signed without a lot of specificity.
Red Tornado, completely false, completely disagree with you. You are operating under the assumption that Republicans are libertarians that just haven't discovered libertarian philosophy yet, which is to say that you are operating under the framework that they care about logic and reason, and that if you make a reasonable argument based upon their philosophical background, that they will be swayed by the reason of your argument. Okay? No, not my comments. You got to go to his comments and get him engagement. All right? This man has no comments on his video so far. Oh no, sorry. Hold on. We're gonna do one. Just found you trying to research this topic, and you were the only channel to break down the timeline and context in a meaningful way. Instant sub. All right, now he's got two. All right, you boo this man in the comments and get him chat engagement. Let's continue.
And now the Pentagon's own undersecretary admitted that. They basically said, here.
Scott discovers rating. Yeah, I still haven't figured out the YouTube rating thing.
Here's the money. We'll figure out the details later, but that later is now. Now, this year on January 3rd, 2026, the U.S. Special Operations Forces raid Venezuela, capture President Maduro, and the Wall Street Journal and Axios reports that Claude was used during that operation through Palantir systems. We don't know exactly how, probably data analysis, intelligence processing, pattern recognition, but Claude was in the mix. And this is where the relationship cracks, right? Now, from January to February of this year, an Anthropic executive contacts Palantir asking whether Claude was used in the Maduro raid. Just that question, not a complaint, not a demand, a question, then gets reported to the Pentagon, and the Pentagon interprets it as Anthropic disapproving of how Claude was used. And from that moment on, the relationship starts falling apart. Meanwhile, around the same time, Defense Secretary Hegseth releases a new AI strategy. And this is the document that changes everything. It says all AI contracts must eliminate company-specific guardrails within 180 days. The language is 3 words. Any lawful use. That means the Pentagon decides what Claude does, not Anthropic. And this is
Yeah. Any lawful use is fucking hilarious from the same administration that literally no one went to prison for mass surveillance of American citizens in violations of our Fourth Amendment right as proven by Edward Snowden. Like, any lawful use is just such a wild thing to say because we know that lawful is just whatever the fuck they decide when they decide it.
a clause that the other 3 companies agreed to, but Anthropic won't. And from February 5th to the 17th of February of this year, Anthropic releases Claude Opus 4.6 and Sonnet 4.6, 2 of their most powerful models ever released. Opus 4.6 can run teams of AI agents that split up work and operate in parallel. Think of it like a manager delegating tasks for a team, except the whole team is AI. 2 weeks later, Sonnet 4.6 can use a computer at almost human level, navigating apps, filling out forms, working across different systems. And these are exactly the capabilities the military wants. Better Claude gets at doing complex work autonomously, the more the Pentagon wants unrestricted access. Now, fast forward to this week, everything escalates. Today, Daily Beast reports Hegseth is summoning Dario to an ultimatum meeting on Tuesday, and defense officials are saying the negotiations have shown no progress and they're on the...
So this is essentially the onus of the debate right here on the panel that we'll have in like an hour and a half, is Pete Hegseth essentially bringing Anthropic CEO in to strong arm him into getting rid of his red lines.
Verge of breaking down. One official said, the problem with Dario is, with him, it's ideological. We know who we're dealing with. That's the Pentagon saying this isn't a business negotiation anymore. They think this is personal. So let's take a look at the standoff, who wants what, and what each side actually wants. So the Pentagon's position is pretty straightforward. They want AI available for any lawful purpose, no restrictions from the company. They want the military, not the AI company. And their argument is basically, we're the United States military. We don't let a vendor tell us what we can and can't do with something we paid for. But on
Atlas Shrugged moment, you must run your railroad for us. 100%. They had a contract, and in their contract, they stated their red lines and their company values on AI safety. The United States is military under and under the direction of Pete Hegseth is attempting to violate the Constitution and violate the contract. Essentially, Pete Hegseth is Darth Vader in episode 5. Saying, I have altered the contract, pray that I do not alter it any further.
the other hand, Anthropic's position is also straightforward. And honestly, it's narrower than most people think. They're not saying no to military use because they're already on classified networks and they already support intelligence work. They've said they support national defense, and here's a quote, in all ways except those which would make us more like autocratic adversaries. So they have 2 specific red lines. That's it, 2. So here are the 2 red lines. Number 1, no mass surveillance of Americans. They don't want Claude used to spy on US citizens at scale. Now, this sounds simple, but here's where it gets a little complicated, and this is the part that most people miss. After Snowden, the government argued that collecting metadata, who you called, when, for how long, wasn't really surveillance because they weren't reading your actual conversations. That was when humans were doing the searching. Now, imagine you hand the same data to an AI that can process millions of records in seconds, map entire social networks, and flag people of interest. Is that surveillance? Legally, it's a gray area, and the Pentagon knows it. And the second...
Yeah, legally it's a gray area because the law hasn't caught up to what it is that they're actually doing, right? But remember when parents, I brought this up in the debate last night, parents went to school board meetings that and complained about gender theory and queer theory and, you know, fucked up sexual content in their children's curriculum. And then the FBI under the Biden administration said, well, what we'll do is we'll put you on a terror watch list, a specific designated list, and we'll track all of your communications. Now, that's not mass surveillance. That's targeted surveillance. But what happens when all of these people and everyone just gets put on lists, and then instead of having to be put on a targeted list and then a human watching it, they just type in, you know, these people with these signifiers, find some dirt on them that we can use to blackmail them. Boom, instantly they have like your emails, they have your web history, they have your browser data, they have your IP address, they have every website, They have all of your passwords. Now they can instantly use your the AI goes rogue and then immediately gets all of your information and then finds out, I don't know, maybe you're a bad person, maybe you're cheating on your wife, right? And then they contact you and say, you want to keep talking shit about the queer theory we're forcing on your children in school board meetings? Well, just so you know, we can let your wife know that you're cheating on her at any moment. Now, maybe you think that guy deserves that because he put himself in a position to be able to be, blackmailed. But that's exactly how this shit will be used by intelligence agents. It's exactly how they will use this information so that they can silence voices of dissent.
Line is fully autonomous weapons, meaning systems that can select a target and fire without a human making the final records in seconds, map entire social networks, and flag people of interest. Is that surveillance? Legally, it's a gray area and the Pentagon knows it. And the second red line is fully autonomous weapons, meaning systems that can select a target and fire without a human making the final call. Now, Anthropic defines this narrowly. The system has to actually pull the trigger without human involvement, but look at what Israel is doing with their AI systems called Lavender and Gospel. AI generates massive target lists. Here are the people we think should be bombed. A human operator approves the list, so there's technically human oversight, right? But the AI is the one deciding who's on the list.
So understand what is happening here, right? Like, just to kind of reframe it from my position and from their position, is that Anthropic signed a contract with the government that said, yes, you can use our systems, Claude AI, Sonnet, things like that in military. But we have two red lines that you will not cross while using our product. And that is part of this $200 million contract. Rule number 1, you will not violate the Fourth Amendment of the Constitution. That's it. Do not violate the Fourth Amendment of the Constitution. Do not mass surveil Americans with our product. We do not want our AI product being used to engage in mass surveillance of American citizens. Number 2, do not have fully autonomous weapon systems that don't have human oversight that murder people with AI. And the government is saying, fuck you, we are altering the contract. How dare you even ask us a question about how your AI is used? We bought your product, so we put in a new contract that says within 188 days, your bullshit red lines go away, and we'll use it however we want. Which is to say, we're putting in a new contract that says we are going to mass surveil American citizens, and we are going to create murder death robots with zero human oversight. And Anthropic is like, hey, don't do that. And then they're saying, we're going to treat you like a foreign adversary, like Huawei, and we're going to ensure that your system isn't used by anything that has or touches government money, because we want to destroy your company, because your company stands against murder death robots with no human oversight or mass violations of the Fourth Amendment. That's it. That is what Pete Hegseth is saying. Pete Hegseth is saying we are altering the deal because we are going to mass surveil U.S. citizens and create murder death robots. Anthropic not touching government money is base. I do think that is base and would probably be better in the long run if the government wasn't going to find other ways to punish them. But what it really means is that instead of your tax dollars going towards a company that is going to try and be adversarial to those ideas, it's just going to go to Microsoft and OpenAI, and they're going to give giant contracts to OpenAI so that OpenAI's bubble doesn't burst, because that is a scam company that is stealing trillions of dollars out of the U.S. economy backed by the federal government. So, like, is it really that based once you realize the consequences of what's actually happening here?
Where's the line? If Claude is processing intelligence and surfacing persons of interest, is that targeting? Is that a weapon? That's the gray zone this whole fight is really about. But let's take a look at the key quotes here on the Pentagon side, and let's take a look at the language that the Pentagon is using. That's not negotiation language, that's an ultimatum language.
He doesn't say it, but I do love that Pete Hegseth said, and I quote, "This is not a friendly meeting. This is a shit or get off the pot meeting." That is what he's saying. He's saying, no, we are going to bully Anthropic into mass surveillance and murder death robots with no human oversight.
right? And then the problem with Dario is with him, it's ideological. We know who we're dealing with. They're framing this as Dario being unreasonable because of his beliefs, not because of his business disagreement. While on the Anthropic side, let's compare the language difference here. We are having productive conversations in good faith, and Dario's own words, democracies have a legitimate interest in AI military tools, but we should do so carefully within limits. He's not anti-military, and he's not anti-government. He's saying there should be limits, and the Pentagon's response is essentially no, there shouldn't be. And this leads us to the leverage point, right? The Pentagon can label Anthropic a supply chain risk. That's literally the Huawei treatment. They can terminate the contract, and they can point to the other three companies and say, we have alternatives. But Anthropic has leverage as well.
The U.S. government is most efficient at bombing weddings, capturing South American presidents, and mass surveillance. Coincidentally, this is also where they use private companies from the market. I mean, yeah. Yeah, that is kind of fucked up. The things they're most efficient at is when they use companies that are structured better than the state. That is kind of that's such a dark way of looking at it, though.
Claude is the only frontier AI model on classified networks. They were first, they're already embedded. The Pentagon's own people are using Claude inside classified systems right now. Ripping that out and replacing it is not a quick swap. That's months of reintegration, recertification, security reviews. Take a look at the gray zone, why the red lines blur here. The Pentagon argues that there is considerable gray area around Anthropic's restrictions and that it's unworkable to negotiate individual use cases. And after the Snowden revelations, the US government defended bulk collection of phone metadata, who called whom.
I like how it's unreasonable for you to say that we follow the Fourth Amendment and we don't create murder death robots.
When, for how long, arguing it didn't carry the same privacy protections as content. And we take a look at the AI landscape here. And
what is this all about? I mean, this all sparks from the fact that the company reached out to the Pentagon to get more information on how their AI systems were used once Axios reported that Claude AI's systems or Anthropic's AI systems were used in the Maduro raid, because potentially they just wanted to know, like, hey man, like we didn't know that you were using this in military operations, and we have red lines in our contract that say that you won't use our AI systems for fully autonomous weapon systems or for mass surveillance of American citizens. So can you give us more information on this to make sure that you're kind of like not violating the contract that you have with us? And then the Department of Defense flipped their shit and said, fuck you, we're renegotiating your contract. All contracts within 180 days have to give us full power over the service, not as a service, but as a product. And you have no say in what we do or how we use it, because we're going to follow U.S. law, and don't you worry about it. That's basically, if we want to use the government's own logic of, if you have nothing to hide, then why won't you let me search your car? If we want to use their logic against them, they're essentially saying we do have something to hide, which is that in the Maduro raid, we broke the contract and we used the AI for fully autonomous weapon systems that were just shooting targets without human approval and violated the contract. And that's my take from it. Or at the very least, they were just saying, we don't like that you're asking questions because we plan to use it for those things in the future. So we're just going to nip this in the bud now. And the reason they're doing it is because originally Claude under Anthropic were the only people that had the $200 million contract. They were the only people embedded with them that had the capability of being utilized the way that the military wanted to utilize them. Now, OpenAI, XAI, and another company I can't remember have caught up, and they can compete with Anthropic in those specific things. Even if they're not quite as good, they can do what it is that the military is looking for. So now they're just renegotiating shit because those companies also have contracts. And so they're just going to get rid of Anthropic because Anthropic has this fucked up thing where they don't want mass surveillance and they don't want murder death robots without human oversight.
Anthropic is pretty much the most embedded with the military and the most resistant to giving up control. The other labs agreed to looser terms, but none of them are actually running on classified.
Sorry, Google. He has all the. This is why I love this dude. He has all the receipts and everything broken down, right? So Anthropic up to $200 million, 2-year contract on classified networks. Yes, guardrail status, holding red lines. OpenAI, Google, and XAI have agreed to nothing, to no safeguards, to just let the government do it as they wish. Elon Musk doesn't care how it's used. Google, doesn't care how it's used. Sundar doesn't give a fuck. OpenAI doesn't give a fuck. The only people that actually give a fuck is Anthropic. And so they're going to try and bully them until they leave and act like they're the good guys.
Vetted with the military and the most resistant to giving up control. The other labs agreed to looser terms, but none of them are actually running on classified networks yet. So here's what can happen next, right? There are 3 scenarios. Scenario A is Anthropic bends, so Anthropic removes guardrails, keeps the $200 million contract and classified network access, safety first brand erodes, and usage policies may shift for all Claude users. Scenario B, which is a full break scenario, Anthropic holds firm, loses the contract, and potentially faces supply chain risk label, keep their identity, but takes massive revenue and reputational hit in the defense sector. Or scenario C, where they compromise, they negotiate narrower language, Anthropic accepts more use cases, but preserve core red lines with clearer definitions, which is most likely but hardest to execute. And here's an expert review from Michael Horowitz here, from former Pentagon AI and emerging tech policy lead from the University of Pennsylvania. I quote that I would be surprised if Anthropic models were the right ones to use for lethal autonomous weapon systems right now, since the algorithms for that will be more bespoke than Claude's. My sense is that Anthropic wants to increase the depth and scope of their work with the Pentagon. This sounds like a dispute more over theoretical possibilities than real world use cases on the table. And why does this matter for Claude users? If you build on Claude through an API or Claude AI or Claude Code or autonomous agents like OpenClaw, this standoff directly affects everyday people just like you and me. The company that controls the model controls the rules. So if Anthropic bends, the safety first era ends, the usage policies may loosen across the board. If Anthropic breaks, Claude stays principled but loses its most powerful customer. Revenue pressure could affect investment in model developing and API pricing. Either way, the platform risk is real, right? The policy decisions made in the Pentagon.
Yeah, I mean the government is using the fact that they have fascism to hopefully break this company. Look, the thing you have to understand is that like OpenAI should already have exploded. Like it is already a bubble bursting, but it is just being kept afloat by government contracts now. Government contracts are doing 2 things. One, they're giving them additional money to build more data centers, and they're partnering with Oracle, the CIA. I'm sorry, it's not CIA anymore. It's a public company that houses TikTok. And now all of a sudden you can't say anything bad about Israel and TikTok the moment the CIA takes it over. But number 2, the other thing that it's doing is investors know, even if I'm not getting a return on my investment in the immediacy, if this is supported by the state, then this is too big to fail. And so if it's too big to fail, then I don't have to worry about the risk of putting money into OpenAI and Microsoft. So this is a huge problem because investors should be investing in a company that is that has good guardrails and is a better product, which is Anthropic and Claude, but they're going to invest in an inferior product with lower returns on investment, which is OpenAI, because they know that their money is safe there and there's no risk there, because OpenAI is willing to do whatever evil authoritarian shit the state wants. And if the bubble bursts, then the government will just give them more data centers in conjunction with Oracle. That's how you have this fascistic system of like the merger of the state and capital, is that you don't actually need to pump $2 trillion into OpenAI to make it succeed. You just need to ensure all the people that have $2 trillion to invest in AI or in something know that this is the safe product that we're going to give government contracts to and we're going to protect. And so then they all just invest in that company anyways, even though it's a shittier product. Competition doesn't exist in AI. And because there is no competition, we're getting a worse product that isn't targeted, right? Like instead of AI should be working on like cancer diagnosis. Okay, well, how do you do that? Well, you don't do that with large language models. You do use large language models, but you create specific targeted AI systems for a specific task, and they're way, way better at that. But the problem is that that's not where the money is in a socialist market where you're not actually competing for investors and business interests. You're competing for protection from the government that then brings in business investment. And because of that, we get shittier products that aren't actually propelling us into the future. And China is gonna fucking beat us. And the reason China is gonna fucking beat us is because China is doing the exact same thing, but China doesn't give a fuck about IP. So when China puts out a new fucking video generation software, they immediately take to Twitter and the first thing they do is they show, look at our AI making a Hollywood movie fight scene between fucking who was it, like it was oh my god, fucking the Mission Impossible guy and like some other guy, right? Like they immediately advertise what is essentially a Hollywood fight scene. And they don't give a fuck about IP. So, of course, if they're doing the same exact fucking bullshit, yeah, Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise, thank you. If they're doing the same fucking shit as everybody else in terms of government control and government protection and limiting innovation, but they don't give a fuck about IP, then they're going to get more money and more investment, and we're going to lose the race to fucking socialism because we're too fucking socialists.
Conference rooms ripple through API terms of service, model behavior, and what Claude will and won't do. And after reading a few comments on X and Twitter, I've kind of summarized them here a little bit. Some people are pro-Anthropic, saying not wanting your AI to be used to kill people is not an unreasonable proposition. When someone follows an idea instead of money, they are harder to control, while the smaller batch of people are saying you never pick a fight with the government. It mostly never ends well for the business owner. Dario shouldn't have taken the defense contract in the first place. All the big tech companies had a meeting like this, and the only reason they got to be a monopoly is because they said yes to the Pentagon. So here's where we are. 3 AI companies fell in line, one is holding out, and tomorrow the CEO of that company walks into the Pentagon for what insiders are calling, and I'm quoting here, a shit or get off the... And that's where we are with AI right now. The company that makes the tools that millions of people build on, including me, I run my entire business on Claude and OpenClaw, is being told, drop your safety rules or we cut you off. Whatever happens in the meeting tomorrow changes to the trajectory of AI. I'll cover the outcome as soon as we know, so make sure you subscribe so we don't miss it. And if you're building on Claude or any AI tool and want to stay ahead of how these shifts affect your business, Claude Club, which is my free community, is where we break this all down in real time. The link is in the description below. And if you enjoyed this video and found some value in this video today,
great video, keep up the good work. Hey yo, zoom in a bit and get a better browser. Safari is boo. Let's go. Yeah, dude, like I've like immediately subbed to this dude. Actually, I'm even gonna cut on the notification bell. I'm like legit. All right. Like I fucking, when I was trying to find out more about this dude put it in, like, cause I had read several articles and was still like confused. Okay, like I was like, okay, well, let me search what the red lines are. Let me look at the contract. I'm trying to get an understanding of the timeline of events here. And then boom, this dude just in fucking 10 minutes and 22 seconds. I see what you did there, Hugo Wong. Just over 10 minutes. So you get that extra ad revenue. I see you. Don't think I don't see you. That this video is intentionally just long enough to hit that 10-minute mark. Nevertheless, fucking great video. Hopefully his other videos are just as good. Like I'm definitely going to check him out in the future. But this guy might be one of my go-to dudes for fucking tech news. I'm just saying. Oh, we got to get the music back. We got to get the Elder Scrolls back in the background. Ooh, I did not like the quiet. State capitalism versus corporate socialism is basically China versus USA. 100%. Yeah, right. Do you think ad blockers are justified if the whole reason a service is free is because of ads? I think that ad blockers, I use Brave. I just use like the default ad blockers, right? Right, like you don't own the product on my end of the service. So if I choose to use an ad blocker, I choose to use an ad blocker. Now, I think it's also justified if a website, websites can have detection for ad blockers. And they can say, right? Like, no, they can say we use minimal banner ads at the top of our website to help pay for our website. We detected that you're using an ad blocker. Please turn your ad blocker off. And if I got that message from any one of the sites that I use, I'd 100% turn my ad blocker off right then and there. And websites can and do this, right? So the real issue isn't my problem or the free rider problem. The real issue is that a ton of websites have burdensome, massive amounts of ads that like pop up. You click a link and then like you click play on a player and it like pulls up a pop-up to a new window and there's like banners everywhere and it's like an unworkable, unusable system unless you have an ad blocker, right? But if a website tells me that they have minimal ads and that in order to use the website you need to cut off your ad blocker, I'll cut it off and use their website. I have no problem watching the ads. What I have a problem with is surfing the internet with ads to a degree that is just fucking is painful experience, right? I pay for YouTube Premium. Why do I pay for YouTube Premium? Because it gets rid of ads, but I don't really watch the ads, but I do watch the ads on my TV. Or sorry, I do watch YouTube on my TV, so now I don't get ads on my TV. That's part of the reason. But the other part of the reason is I'm a YouTuber. And I want my money to go towards YouTubers that I watch, not necessarily go towards who has more monetization on their YouTube, right? Like when I pay for YouTube Premium, then my YouTube Premium money goes towards people based upon how much I watch their content and how much of their content I've watched, not based upon how much ads they've like pumped into their video. And I get other meaningful features. Also, there is like a slight suspicion I have that like maybe I do better in the algorithm because I pay for YouTube Premium as opposed to using an ad blocker. Who knows? Maybe that's like a weird thing, but just in case, I'll pay that little bit of money, you know? So I get a bunch of other features with YouTube Premium, so it's worth it for me to purchase that. YouTube Premium is so good, I got rid of Spotify because you also get YouTube Music. That's it too, right? YouTube Music is just as good as Spotify if you have YouTube Premium. The biggest problem with unblocking ads is unblocking all the fucking trackers and other privacy concerns to track you down. That's it too, right? But that's the type of thing I'm talking about, right? Like if a website informs me that they use ads that don't do that and that they're like limited banner ads, or like it's like a, you know, like let's say it's an anime website and it's like we only show a 30-second ad at the beginning of each episode or something, I'd unblock it and I'd do that to support that company. But what I'm not going to do is just leave my fucking computer open to all of the bullshit that is on the internet. That's insane. Also, Mark, you were 100% right. Topo Chico fucking passion fruit flavored sparkling water is legitimately just non-energy drink NOS, and it's delicious. It's so good. What about pirating? I kind of feel bad, but also IP shouldn't exist. Dude, I don't really pirate games anymore. I used to when I was a kid and I had like no money. But like again, fuck you. You don't own my right to this. Like what happens if I like this is why I switched from pirating. I'm going to be honest with you. I switched from pirating because Valve is such a great company. Right? And the fact is if I download a game and the game absolutely, utterly is dog shit or doesn't work, Valve refunds the fucking game for me. That was the main reason I was pirating shit. Is like, well, what happens if I buy this fucking game and then I don't like it? Well, now I'm just out $60? Like, what the fuck am I... Like, fuck that, right? But with Valve or Steam, right, I can get a game, and if I don't like the game, I refund it. And the money goes to people that I actually support. So that's why I don't pirate anymore, because there is an alternative that gives me the service that I want. You want people to stop pirating games? Give them a reason to. $70 asterisk? Well, I mean, it just depends on the game, obviously. And that's another reason why I don't pirate games, right? Is like, I put shit on my Steam wish list and I wait till it goes on sale. I don't ever pay full price for a game. I bought Cyberpunk and Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty for like $30. Because I waited until it came on like the last Steam summer sale. And it was like $30 for it and the expansion. And I was like, well, I heard that this is better now. I heard that all the issues have been fixed. Let me buy it. And it is one of the best video games I've ever played. Meanwhile, dumbasses are buying games brand new for fucking $70, and then they're buggy as fuck, and then they bitch and complain. I'm like, dude, no, you fucking don't waste your fucking money buying a brand new game. I don't pirate it anymore because I can get a game that I like, and if it's junk, then yeah. Good evening. To be fair, most games are junk on release and best played with mods. True, Casimir. And I will say that is another reason why I don't pirate games anymore. Is a lot of times it's difficult to mod. It's more difficult to mod games when you get a pirated version. Like shit just doesn't work as well. Especially if you put a bunch of mods into a game. And DRM is ass. I think you can just say ass in my chat. But yeah. I can't tell if that's a bug or just like a chip in the paint. Hold on. There's a chip on the paint. I live in an apartment complex and the trash chute is like up against my wall. So every now and then there's like a fucking bug or a roach. Not like the big cockroaches, but like those little like water roaches. It's pretty rare, but like I'm super paranoid about it. Like it's like the moment I see something, I'm like, it dies. I'm also like super make sure there's no food in the house whatsoever at any moment. Like I take the trash out every night. If like the trash is even like a little bit full with or any food in it, make sure we clean everything. I am the anti Asmongold. Yeah, Valve is nice. Also glad they aren't caving to the constant left wing begging for review moderation. Dude, when fucking when Steven, what is it, Steven Charisse or whatever, fucking fucked over everybody on Ashes of Creation, which is like, you know, to be expected, let's be honest. Valve gave everybody their money back. They were like, nah. And then they took it out of whatever money was owed to Ashes of Creation. They're like, oh, you did a fucking rug pull on these people? I don't care that they played 20 hours. We're giving your money back. Dude, Valve is fucking just a great company. If Valve goes away, right? If what's his name, the CEO of Valve like steps down and then like they turn into another shitty company, you better believe I'll be pirating again. I'll sail the 7 seas once again, my friend. But so long as there's a company out there that like treats me right as a valued customer, gives me games on sales, allows me to house my games on their server in perpetuity so I can easily do it, allows me to mod the games easily, allows me to refund the games if I don't like them. It's just not really a reason for me to pirate. And that's really the thing, is that like if you sell people a good service, people won't go out of their way to pirate. It's a pain in the ass to pirate things. And it comes with its own set of risks, which is, you know, you load up a fucking .iso file and before you know it, like you have a virus on your computer or something, right? There's a certain safety, security, and ease of use with a streamlined product like GOG or Steam. And so long as the product is good, people will use it. So fucking no, I don't see any problem with pirating, because pirating is really is a symptom of one of two things: poverty, and at that point you're not going to get their money anyways, so fuck off. Or a sign that you have a really shitty product, that there isn't a good product in the market for people to be able to buy, download, and house games, or that the pricing is off, that you're charging too much money. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Steam takes 1/3 of all transactions. Yeah, dude, and it's like, dude, I'd rather, like, I've played online games through Steam before rather than going through the company's website. I'm glad you're here, Casimir. But can you confirm if you're here again? Because I want your opinion on something. Casimir, are you here? Are you in chat? I want your opinion on something. I don't want to play it unless you're here. I'm still around listening. Okay, can if you can watch this for a moment. I happened upon this like a couple days ago, maybe like a week ago, and it was honestly it was a really sad moment for me because it was like I realized something was lost in cinema. And it was like weird childhood memory, I guess. I don't know. Let me just switch this over because I just saw this random clip from the X-Files. And I'm just going to play the clip. It doesn't really matter. It's only 23 seconds, so hopefully I won't get like a copyright claim or anything. But I just want you guys to look at the camera work and the lighting switch and like the focus on faces. And I just like I saw this and I was curious, honestly, mostly about Casimir's opinion about like is like Hollywood and like the usage of like the digital camera and like this weird like gray tone, no color kind of like editing that they do, like what the fuck is going on? Is it just cheaper and easier to do, and so everyone is switched to this like what appears to me to be an inferior system? Because I'm going to watch this, and obviously the image quality isn't HD, but it feels like this. Honestly, maybe this is just like a boomer take, but this looks like a superior viewing experience than like everything that I see today on television and in movies.
They just felt more comfortable talking to me.
Why would I make them so uncomfortable?
It probably has to do with your reputation.
Reputation? I have a reputation?
Mulder, look, Colton plays by the book and you don't. They feel your method.
I mean, just like look at the lighting, the shade, the eeriness that's sold, the way the blue pops out in the eyes. Right? I understand that each one of these takes required moving the lighting around and that it's more time consuming and more expensive, but it just looks so much better. And Scott discovers cinematography. Hey man, I'm not a cinephile, man. I just like I saw this and I wanted the opinions of people that know more about this form of art than me. Like what the fuck happened?
Your theories are
Spooky? Do you think I'm spooky?
Yeah, like, am I wrong? Am I crazy? Am I crazy for thinking that like something serious was lost? It's because of the costs of film and the demand on exacting performance, but mostly cost. There's a YouTube video explaining what happened that I recently watched. Yes, the way they film changed because it's cheaper and more Nepo babies are in business. Could you send that to me when you get a chance? I'm probably not going to watch it on stream. I just want to watch it for myself. I want to understand more about the art form. Cuz like I don't know. I took like one cinema film history class in college, right? But like I don't fucking know anything. You know what I mean? Like I'm an idiot when it comes to stuff like that. What were other channel name ideas before Fabian Liberty? Thoughts on the new rights hate boner for the Liberty movement? I don't remember the other channel name ideas because it's been a couple years. But I mean, it was like we were toying with the idea of whether or not we were going to be an informative podcast or whether or not we were going to be more like a live stream thing. And so we wanted to make sure that it was like general because we didn't know which of the two we were going to be. And I'm really happy that we didn't go for like the podcast route because I found my calling, so to speak, as a streamer as opposed to a podcaster. Like I do still prefer the interviews that are interesting discussions, but like I genuinely feel like I would have lost something if I didn't have the ability to engage with an audience in real time in most of my work. I feel like I feel like that is something I'm talented at, and if I was just a podcaster, I'd be one in a million doing the same thing. right? Like there's a billion libertarian podcasts. Yeah, there's already so many podcasts. As for the thoughts on the new rights hate boner for the liberty movement, I think it boils down to two things. Number one, libertarianism is becoming relevant, and because it's relevant, it is a worthy enemy. And it's a worthy enemy, especially because it is chipping away at their own movement, as opposed to like a leftist movement that, while they hate it, it doesn't have like enough crossover. And I would say the second reason that they hate us is because a lot of the new right, especially the younger men, started from a kind of liberal centrist libertarian leaning mindset and then went into right-wing thought or the far right, whatever the fuck that even means, right? Went into the Groyper movement, etc. And so to acknowledge libertarianism as an ideology with solutions is to acknowledge their own moral failings, because they didn't start off as hardcore right wing. A lot of Groypers and a lot of like far, like hardcore right wing Christian nationalists, people like that, they started off kind of understanding a little bit about libertarianism and then rejecting it before deeply understanding it. So they would have to hate themselves for failing to realize that they were right when they were younger and that they only needed to research that ideology more. That's my take on it from a libertarian perspective. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, I'll hop in voice chat. Fuck it. I got we got time. What up, Kaz?
Yo.
If you want to...
I lost my in-ears, so...
You lost your what?
In-ears, so... Oh. We better not talk at the same time.
Do you want to be on camera? Yes or no? Because if yes, I can switch it around.
No, it's just short. Why? Let's just do a quick talk.
Yeah.
You look good on camera anyway.
I appreciate it. Let me just touch up, boys.
Yeah. How's my sound?
You sound fine, so long as I'm not talking.
Okay. I'll try. Okay, so try to keep it brief. Listen, so I don't follow these channels, but I'll show you that video. What they basically talked about is they used to film like grit, and I think that maybe that.
Hold on 1 second. I don't think you're coming through. Can you say something again?
1 2 1 2 1 2.
Okay, nope. We're good. My bad.
Am I coming? Let's ask chat.
You're good. You're good.
You're good. It's good. Okay.
You're good.
Yeah. So there was something. I think X-Files is like on the edge of before TV shows became a big deal. Like if you remember in the 90s, there were a few of these that just like shot up in popularity.
Yeah, I remember as a child, right, in America, X-Files was like a phenomenon in and of itself, right? Like I was a kid, but I remember like before that, there wasn't that many shows that everyone was watching. And then X-Files was like one of those shows that like broke the mold where everyone was watching, because this is now at a time where a television in the home is ubiquitous, right? And, before that, a television is something middle class people have, but poor people don't have. And then there was this big breakthrough. So maybe I have a certain fondness for X-Files, especially since it scared me as a child, which is hilarious now looking at it. But it just struck me like the image quality and like the amount of effort and time that went into it. When I watch that, I feel more. I feel captivated and drawn in by the shot, in that the shot has like has all of this gray fuzz in the background and the lighting and everything. It almost looks like I'm looking at a person the way my eyes perceive a person, in the way that I'm focused on that person. And now everything is like this digital thing. The focus of the face is only insofar as the shooting angle, right? Like it's not, there's no focus literally on the face. It's just position in the camera, and it feels like I've lost something. And then even so far, when I compare movies or cinema or things from like 10, 15 years ago to now, there's no color now. And so it's just like the combination of those things. It's like, how has technology progressed so much, but it seems like what I'm watching is inferior product.
Well, it's easier to do the right thing, actually. Technology is really good. But two things changed that I think control it. One, the people who were filming X-Files were like old school, trained, and sort of apprenticed individuals that were looking to break into cinema because that's where the money was, and so they were, they likely just had to produce quality to do so, and so you had some cinematography. And then it showed up in shows, eventually in the emergence of HBO, what was HBO? It was movie quality TV shows with longer formats, and you had like shows, Sopranos, obviously, and even earlier, The Wire, that just blew up, and they're filmed. Every episode typically has like possibly a different cinematographer, and they all try to contribute to a style. And now it's sort of lost because I think maybe the industry, the official industry, like the studio industry, is more Nepo babies and more DI hires, and so you have a personnel quality
right
going down. And then you're correct, it's also easier to do. It's also compresses better. So maybe there are these considerations. And they have this weird thing where we used to have Hollywood stars used to be much uglier. We used to have like uglier faces, quote unquote, but there was like a manly appeal to it, to like a pockmarked face. Look at something like 60s, 70s, 80s movies and male figures. They were like attractive, but in a unique way. They weren't like
they were rugged.
Gods. Rugged, right? And now it's all like Greek god, baby-faced archetype is almost everything you see. Now the result of this is that I personally don't watch it. Like I feel like every show is subversive, and this is going to be the hard take. I'm watching, like, I started watching Night of the Seven Kingdoms because it was presented to me as a non-subversive show, and I think to some extent it is. It's more naturalistic, but I'm like on the fence. I think even that will betray me.
I felt the same thing. It was like there seems to be two things that occur in Hollywood in televisions, which is a lot of times, especially if it's a beloved IP, you'll have one season that is absolutely minimally subversive, and then the following seasons become hijacked. Like I noticed this with The Mandalorian. Mandalorian season 1 was like, holy shit, Disney's back. They figured it out. They realized that they fucked up, and so they've corrected this. And then season 2 came out, and it was just full of like it was like you could tell that Kathleen Kennedy had gotten her claws into it. You know what I mean? And it was like, oh, okay, so I understand the game now. The game is that that you're destroying our beloved IPs. And so you're going to sell us a good product in season 1 and then push all of your rhetoric and bullshit in season 2 and season 3 after I have this like investment into your show. And it almost makes me want to avoid a good show.
There's a financial component there, which I think a clear example of this was in the Walking Dead show, where it was pitched and presented by one crew, and it gets purchased, and they just replace the entire crew.
Right,
and the
right.
quality and the tone of the show rapidly changes after season 1. I think that also happens, but I do believe there is even like I get tired of watching shows and being on edge about being subverted. So when I watched like the episode 5 and I watched the way they depicted what was supposed to be the climax, and they made it appear as like as shitty as possible, where you don't see any action, where it's like a minor spoilers. It just like felt like a letdown. And in a sense, I think this is maybe it's part of like a long build up that will eventually have a high point, and I'll be proven wrong. But I think that they're still playing this game where they don't understand what we want. And I know that this is true because I know who knows what we want, which are Japanese animators, unfortunately.
Yeah.
That's where we get our, European culture and good morals these days, unfortunately.
Okay, all right. I keep playing with your sound, but it sounds like you're getting close to and backing away from the mic a lot, and I have to keep like changing your volume.
Sorry. I'll fix that. I'll be steady. Yes, I've been a little bit loose. Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I was just like, I had to let you know because it was like, all right, I can't control this.
So I was in a channel with fellow ANCAPs a few days ago, and we started talking, and this is like we all end up watching the same stuff because it's just like it's attractive. So most people are on season 2 of Freerun because every single episode it's like, oh, this is ANCAP, oh, this is like Randian, oh, this is objectivist in terms of morals, or this is like sort of Christian. They're pushing our ideology through, or something that we feel very fond about, and when they subvert, it's like a subversion towards some objectivist angle, which is just amazing when you see that. Like when an episode builds up to expect a typical like leftist communist take, and then it just shifts entirely in tone and surprises you by being
it's like, you know what it was for me? There was a moment because like I did not grow up watching anime. Like I watched a little bit, just because it was on TV, and I it wasn't popular when I was a kid. But there was like we all made fun of the kids that watched Naruto, right? We were like, ew, the gay kids that watch Naruto. Look at them again. They're wearing like fucking headbands to school. Gross, right? And then but we all watched Dragon Ball Z because it was like, oh, this is a show that gives me, meaning as a young man, which I'm even then was starting to evaporate in Western media, right? Like even then it was starting to be like, a man is just like, television's idea of a man was like a middle-class, fat, goofy, dumb guy whose wife really actually runs the household and whose wife is so much smarter and has the right answers to everything.
You had worse. You had the United Colors of Benetton type of anime. It's like, all our powers combined. This is the planet. And you're like, yeah, something is missing there.
You're still doing it with the mic, dude.
Sorry, it's not manly anymore. So yes.
Right, and then I found Dragon Ball Z, and it was like, oh, like this is a guy. What does this guy believe in? This guy believes in saving the human race, in maintaining stability and order, in the fact that no human is irredeemable, and that all humans can be redeemed through love, but through a patriarchal love, right? A love that isn't weak, a love that is that does require sacrifice and weakness in certain moments, but in the most part is willing to fight to protect his family and fight to protect his kingdom, his nation, his people, his planet, right? And is willing to go out and understand that some beings are evil, but also to always give those people a chance to redeem themselves, but be ready to fight when they prove themselves to be as evil as they are. And it was based, right? And I never really fell in love with anime again. I played video games. I went my own way. I watched a little bit of anime with some friends or whatever, but it was just kind of this is a fun thing. I'm watching TV too. And then I watched an anime when I was like, you know what? I've got nothing to do. I'm sick of TV. I'm going to get into anime again as a 30-something-year-old man, right? And I watched trash isekai. I like trash isekai. Sue me, right? And then I watched How a Realist Hero Saves a Kingdom or whatever the fuck it was called, right? It's an isekai about a Japanese, university kid. Huh?
Status isekai, I hate it. But I know what you're talking about. The reason why we both isekai is like a symptom, a little bit. I see what they're doing there. What the isekai, the idea is that your life sucks, you die, and then you emerge in this perfect world. And most isekai, they follow this pattern where everything lines up for you. Like
right.
You're an instant winner. I think that's the weaker pattern, and I analyze it. This is like a
bitch
quick sugar high.
Pick a distance from the microphone.
Sorry. So I think it's like a little bit of like a guilty pleasure, if you like.
Okay, but that wasn't really what I was talking about. What I was talking about was in that anime. It is statist. You're absolutely right. I don't hate it because it's statist. It's just a Japanese opinion on the world. They're very orderly people, and by being very orderly, they tend to be very statist in their solutions in politics. But he goes in and he explains the crop yield problem. And he's like, yeah, you all started making you all started making like a cash crop. And he explains what a cash crop is and why this like central planning of this cash crop was an issue. He then gives a central planning solution, right? But I was like, this is basic economics, even if it isn't my economic theory, in a way that literally Western Hollywood could never grasp and could never create. And it's sold in a very obvious and easy, digestible way. He's like, yeah, this is what happens when the central planners try and create this like cash crop system instead of realizing that like, no, you have to stop trying to create this cash crop and you have to grow food and you have to grow a diversity of economic products so that you're not fucked when like by the price mechanism in the economy. And it was like, I remember, and I was like, this is something different than what Hollywood is capable of presenting. And it made me look for better anime, honestly.
They have, trash, obviously, like everybody does. They have easy sugar stuff. But
I don't know what you're talking about. That time I got reincarnated as a vending machine is fucking S tier. Beautiful.
Yeah. So all of those fun ones. But then they have shows that I can clearly see that the creators are like, some of the creators are benevolent people that see an ill in society, and through their media they're trying to solve it. They're trying to like create anime which, if it's watched by a child and an adult, they can both enjoy it. Like Delicious in Dungeon, which I rave about. It starts out as this supposedly easy episodic show, and then it has these sort of Darwinistic.
Bro, I am literally swinging your volume from 200% to 40% constantly.
Oh my god! I need to turn on voice stabilization or something. Okay, I'm not gonna touch the microphone. I'm gonna keep it in front of my mouth now. And these shows are great. Because they have all of these layers of depth that you start finding, and that you they're like, and the philosophy is some form of realist philosophy in some way or the other. It's like they're walking around and they're killing monsters and eating them. At the same time, they realize that they're food for those monsters as well. So there's like no mercy. It's just like the wild jungle. But at the same time, there is a humanity to what they do. They understand that they're superior as humans, and those types of realizations, they're interesting to observe, especially when the characters are lovable and they all have their own personalities that get developed and backstories that get revealed. That's what those shows are about, and even and there is time. They take time. Some of the shows are like very fast paced. Others, like Frieren, are slow as hell, but you get to enjoy them because they're designed to create a certain mood. and that these moods are absent in our media. Our media is like either our media is like cheap porn in comparison to this. To where like the mood is like slow melancholy with like a
Did
hint
you
of
see?
happiness in there.
Yeah. Did you see the Was it? It was Ben Affleck and Oh my God, the other guy from they're friends. They did a Joe Rogan podcast recently.
Right.
And they were talking about how selling a show to Netflix, one of the demands that Netflix has, or like, one of the things Netflix basically is like, you got to have this, is that Netflix knows, and I don't necessarily disagree with Netflix on this, right? This is just being a smart business. But it is sad for the art form to a certain degree, where they explained how Netflix says, yeah, well, a majority of our customers don't actually sit down and watch the movie. They just they stream the movie, and because they stream the movie, they're not really paying attention to the movie. And so it's imperative that you essentially remind people of the plot 4 or 5 times throughout the movie so that people can pick the movie up whenever and not feel completely lost in the movie. And I was like,
that happens, but it's very, I would say, in good. I mean, Delicious in Dungeon was picked up by Netflix, by the way. Maybe season 2 will suck because of it. I don't know. But this exists. But I avoid all of this. I literally avoid shows like this. And I notice that as I delve into the catalog of like what was released in Japan in the past 10 years, I find these gems. For example, I'll give you 2 more before I go. One of them was a show, it was a remake of a show, but the remake is better, about making the perfect bar drink. And it was literally a show about bars and barmen. I was not part of like this alcoholic beverage culture. I didn't know any background behind it. And the show was like a build-up of trying to discover the perfect barman or whatever. And each episode was surrounding a certain drink that matches the mood, the cocktail.
The perfect bartender, says Mark. He says it was excellent.
Yes, and it's why is it a brilliant show? It presents to me a realistic world. I didn't exist before. I'm not going to be go on a bar hound alcoholic because of it, right? But if I do go to a bar now, I'm educated about what actually I'm ordering, which is kind of funny, and maybe more than the bar hounds. And it had like an inner beauty to the show. It had characters that made decisions that were very sort of objectivist in nature, meaning they had their own internal ideas of what they want, and it wasn't just like one form of success or another. And that was beautiful. Then I watched another show which just completely surprised me. It was something about an angler. It was a show about fishermen, and the premise of the show is there is this young kid who is a complete loser, almost suicidal, is on the verge of quitting or quit college, and finds that he has a terminal disease and has a bunch of debts that he accrued with debt collectors chasing after him. And so his life is in shit. And instead of an isekai, the subversion is that he finds reality. He finds another world in our world, and that world is with a group of amateur fishermen, and this group saves him in like a very sort of
psychological way,
like psychological, but almost like a religious way. They have their own they have their own meditation. There is their own like skill and knowledge involved, and they get him into that, and they provide him with a purpose. And then when he departs, I don't think I think it remains ambiguous whether the disease scare was real or not, but it almost doesn't matter. They place him back into an attitude towards reality that's a lot more healthy, basically, where every day is its own adventure, instead of this catastrophizing where he would just like self-destruct because of an earlier negative, like he was spiraling down. And such shows don't even exist in the West. Like there's no show designed to showcase to like a young man that there's more to life and you should be, self-uplifting, you should find your interest group. None of that is even attempted, which is quite shocking because I think we need the cure even more than them.
Right. Yeah, I was just responding to chat real quick. Death Parade was pretty good, as was Gachiakuta. The thing I like about Gachiakuta, which I found so interesting, kind of marrying these two things together, is like I watched Gachiakuta, great show, very dark, very maybe even subversive, but I'm okay with it because it was so artfully done and so experimental in so many different ways, right? It was like sometimes subversive art works because you can tell that the subversion is leaking from the artist's opinions of the world, but that the artist's main and dominant goal is not subversion. And so because the artist's main goal is not subversion or political in nature, but is rather about the art form itself, the subversion is minimalized by the beauty of the art, number one. And number two, their desire to make good art grounds them in reality in some way and almost kind of contradicts the subversion of their worldview. And I think Gachiakuta might be an example of that, right? Where the artist may have like some left-wing woke, like, kind of like views of the world, but the desire to make a living, breathing world attached to reality, and the desire to make something just crazy and interesting and play with the form in a bunch of different ways grounds them a little bit in reality, and the two conflict in a way that you wouldn't see in, let's say, a show like Fallout, where the main primary goal is subversion of the Western audience. And the other reason I thought it was so interesting is because like she kind of did like a self-insert character, the what is it called, the mangaka or whatever, the person that wrote the manga, and like the entire left was like, see, she's one of us, this lesbian, and she came out and she's like, I'm not fucking lesbian, you weirdos, right? And it was so funny because they just assumed because she made good art and because she looked like that, she must be one of us, and she's not one of them. And I just found something really amusing about that like she looks like a stereotypical like leftist woke lesbian, but she just likes cool hair colors and a side part shaved head, Yeah,
I think on an optimistic note, what we see from AI and C-Dance, and particularly where they show Mentis. How they can Mentis, particularly when they show how can they replace actors playing a scene in their living room, and they can like stylize it after whatever movie is required. I think when those tools, the rate of acceleration with them, the rate of discovery is immense. Maybe it will plateau at some point, but what I already see is enough for an amateur to produce, Hollywood quality live action shows on a fraction of the budget with just amazing graphics. Where
I do want to.
I think we're on the cusp of that era where we will see great stuff coming from the West as well.
I agree as well, but Mentis Wave, I don't know. I don't know that I disagree, that I agree with you, right? You said one white pill is a lot of people with left-leaning beliefs are in fact libertarian right, or would be so if they understood human action, and you can see a lot of that in creative writing. I think it's actually the art itself more so than the people. And that was what I was kind of saying earlier, is I think when you devote yourself to the craft and you devote yourself to the art, reality asserts itself whether you like it or not. Right? Like if your goal is to not have any tropes, you will eventually create tropes. Right? And so I think if you're truly devoted, regardless of your political or philosophical beliefs, to good art, and you work towards perfection of your craft and creating the best thing you can create, even your own ideology will be subverted by the need to create the coherent story. And so it pops up. Like the movie In Time is supposed to be a communist propaganda, but it's actually ANCAP propaganda because creators do not understand their own ideology. Yeah, that's kind of what I mean, though, right? Is like, I mean, I haven't seen the movie, right? But just based off your brief description, that's kind of what I mean. Is like, is it that they themselves, at their core, are libertarian ANCAPs, right? And that they just have misplaced anger, and they've been subsumed by a bad ideology because, or I should say, rightly placed anger, but it has been subverted by that ideology? Or is it that they embody that ideology, but in the attempt to make great art, reality asserts itself and contradictions begin to wash away because of the desire and the need to create a coherent story or a coherent piece of art that adequately matches reality, and there's something about that symbolic communication where reality seeps through. And that's my opinion. I respect your opinion as well. I'm not saying like, oh, Mentis Wave is an idiot. Like, I'm not saying that at all. I think it's more, I think I lean more towards that. I call it philosophical illiteracy, and that they do not understand the logical conclusions of their own beliefs. And if they did understand those conclusions, they would realize the problem. I agree for sure. The problem is that there is no logical conclusion to many of these philosophies. Really, like, if we really want to, I mean, like, I understand what you're saying, but like at the end of the day, like, they don't lead to anything. They just lead to contradiction and chaos.
Though I have to say that there are shows where you can clearly sense that you are dealing with a Japanese right-winger, that you're dealing with somebody who thinks that, legacy is important, who believes that there is absolute evil out in the world, and there is no negotiation with parasites. That genocide.
Yeah. You see this with Frarian.
Justified.
You see this with Frarian, right? And it's like you saw so much of the right adopt her because she sees objective evil as evil, and the show, the left has such a hard time comprehending that, like, the demon is always subversive, even in their attempts to mimic, or their attempts in mimicry of what is right or what is good or what ought be sympathetic. And the author knows, or at least almost hints at, or even accidentally stumbles upon the problem with suicidal empathy. Right. And it's like,
yeah,
but I mean, the demon is a demon because it's a demon.
They deliberately have the episodes that showcase the consequences of suicidal empathy, and we've had presentations of suicidal empathy in American cinema back in like the 90s. There was the famous scene with Saving Private Ryan, where the sweet talking German, and the guy is like discovers that he's suddenly a pacifist, lets his body get killed. All of that existed. But here you have both the problem and the solution quite clearly identified, and so I do believe that a lot of people in Japan are immune to the Vogue virus, and they're actively fighting it, and you can see it in their shows. That's why it's so bloody appealing. We don't have anything like that. We don't have a show where you can like let your guard down a little bit and relax and enjoy it, knowing that you're not being like actively decoyed into some
and that's the thing I tried to explain to like
crap.
I've tried to explain to like Prime or other people that they don't seem to understand is like I've been burnt so many times by Western media at this point that like they're like, okay, but what about this show? This show doesn't have that. And it's like I've been told that enough times to where and been wrong enough times in letting my guard down, right? To the point where now I cannot enjoy any Western media because I actually live in a state of, I think anxiety is the wrong word because like I'm not a fucking triggered snowflake or anything. It's just like I don't let my walls down to like just enjoy the show because I'm in this position where I'm just like, where is it? When's it coming? You know what I mean? And so it's like I can't enjoy that show for what it is, like without having like in a way that I can with anime, right? Like when I watch anime, that still happens sometimes, but for the most part, when I see a show and it's like, this is overpowered MC slop, that's what I get. And when I see a show where it's like, RE, like I know that this is going to be a challenge of the concept of death and time travel, and that's what I get. Or I watch any number of shows. I don't feel this constant subversion. Even shows that have like political messaging to them, they don't feel like the political messaging is a way to weaken like my position as a white male, right? Like a show that is an example of a show that does like political messaging, I think somewhat poorly, but does it, but is popular, is like Attack on Titan, right? Like there's political messaging in that show.
Oh,
there's
right.
Like I don't think it's a good show in my opinion, right? But nevertheless, it doesn't feel like the show has a team of people trying to find out a way to like make me as a white man feel bad. You know what I mean? Like even if I disagree with the political themes of the show and I find some of it to be subversive, it doesn't feel like an attack. It just feels like a poorly done story structure with bad philosophy. And I'm like, okay, this one's not for me. Next. You know what I mean?
Yep.
All right. Well, I love. Thanks for coming on. We barely talked about the camera work, but it was a fun conversation.
Yeah. Well, the camera work is really we know why it happened.
Yeah. Send me that video though. I'd like to be more informed about it.
No problem.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. The Japanese voice in my ear is telling me battery low in a cute voice. So yes, another reason.
All right. Peace. Yeah, his mic was doing some wonky shit, but his conversations are always so interesting. So I was like, well, I'll figure out a way to toy with the volume. Has put out right now nearly all the AI stuff is total slop, but within the next 3 years, I predict someone with actual directing and screenwriting talent will make something better than anything in Hollywood. There is a tweet. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Was it Rhett Ramirez, maybe? No, that's not it. Oh my God. Oh my God. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Because it like perfectly encapsulates this. Tweet, expose, Rhett. Here it is, Rhett Reese. Why would you not just give me the fucking tweet, asshole? I'm looking. Yeah, here we go. Right, so Rhett Reese, I think, had the most sane take in all of Hollywood on AI. And this guy goes, if they had Nolan's talent, they wouldn't have an interest in this. And then he responded and said, Hollywood has long been a gatekeeper that keeps young/poor people away from creative levers. When a young person with no capital sets out to impress Hollywood, they will use tools like these. And young Chris Nolan's will be among them. And amazing stuff will result. Right, that's a writer, producer for fucking Deadpool and Wolverine, Zombieland, a bunch, Twisted Metal, a bunch of other shows. Right, and so he's 100% right. You know what I mean? Like this is a tool, and right now this tool is 20-second clips of slop, but you can already see that this is a tool that is being used in an art form, right? Like you're already starting to see like the comedy aspect, even like a year ago, of like people were using Sora videos with like stormtroopers to do like little daily confessional vlogs and shit, and I was just like, dude, there's something here. There's something here, and there's going to be some really cool shit that comes from this. And it's the bitching about it is like a painter bitching about the fact that people make paintings without making their own paint brushes or without mixing their own paint. Oh, you bought sky blue, you didn't mix the right elements of silver and white and, you know, royal blue to make sky blue. You're not a real artist. It's like, well, no, if someone already made the color I'm looking for, then I'm going to start with that color. It's no different than that. It's a tool. Ruh-roh. The YouTube thing sometimes crashes because it uses too much memory, and Brave doesn't like it. SAR beep bop. Oh, I appreciate that. A good half of internet traffic has to be maize and maize derivatives. Yeah, I don't fucking know. I read maize and all I can think of is corn. That's how dumb I am with AI stuff. I don't know anything about coding or AI. I wish I knew more, but I don't wish it deeply enough to research it to a degree to where I would actually know that much more. I researched the business side of it. Corn Hub? Oh, okay, all right. You were just like, I thought it was like some coder thing I didn't know about. It is corn. Okay, I was just like, what? Like, I'm just seeing corn. I get what you're saying. All I can think of now is that like old World of Warcraft shot video where it's like, the internet is for porn. So grab your dick and double click for porn. Biden and Trump playing D&D will be in art history books. I don't know about all that. Avenue Q musical song. All right, so I'm going to take a quick piss, and then we will head into the debate. Obviously, the debate will start off with, open panel and some bullshit before we get to the topic. So hopefully we get to the topic. If it waffles on, I'm going to be honest with you, boys, I've been playing a lot of World of Warcraft. So if it waffles on to some dumb shit, you might see me farming some primal manas in TBC whilst listening to them waffle the fuck on to have something in the background to play while people talk about dumb shit. I'm just letting you know, boys. We might get an ADHD TikTok brain rot stream where I'm farming some primal manas and listen and have the panel in the corner or some shit. But for right now, let's take a quick piss break. And where is it at? There it is. And we'll be right back. Dude, having a chef as a roommate is the coolest shit ever. Like I just walk out into the room and he's just like, you know, oh, okay. Let me just snag a snack real quick of this sous vide and seared fucking with a fucking red wine reduction sauce fucking slab of beef real quick. Oh, that's just in the living room. Let me just get a slice of that real quick. Oh, it's so fucking nice, boys. Piss is theft. Let me go to analytics. Let me go to viewer activity real quick. Let me see. Let's see. Shit. Mr. Sus did pay me $5. I was gonna say that you hadn't paid me any money. So like, what am I stealing? And then I saw that you were one of the super chats. So now I'm just, all right. Sorry, the piss is theft, I guess. The toilet, just like your mom, is my property, so we don't need to worry about consent. Test. Nope, not doing that. Not doing that, boys. Oh, let's not do that. Hold on. All right. Just bring this bad boy on up here. Oh, is there already one made for this? Okay, that one sucks. Sorry, I'm doing craziness. I was just making another scene real quick. That was a copy I could switch to if the shit rambled the hell on. I could just farm some primal manas in the background because I have a feeling we're gonna waffle around a little bit in the first hour or two, and it gets boring sometimes. So I'm gonna make a new scene where I can just throw these people in the side monitor and do some farming. Scott's tech boomer moment? No, it wasn't a tech boomer moment. I was just creating a new scene that I can switch to. So I can just switch to this. And then like in the bottom left will be the panel. And then in the main screen will just be me fucking on my feral druid killing a bunch of fucking randos for money. That was actually the exact opposite of tech boomer moment. That was me fucking doing some shit on the fly. We mute that garbage ass music, boys.
I can hear the music too.
I'm on time for the toxicity. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah, dude.
Just
If I do this, is it? Oh yeah, no, we don't want to do that. We don't want to do that.
You snowed in?
I have that fucking song stuck in my head now. The internet is for porn. For porn.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll go outside.
What is War Tales?
I think. Well,
Actually,
Oh, it's like a turn-based like Civ kind of situation.
This is Unit H-36, S-290 Skynet detected. Copy.
Why did it bring up Delta Force? War Tales. What the hell? All right, fuck that website link.
I got a brush, and it works really good for the beard. It's just like a...
I'm gonna write it down. Maybe I'll enjoy it. Maybe I'll wish list it.
Down here.
Okay, all right.
As soon as that music's gone, I'll fucking come back, boys. I don't play with that shit. Oh no, flyer in the Discord. I have to write a essay in my college English class about critical theory.
But nowadays, probably not.
It's co-op. The campaign map acts like more like Bannerlords. Oh, okay. Turn-based mercenary band game. Most recent DLC added lycanthropy. Ooh. I always liked lycanthropy more than vampirism.
Things have gotten more tolerant.
I've always just found lycanthropy to be more of like what I would want. Like when I'm up at 2 o'clock in the morning and you're like doing that nerdy thing where you're like, ooh, which one would I want to be? Right? It's like, dude, I don't want to say goodbye to sunsets forever. Now, I mean, obviously there's two forms of lycanthropy. The one that's an uncontrollable, full moon kind of situation, that sucks. Right? But if you can turn to and from wolf form like Underworld, bro, fuck being a vampire.
What is it? DNCE song? Cake by the Ocean?
Okay. Furry confirmed. Dude, I was born with 4 extra canines. 8 altogether that were longer than my other canines. And my parents got rid of it. Okay, here's soonness. Fuck you. My parents got rid of it for braces, and dude, I still don't forgive them. I had teeth that could get me any goth chick. All I needed was like just pull out my wisdom teeth, dude. Like there's plenty of room for them to like. I could have had any goth girl in the world by just having fucking real fangs, but no, they got rid of my real fangs so that my wisdom teeth could come in without me having to have my wisdom teeth pulled. And that was a fucking loss. Okay? Like, to this day, I'm like, this is some bullshit.
Yeah.
Do we still have this fucking music?
It's similar to debating.
Dude, just get rid of this garbage ass music.
No,
Still. Fabian Bourne is Sabretooth now, too, going on the lore page. Yeah, no, I had 4 extra canines. And all of my top front teeth and canines have 3 roots. Like, they don't have, like, 2 roots like normal teeth. They have, like, 3, like, molars. And my dentist was like, dude, can I keep your fucking teeth so that I have, like, something to submit? And I was like, yeah, I don't give a fuck. But he had to get my permission to, like, because you have to do, like, continuing, like, shit or whatever. And
Metallica's a little bit overrated, but they're good. Are
they still?
You can do it in combat at will, but it'll cause fear in all non-lycanthropes, including your party. I haven't gotten to the area to get lycanthropy, though. I refuse to do the werewolf start. Oh, okay, cool. It sounds like a cool game. I'll definitely have to check it out.
I'm pretty sure that's metal.
Music's still going.
There's kind of like an Armenian metal to it, but it's good.
Oh, an actual. I don't. I wrote it down. The link works fine, but like for some reason I don't use it. I only use it through the app. Right. I don't use it through like the direct link on the store or whatever. So I'll just search it up when I'm not on stream. You haven't played it much because you got it. I wanted to play it with friends. Oh, fair enough.
Put on any sort of front. Never happens in the.
Yeah, I don't know. Fuck it. We'll pull it up. We'll pull up the Steam thing real quick. Add it to my wish list so I don't forget. No, store. Search. Recent reviews mixed. I'll watch it. I'll stay alive. I'll watch it. Just don't fall to the worm. What does that even mean?
Actually,
yeah.
Go ahead. You first, do.
I haven't played it much since. Oh yeah. All right, let me actually put in Discord that I'm hopping on the panel now. Is that like a mechanic in the game? Like a giant worm comes after your ass or something? Like a sandworm? Like it's fucking Dune?
AI prompt. I can just. Anyway.
No, he's still got that music going. The worm is the evil entity bad werewolves will follow in the World of Darkness universe. I have no idea what's going on the panel. I just know that an AI song, Eminem, "The Way I Am" 1950s blues version was put into the chat. It's like, oh man, that's like so many different ways of copyright violation probably. Yeah, black spiral dancers and all that jazz. Fucking what?
It's fucking great.
Werewolf cosmology, Weaver, Wild, and Worm. You know, as much as I fucking absolutely hated, okay, not absolutely hated, but did not like Assassin's Creed Valhalla because it just became a chore instead of an actual video game. I did love the way they handled like the druids, where like they turned into werewolf monsters or whatever. But it was like very clear that the way that magic system worked is that they were just dosing the fuck out of you of hallucinogenics and crazy fucked up outfits. So like if you stood in the poison, you would like they would turn into werewolves or whatever. But if you got out of the poison, they were just like crazy fucking dudes and, you know, wearing bone masks and crazy outfits and shit. And so it's like it was actually like, of all the critiques I could have of that game, that one wouldn't be it. Like that was actually a really interesting way to bring magic and reality and kind of combine them together in a fantastical way for a video game that like prides itself on being loosely aligned with history.
A long time ago, Scott.
Bro, that music is
or a few
still
weeks ago,
happening.
Scott like sent me the.
He's talking about me. I'm not. I put in like. I'm not listening to that garbage ass music in the background. Also, being a Metis entails some disadvantage. Okay, I don't understand the game very well. Never finished Valhalla. Same. Like I played Valhalla, and I'm like one of those people that likes 100% everything, and it was horrible. I got like halfway through the game, and it was literally just like. I was now at a point where my build was done, other than like a few pieces of like better gear I could get. And like, it was just go here, check all the boxes, get all the things off the mini map, go here, check all the boxes, get all the things off the mini map. And it was like, and then I'd level up and I'd be like, I don't know, pick something for me. I already have everything I fucking need. It was like way too much, and it was very poorly done. Like it was like, we need a giant open world, so we'll just carbon copy the world 100 times over with like a different looking map slightly, and it was just like it was very poorly done. But like I said, the like expansion pack with like the druids in Ireland, the way they handled that was really cool. A were-rat or a were-spider? Ooh, man, I guess I'd choose were-rat over were-spider. I don't want the thing going on. Like the mandibles and creepy legs and fucking pus sack.
Immediately, right? And for free. And so it's amazing.
All right, well, they still have that music going on. Dude, it is crazy that we're just like I'm not going to be a part of this panel's music, dude. It's the default music. So not only is it bad music, it's music I've heard like a billion fucking times on like so many different people's StreamYards. The Windrose demo? Dude, did you guys hear the fucking... Have you guys been following the new CEO of gaming at Microsoft? Bro, we're so fucking cooked. We're so cooked. It's fucking... It's like some Indian fucking Nepo girl. I don't know if it's Indian nepotism or if she just sucked dick to get the job. Or if Microsoft is just retarded and decided to hire the chick who's only ever been in charge of like... DoorDash stuff or something, like DoorDash AI stuff, and has never worked in the video game industry in any way, shape, or form. She's only ever worked with like AI and stuff, and now she's gonna just work for just be in charge of all gaming at Microsoft. And They created a game profile for her, and it's so obvious that they just have other people playing games for her so that she can lie about being a gamer. Like, they created a fucking account where their very first achievement was January 16th. Like, they just have random people playing games on her account and getting achievements so they can be like, see, she's a gamer. And she's very clearly not a gamer, doesn't like video games, has no experience with video games at all, but is just in charge of all gaming decisions at Microsoft now. So good luck with the Halo franchise. Good luck with all those studios you bought. Good luck with, Blizzard Entertainment. She's the boss of World of Warcraft, Blizzard Entertainment, Overwatch, in charge of, I think Call of Duty is under Microsoft to some extent. Like, all of this shit. Just female Indian that worked on AI. Check all the boxes. It's so dumb. Let me check to see if this music's still going.
Right? I don't care. I'm interested in seeing the pros
music's
play,
still going.
even if they are.
I think it's kind of funny that I'm just like, audio gone? Dude, I've muted it. It's got that garbage ass fucking default StreamYards music. I'm not fucking hanging out. I'll hang out on this panel and just I'll hang out on this panel and just talk about random fucking, I have a whole folder of shit we can look at. I'll just have the panel on in the background. We can only hear you, I guess. Yeah, I have muted it. I'm not listen to this shit. It's that default fucking music.
Like in the test of skill. And so now you have one.
Boom, boom, ba-dum. Boom, boom, ba-dum. And it just repeats over and over and over again on a 20-second loop, and it's bad. Dude, I've got shit I can talk. I'll do a whole fuck England segment. You guys want to do a fuck England segment while we wait for this shit? Nah, that video's too long. I don't want to get too into it. Just in case he actually does stop the music. Dude, it's that bad. It's super annoying. And it's the default StreamYards music. So I've heard the song when I was setting up StreamYards, and every person that just sets up StreamYards for the first time plays that music. It's it's not like it's a novel song on a 20-second loop. It's a song I've heard 1 billion times on a 20-second loop. Doobie just said in the group chat, honestly, maybe we should let the Christian nationalists take over. That's wild. Dude. Dude, I literally said I was going to play video games if this continued this way. So, we might just have to play video games. All right, boys, hold on. If it's gonna be like this. Let's unmute. Let's see.
Enough good visuals, right?
Nope. Still fucking going. Do where is it? Gaming? We're gaming? Are we gaming, boys? Yeah, I'm just gonna play I'm just gonna fucking farm on my feral druid, boys. Why not at this point? Oh, fuck. Warcraft logs. I don't need to log anything. I don't need another program in the background running. Scott's going full. Dude, if you're going to have this garbage ass music in the background, we're going to farm, boys. And besides, it's not full blown Destiny because am I the only one who can't hear the music? No, I've muted the music because the music is so goddamn bad. Hold on, side monitor should be There we go. Let's unmute.
People will love that.
I'm sure there's an audience for it.
Well,
for sure.
well,
There you go.
they'd want to sing along.
The music's
to
back.
The song. That's the only issue with like.
If you're like
new
at a rave or
releases.
something, no, I don't think so. I think that's the kind of crowd I'm talking.
That same looped ass, stupid ass music. I got fuck England shit. I just don't want to. I don't want it to. I don't want. One of the things I want to do is like a 3.5 minute video, and it'll be like a fucking. It'll be like a 10-minute fucking thing. All right, I just gotta make sure my chat is covered, so that nobody says anything. All right, hold on. Let me make sure there's sound. All right, now let's make this shit quiet. Go to audio. There we go. All right, let's see if this music is still playing.
So,
Music is
like,
still
again,
fucking
having listened
playing.
to
This
the song that
garbage ass
Diddy,
music.
sent to us, right? Like, and I'm interested in it. But again, this idea that
you say imagine rating with Epstein is fucking wild. But I think people figured out that the Epstein thing is actually like it appears to be that the Epstein situation is based around the fact that he might have been money laundering through like gold sellers. Like it might not even be that like the Epstein situation was like he's just a gamer that wanted to play, but it might have just been another fucking like crazy grift of his, which if true is fucking wild.
I like it, right? And if you have a human reaction from it,
Dude, the music is still happening. Like I feel like he's holding out on spite, and it's kind of funny. Like it don't mind me none. Oh, that's fucking hilarious. Let's get some fishing done, boys. We'll get some fishing done. You know, I need to get some agility food. Like, let's go. All right, let's unmute.
You know, with streaming and all that stuff, but like actually
24 minutes of a
one of the
20
content creators that I watch that are also like
24 minutes of a fucking 20-second loop of garbage default basically AI music. Like, can you blame me for like switching gaming, boys? Also, I want to point out somebody said that I'm turning into Destiny. Destiny plays Factorio and he does it in the background, and I don't even think he plays the game at this point. I think he actually just has Factorio running in the background to make it appear that he's this mental badass that's like walking circles around people and simultaneously like also playing a complex game. Like, dude's like, it's literally just like it's all ego shit for him. We see your dashboard? What do you mean by my dashboard? Let's unmute.
Opportunity for you, unless like I don't know, you do something really amazing.
Well, there's jam bands and indie bands,
bro. It was a joke. Don't take it literally, dude. I don't give a fuck. I mean, just because it's you. Hold on. Just because I treat it like I'm taking something literally, doesn't necessarily mean I'm taking your joke literally. It means that I'm clarifying for the audience so that you don't poison the well for the dumbasses who do take it literally. You know what I mean? Like sometimes I get that you're joking, but I don't know that the whole audience gets that you're joking. So then I shit on it while taking it somewhat literally to showcase that. Anyone else having a last stream? What do you mean by I'm lagging? Is it a bad lag? WoW is causing the stream to stutter? Really? There's no lag on my end. Hold on, let me check the YouTube thing. Says, Stream health is healthy. Everything looks healthy. It's good now? Well, hold on, what happens when I click into the game? Does it get laggy again when like I click into the game? Maybe it's because hold on. Maybe I need to go to graphics. And, cut on VSync. I'm gonna cut on VSync just to be safe. Maybe I was getting like maximizing the FPS or whatever. And we'll do target FPS. We'll just set the target FPS at 60. So it's not going to like 130 FPS or something. And that's like because I'm capturing at 60 frames per second. Oh, so it might have just been like a weird loading thing with all my add-ons. Okay, like that's fine. All right, let's see if the music's still going.
Same thing with this is kind of an unpopular take. Kind of the same thing with Guns N' Roses. They only have like 1 or 2
it's
songs. I think.
Still going. That 20-second loop music. That's hilarious. I will do this in protest the whole time. I'll just sit and play WoW and meme on the fact that this fucking music is garbage, boys. I think it's kind of funny. I'll bite the bullet when the topic starts. You know what I mean? Like if they start talking about the actual topic, I'll just listen to the shitty music. Cuz I'm prepared to talk about the topic. I didn't hear the music, bro. It's
this whole like, oh, they're coming for my job. Well, no, just outcompete the AI if you can. Put out better music, put out more music. But these people don't put out music because they get to a level of success and then they stop. Like Rihanna's never putting out music again. All right, she's a billionaire off the.
I know you hear that fucking over and over and over again. 20-second, maybe it's like 30 seconds loop of music, but I'm not listening to the default StreamYard's music on loop all fucking night. Like it's not happening. I mean, it's quiet and it's in the background to a certain degree, right? So like I like when someone's talking loudly, the music kind of seems to disappear for a second. But you have headphones on and you hear it. Yeah, if you have it quiet, then you won't really hear it that well. But I hear that shit, and it is fucking annoying.
Tour, that makes sense. In 2025, Cowboy Carter tour and her extensive music catalog and business ventures. Yeah.
Bro, off of music is crazy.
Crazy. I'll tell you what's crazy. What's crazy is that fucking music on repeat. You guys listen to some World of Warcraft music from back in the day. Back when they gave a fuck about this game. You're just old so you don't hear shit? I'm sorry, man. That's rough. We're just fishing, boys. We're just fishing. I'll let you have that fishing pool, brother. If I wasn't trying to stream and get on a debate, I'd fucking fight that boy for it. But, you know. The concerts were worth it. Dude, I kind of feel the same way. Like, I don't know. Being able to shut out everyone in high school with, like, my metal music so that I don't have to deal with their bullshit kind of also feels worth it. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, oh no, I have hearing damage, but also I didn't go insane and become like a school shooter or something. Because, like, who knows what would have happened to me?
Well, he used to be a heroin addict, so
Well, he also acts like one too.
He said a few things I agree with, so I'm not gonna shit on the guy.
Sleep Token is a popular rock band in 2026. This feels like AI written, and I have no clue who's in the band. Simple Man is the best song by Leonard Skinner. what is this fucking AI slop advertisement? Yo, Sleep Token paid $5 for that. For sure, that's a fucking AI bot fucking working for Sleep Token or whatever company does that. I got tinnitus from screaming at demons in the shower, so I'm always annoyed by sound. You know how, like, every now and then, you know, like, anybody here come from, like, an abusive household? And then because you come from an abusive household, you, like, say some shit thinking it's not that big a deal or it's fairly normal. And then after you're done saying the shit, somebody else speaks and is like, hey, man, are you okay? That's how I feel about that. Like when I'm like, yeah, one time my mom beat me because I was eating my Cheerios too slowly. And they're like, hey man, are you okay? And I'm like, yeah, that's my childhood. What are you talking about? Is this Nagrand? Yeah, I'm fishing in Nagrand right now, waiting for this fucking garbage music to end.
Started. Let's assemble.
But nope, it's still here.
And jump into it. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, Corey. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to take off the music. I do apologize.
My broken heart.
All right. So let's get ourselves all together.
Yeah, I just hopped in. Are we finally done? Are we done?
No, we're not.
We're done with that fucking music?
No, it's back. It's
all
back.
Right, cool. I'm going back on mute. Let me know when you guys are. Let me guys know when you're not trying to ear rape
like
me.
Super blown out. Just so you know.
Your gain
is super.
Your gain's a bit high.
Like the gain is like super high.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, how about now?
A little better, but
how about now? How about now? Is this better?
It's better. It's definitely better.
I don't need. Is it better? Is it still peaking and like a problem?
It's peaking a little bit, but it's very little.
Decrease by 10 to 20%.
Okay. How about now? Is it better now? Is it good now?
Still about the same as
it volume wise. It's better. It still sounds a bit distorted though.
Okay. How about now? Is this better? Is this less peaking, less crunching?
A lot better.
Okay. Yeah. I was just trying to find the sweet spot for you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That sounds good now.
Cool. All right. Now we can do something about the person behind the mic right there. Then it'll be perfect.
He's peaking a little bit.
Sorry, man. All I do is catch W's and peak constantly, bro. There is no down from here. There's no up because I'm already the best there can be.
Glad to have you. All right, fellas. We're gonna get started. Excited to have you all. It's been a while since the crew has been assembled. All right. We're gonna. Well, I guess just before I jump into it, I'll say, hey guys, if you enjoyed the previous conversation, the amazing conversation, so unique, and that'll happen again, right? And woe be anyone who missed that conversation, all the craziness that happened there, right? If you enjoyed that, consider supporting the channel. Subs to the channel, keep bits or give subs. If you're on Twitch, on YouTube, consider using a super chat. We'll put your super chat on screen. We'll have a discussion about it, right? You can tell Corey if you know who Sleep Token is. Again,
true, yes. Send all the money, all the donations.
I'm sure they're great. I'm sure they're great. I don't know. But consider supporting the channel any way you can. If you want Kick, follow the channel. We still need people to follow the channel on Kick. That'd be quite useful if you did. All right, let's get started. All right. Tensions are flaring up between the U.S. Department of War and the AI company Anthropic. Anthropic, who owns the Claude AI model, partnered with Peter Thiel's Palantir to provide the U.S. military with operational support. Though at the same time, Anthropic has maintained that its systems will not be used for either domestic surveillance or autonomous killing machines. When a report came out which stated that Claude was used and the Maduro kidnapping raid, an Anthropic senior executive pushed back against Palantir and the U.S. military. Information is scarce, but it does show a conflict between the two. All of this comes after War Secretary Pete Hegseth released a memo saying that the military's acceptable use policy should override any AI corporate policies so that the full capabilities of these systems can be unleashed. Do you think that the U.S. military should be using AI in any capacity? Do you think, more specifically, that the U.S. and other governments should be using AI during lethal operations? Should there be any restrictions on this use? Or should national security surpass all concerns? Yeah. So it's pretty straightforward. It was an interesting report. Like I said, like it's like unclear. Everyone's denying everything, right? There, people on background are saying that this interaction happened. And like they don't deny that they were talking to each other and that there was an exchange, but that whether it was it was aggressive or anything like that, that there's a problem in the relationship, they won't tell us. And of course, they won't comment on any sensitive military operation, confidential or otherwise, blah, 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 that type of stuff, right? So what exactly was said, we can't be sure. But there does seem to be some sort of delta between like what Anthropic says its AI will be used for, right? And what the military, specifically Pete Hegseth, wants to use it for. He seems to be very clear. I want to use it for everything. I want to go all out, right? And I mean, he's the Secretary of War, right? I don't know. That kind of makes sense. He would want to do that, right? And Anthropic wants that military money because those military contracts are huge. We all know that, right? But now you're saying, oh, I wouldn't want my AI for killing, right? Well, that'd be beyond me. Why would we want to do that? We just want to sell a powerful military, a powerful application with military, a powerful computer with military applications to the U.S., right? But of course, killing. Well, of course not. Why would it? Well, of course, we wouldn't do that. So anyway, right? I want to discuss like how far we should push this, right? And of course, in the context of a global war, because another part of this is that China is going to keep doing whatever, right? And like, can DeepSeek say no to China, right? So should that affect our policy making, or maybe not? So anyway, we'll go down the line. We'll start with our good friend Lactoid.
The last thing you said there is basically my point, which is I don't really like the idea of killbots, but if every other nation is going to be pursuing this method of developing kill machines, where you're just having AI make the undodgeable rocket, then yeah, in order to keep up, you have to match that, right? Because if you don't, then our military becomes useless. So it's an unfortunate reality, as is the case with all arms races. Ultimately, it's an unfortunate reality, but I do agree that it makes perfect sense and unfortunately should be the case that the U.S. military integrates AI with its functioning.
Okay, absolutely. All right, our friend Scott, happy to have you back, buddy.
Yeah,
Hope
dude.
you're doing well.
I'm doing all right. Family stuff taken care of. Health stuff mostly taken care of. My unending rage and hatred of the state will never be taken care of, and that is just the way I like it.
Well, not with that attitude, but go on.
Yeah, so first and foremost, let me say that if all of the reports on what has transpired are to be considered true, then Pete Hegseth does not deserve to keep his skin. He should be flayed alive publicly in front of the entire United States population and then tarred and feathered while he no longer has his skin. That would be the most moral recourse for what he is doing currently. What Pete Hegseth is doing is essentially Darth Vader to Lando Calrissian saying, I have altered the deal. Pray I do not alter it any further. It is important to note that the company Anthropic is so just a couple of things, right? They were the first person to be integrated within military technology of their AI systems because they were ahead of the other companies. They were ahead of XAI, they were ahead of Google, and they were ahead of OpenAI in terms of those capacities. They signed a $200 million contract with the with the Department of Defense, or the Department of War, as Trump likes to call it, because wouldn't be a good president unless he gave a little wink, wink, nudge, nudge to the actual fascists. And so with that contract, Anthropic has 2 red lines. They say, we will not cross these red lines. This is part of our contract. Those 2 red lines are, our AI will not be used for mass surveillance of U.S. citizens, which is obviously a violation of our constitutional rights if you believe in that, or just a violation of human liberty in general to give a government unchecked control of mass surveillance of the people. So that shouldn't be a problem, right? That should be a moot point, right? If their red line is you have to follow the Constitution, then why would the government give a fuck about that? Because obviously they'd be following the Constitution, and they shouldn't be in jail for anything wrong they've done. The second thing they've done is people are misunderstanding this. They never said that you can't have killing machines that identify people with their AI and then shoot those people. They said that those killing machines had to be subject to human approval, which is to say that those machines couldn't indiscriminately fire on people without the military having at least a human being confirm that it's okay to kill that person. And they're even somewhat willing to work with a list of targets, and that if the AI identifies that target, the pre-approval of that target list would be fine being considered. So what Pete Hegseth is saying, using the own logic of the government saying, if you have nothing to hide, why don't you let me go in your car? Why don't you let me search your house? Is we intend to violate everyone's constitutional rights and mass surveil people with the usage of AI, or we intend to use murder death robots that will have 0 human approval, and that we're just going to indiscriminately murder random people without a human being ever checking whether or not that person is actually a military target or anything. He then comes out later when he gets a hint of pushback from a private corporation that had a contract. He says, you know what? In 180 days, we're getting rid of anything in the contract that says that we use it any way other than we want to use it. Which is to say, I have altered the deal, pray I do not alter it any further. They are stealing private property so that they can make indiscriminate murder death robots without human approval, or so that they can mass surveil the entirety of American citizens, or they plan on being able to do that in the future, so they want to get ahead of it so that they can fuck over everybody. So if that is the case, now that other companies such as XAI has a $200 million, they all have $200 million contracts. Google, XAI, and Sora now all have that, and they can compete. So now they want to alter the contract because there's only one company that cares about whether or not the United States follows the Constitution or doesn't make unchecked human death killing robots where there's no human approval. By that nature, Pete Hegseth and everyone involved, if this is what's actually going on and this isn't just a bunch of lies, does not deserve their skin. They should be brought before everyone. They should be flayed alive. They should be tarred and feathered, and then after they've been tortured publicly, they should be executed. Fuck these goddamn monsters, and fuck anybody that supports these monsters with some bullshit. Well, China might make the murder death robots, so our murder death robots don't need human approval. We should just indiscriminately kill people as if bombing weddings wasn't bad enough. Fuck anybody that supports this. And in case I wasn't clear enough, let me finish. Fuck you, Lactoid, you piece of human garbage, unless you weren't actually aware of what was going on. If you weren't aware of the details, I'll forgive it, right? If you weren't aware that like those specific things were in there, but if you actually unironically support that, you're a horrible fucking human being.
I'll respond in the open.
All right. Well, it looks like our friend Scott's still recovering, not up to 100% yet, right?
Oh no, I'm back and I'm fucking fired up to hate the state. I got rest, okay? I got rest and I'm recharged.
Well, Star Wars references are always welcome here. So shout out to you for that. Let's go to our good friend Corey.
Okay. Well, tough act to follow, but I think you do have to extend a little bit of grace to Lactoid since he is a socialist. But so I disavow and do not approve of about the sentiment about what should be done to Pete Hegseth, okay, and others that support him. But I do overall all agree with the overall sentiment that Scott passionately described, where in this particular instance, I don't appear to be. I'm not a fan of the government attempt to either coerce or outright try to pretty much enforce this AI company to do its bidding. And I would say, if the military wants to use AI for whatever purpose that is, I see no reason why they couldn't just develop their own. At one point, there was a nuclear weapons program. I would assume there's resources there to develop their own AI and infrastructure. And maybe if you want to use that, then develop it. And pretty much coercing or strong arming companies to do your bidding. In this particular instance, I'm not a fan of. And I'll leave it there for now because I think, Scott was passionate enough for me.
Always. Let's go to our good friend, our cousin Ali.
Man, I agree with Scott about everything, but unfortunately, I think
everything.
Especially the Hegseth. I hate that fucking guy, but we hate him for different reasons. But it's okay. We can unite. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. So Scott, I'm with you on this. It's just Lactoid does just have a point. If unfortunately, I do live in this country, and if the other countries are going to make the murder bots and they're going to use the AI to track, well, I mean, we can't just be the ones who don't do that. So I don't know, should the military be using it? Nah, altruistically, nobly, no, they shouldn't. But if the other countries are going to use it, we kind of have to defend our, defend this land, unless you want to have the AI wars and we have the weakest one. That's not really going to work out.
Thank you so much. And last but not least, our good friend Doobie. Happy to have you.
Hi. I also agree with everything Scott said, especially the fuck Lactoid stuff. This reminds me of I understand that we've really been pumped with the we should be afraid of China thing since we were children, and I get that. China and Russia, very
and Cuba.
Scary. And Cuba, also Cuba,
and
very
Iran.
Scary. Yeah, them too. But this whole
North
thing
Korea, a
reminds
little
me
bit.
of well, they might get a nuclear weapon or something and kill us for some reason. Because of course, that's exactly what they would do if they got a nuclear missile that could reach us. They would just shoot it the same day. Of course, that's what they want. That would be healthy for them. But this whole thing reminds me of the setup to a Terminator. You know how there's an AI arms race, and that AI arms race because the whole planet, all these nations are competing. They're afraid of each other. So the technology gets more and more advanced very, very quickly, and it inevitably leads to, the world war destruction of the planet. I feel like that's the path we're on right now. I feel like we need to get off it because, it just seems like that is the natural consequence of this mindset, right? If they're going to do it, well, we need to do it. And then the next guy, okay, well, they're doing it, so I got to do it. And it just continues and continues. And before then, we have thousands of nuclear weapons all over the fucking planet. And, we need to watch all of them. It's the same kind of the same kind of arms race is happening right now. So, yeah, I think we need to stop it. I also agree that Hegseth should be crucified legally.
What is stopping it? What is stopping it?
We need
how do you stop it?
I think we need these private companies are developed for whatever reason. The government is not developing the stuff themselves, or maybe they are, but maybe it's not good enough to use yet. So they're relying on private companies. I think these companies need to have a firm line on, hey, you cannot cross this line. And if you cross this line, there needs to be fucking hardcore consequences. But we know the government's full of liars. They're going to do it anyway.
Yeah.
I don't know how the fuck you
isn't the idea then if they don't follow the lines here, well, Russia won't have those lines, or China won't have those lines. Not in a fear tactic. Maybe,
I think this is one of these things that needs an international agreement, sort of like we had with the with nuclear weapons. Some kind of international agreement
that multiple countries, well, not multiple countries, but a bunch of countries have not worked with that agreement.
Come together and say, hey, we are all developing AI. This is the line we cannot cross, and I think we need to do something like that.
Dario wants that. Dario wants that line, and that's what the Trump administration is fighting against. Is fighting against any sensible control of AI just going completely out of control.
And Dario is the CEO of Anthropic, in case you don't know.
Sure. Sorry. Yeah.
So this is my problem, and like I said very clearly, do I like arms races? I don't. I'm sure I would have been equally as upset when I found out that they were using planes to drop bombs on civilians, or people. Like, that sucks. But if we didn't bomb the enemy, we would have lost to Japan. We would have lost to Germany. And you guys who disagree with me can sit there on your shining hill and you can act how smug, the smug you want to be and how right you are in that, hey, you're not supporting the bad thing. And then the bad guys who are communists in this, the worst of the worst, show up and they say, okay, well, thank you so much for not going to the dark side and developing on these weapons. It really was helpful to us now that we occupy your land and are surveilling your people and are controlling your economy and owning you. That's my fear. And I think that it's a real fear if we're talking about the development of AI in programs. I'm not fully educated on what's going on with the specifics with Pete Hegseth and Claude. I don't think anybody knows all the details behind the scenes.
Mm-hmm.
But my understanding of this is that the threat from the Department of War is you either let us, and I think the big thing here, I actually fully agree that the demand should not be being made in regards to mass surveillance. That part's fucked. But when it comes to using AI weapon systems, autonomous killing weapon systems, the Department of War is saying, hey, unless you change that term, we're not going to do business with you. We're going to, we're pulling out. We're going to go with somebody else. We're going to go with a different AI company. I don't have a problem with that. If it is needed to have a more efficient weapon, if we agree that that's needed for national security, and we agree that the military, being a government agency, has a responsibility to act efficiently, and it's paying for all these contracts with stolen money anyway, do I think that they have an obligation to do it efficiently? I do. If Claude is not efficient at developing the best weapon, why should our tax dollars continue to go to pay for something that is not maximally fulfilling the purpose of the agency, which is to be a fucking
murder
badass
people
and kick ass.
without
To
human
do
review.
war.
Sure. Murder. All war is murder.
There's three problems here. First and foremost, you set up a false equivalency in order to, secondly, fearmonger, right? So there is absolutely a false equivalency between humans dropping bombs via technology in war, where there is obviously human review because there is the pilot who's a human that drops the bomb. There is his chain of command, right, that is giving the order for the mission to occur, et cetera, versus, and this is the key distinction, is that Anthropic, right, which most people probably know as Claude AI as their major product, Anthropic's hard line is not that a machine is capable of targeting humans and pulling the trigger. Their red line that they agreed to previously when given a government contract, of which now Pete Hegseth is saying, if you don't undo that part of your contract, not only are we going to cancel your contract, but anything that receives any government funding, no one will be legally allowed to use any form of your product, which is the way that we treat Huawei, right? We treat our foreign adversaries. You will be treated as a foreign adversary as a company unless you give us the go-ahead to create autonomous murder death bots that have zero human review. That is a complete false equivalency to a human dropping a bomb. I agree with you that war is fucked. I agree with you that this is, obviously we're going to have disagreements as well on whether or not taxation ought to be used to fund military systems, right? But I'm working within the internal critique of the neoliberal model, and Anthropic, they are neoliberals. Okay, they are neoliberals. They are liberals that say, I want to work with the military. I'm okay with taxation. I'm okay with a war death machine, but civil liberties must be protected. and constitutional rights must be protected. And Pete Hegseth is saying, fuck the Constitution and fuck human rights. We are the new fascist regime. We are the Secretary of War. We kill what we want to kill when we want to kill it. And lastly, I disagree with you.
That?
No, I'm just breaking down all of the things you said that I disagree with in your statement. You obviously can address all the things that you disagree with in my rebuttal. And lastly, the third thing, which is, no, I do not agree that we need autonomous killing machines in order to be able to compete with the likes of China or other things. We have seen the military develop defensive technology such as the Thor system, such as mobile defense systems that can target both wide range drone swarms as well as individual drones with EMP attacks. Like, there's all kinds of defensive technology that can take out this form of weaponry, and there's no evidence to suggest that in order to effectively fight our adversaries, we need autonomous murder death robots without human review. That is not a necessary means to fight war in any way, shape, or form.
Okay. So as of the first thing, I disagree that it's a false equivalency. You're saying, hey, when it comes to humans dropping bombs, this is different because you have a human pilot who's accountable. When it comes to dropping the bombs, there's a chain of command. And that's not the same when it comes to autonomous murder death robots. However, the reason why we have a problem with autonomous murder death robots is because the actual death is occurring with less human interaction, with less human review, because somebody's ordering the autonomous death robots to go into an area to begin with, in the same way that somebody is ordering the dropping of a bomb into an area. Bombs cause collateral damage. Just look at Gaza. Bombs cause collateral damage. They are much more capable of causing collateral damage than stabbing someone with a bayonet. A bayonet is the perfect example of immediate human action, of immediate human responsibility. You are poking one person. The decision, you're not stabbing, unless you're actively stabbing civilians. You are poking somebody, direct human responsibility right there. If you are flying over somebody and dropping a bomb, there is probably most, in some cases, of the damages that you're doing and the deaths and the lives that you're taking are unrelated to your target. So I actually think the two are very comparable. And the only reason,
lie,
unfortunately,
right? You're lying, right? Because that's
I'm not lying. I think it's
attacking
1-to-1.
You're attacking a moral position that you perceive me to have, which I correctly do have, but you're not attacking the actual claim, which is what is Anthropic okay with? Anthropic's red line is not.
No, we're going one by one.
That AI is not that AI systems. No, don't tell me to stop because I'm cooking your ass. You're running
my
away
ass right now.
You are running away from the fact that Anthropic is a neoliberal
I have it written down.
That is that is willing to work with military defense systems and is willing to have killing machine death robots. Their only red line is that it has to have human review. Now, I'm against the killing machine death robots in general, but that's not what you're arguing against.
No. Right now, I am arguing against that because you started off by making multiple claims.
But I said the false equivalency.
You started off.
So you're not addressing.
I'm directly addressing it. I'm saying that it's not a false equivalency. I'm saying because you criticize my use of bombs, planes flying overhead and dropping bombs. No,
it is a false equivalency by using a red herring.
Stop. No,
that is not Anthropic's position.
I'm not.
Don't lie. That is not their position.
Let Claude get his point out, please.
Absolute monkey. So I literally have it written down.
Because I'm part black, I'm a monkey.
Are we going to start using? Nope. No, he just calls people when he disagrees with monkey. Apparently,
Ollie, this was happening. I can't even call this guy a monkey now.
Yeah, you're going to start using it now. We get it.
Anyway, so I have it written down that you're talking about, Anthropic's philosophy when it comes to war and their red lines. What I'm criticizing, I'm saying that the red lines being set don't actually have. You could argue there's like a heuristic principle, which is that the autonomous death associated with autonomous killing machines is like so far removed from human input that it crosses some line for Anthropic in which they say, okay, that's too far. But my problem with this is I don't think they have any empirics to really go off of, unless they're also critical of things like large bombs that are or rockets that are fired into areas that cause mass casualty events that oftentimes don't include the target. I think it is absolutely a very fair comparison to say that when technology advances, sometimes the technology advances to remove human input from the actual target. Carpet bombing is one of them. Any kind of bombing is one of them. Autonomous killing machines are one of them. Whenever you move away from a sword, like with a gun, you can miss somebody with a gun. Like the further you go down in terms of lethality of any kind of killing machine, until we get to the point of like pinpoint laser zapping, you're gonna risk collateral damage to people that you maybe didn't intend to kill. And that's the only rational idea I can think about when it comes to why somebody might have a problem with this autonomous killing machine, killing somebody who you don't intend to kill.
So, but here's, I see your argument. It is fair to say, right, that indiscriminate bombing even is bad, but even targeted bombing is going to lead to collateral damage. They're unintended targets, right? I think the real crux here is that they set a red line in their contract, okay? And their red line in their contract as a private entity says that we do not want autonomous weapon targeting systems without human review, right? A human has to say, bomb this area. A human has to say, shoot these targets, as opposed to a system that just automatically uses AI to determine whether or not something is a threat and then pulls the trigger with zero human input. I think there is a difference between a human being responsible for saying, we're going to bomb this facility, and if it turns out to be the wrong choice, a human being pays the price for the decision that they made, versus a system that is an AI system that is accountable to no one other than the code. Okay, and that is their red line that they set, that the government agreed to when they did their contract. And now that they're daring to ask the state questions about how their AI was used, the state says, we're changing your contract, and if you don't let us do whatever we want to do, we will treat you like an adversarial company against the United States, and we will treat you the same way we treat Chinese companies, as an enemy within, and we will attempt to harm your business as we prop up and support other businesses that are failing, like OpenAI should have already collapsed because their deliverables versus how much investment they've gotten is the worst ratio in all of human history. No other company in all of human history has gained as much money as them and given nothing in return for it. So they're setting up a socialist system where they're going to prefer the companies that will go along with whatever murderous regime tactics they want, and the ones that dare question them, they will treat as an enemy within, and they're going to violate their contract. How can you even call yourself something close to a libertarian and agree with this policy?
I'll I'm on Lactoid, but then I do want to get Corey in after that.
Sure. So it seems like there's two different parts of the argument, and there's the one part which is Anthropic's logic sound, and then there's another part which is, what about the legitimacy of the contract and how the government deals with different companies. So addressing the first part, once again, and any company can, they can say whatever, set whatever red lines they want. I suppose they can say whatever they want. I'm just not convinced that agreeing that all development of weapons is scary to some extent. I agree with that. But I'm not convinced at this point that there really is a huge difference between somebody pressing the button that sends the drone out, that using an AI code determines the factory and bombs it, that there's really that much of a difference between that and me pressing the button, dropping the bomb that lands in the factory and blows it up. It could be that the AI is actually better at identifying targets and minimizing casualties than the human being is. That's possible.
Let's agree to disagree on that point, right? Let's just agree. Let's just agree that your opinion is potentially valid and my opinion is potentially valid. That this is an issue. Why?
Then there's the second part.
At the very least, could you not? Right. At the very least, could you not say that there's something deeply disturbing with saying we're going to change your contract or else, and the or else is we're going to punish you and treat you the same way we treat Huawei or Chinese companies because you have a difference in philosophy in how we deal with military weapons, as opposed to simply just saying, look, we have a different philosophy on this. We're going to do something. We're going to go with these other people in the production of our weapons systems. it was great while it worked out, but it's not working out now because there's a conflict of interest, and you're selling us a service, and this service comes with, you know, with things that we can't abide by because it makes our military less effective in what it is that we need to do. Go do your own thing, as opposed to saying any government agency or any agency that receives government funding must ban all uses of Claude AI, and we can't have them anywhere because they're some type of security risk, when they're obviously not a security risk. They're people that care, the only company that cares about American civil liberties and human rights. Is that not a supreme issue?
Sort of, but there's some nuance here. So just maybe you can help correct me on something that I'm reading right here. My understanding is that if they're deemed a supply chain risk, it does void their contracts, but it doesn't prevent them from working with any other company that gets government money. It simply prevents companies that work with the Pentagon from using Claude in the workflows that they're providing to the Pentagon. So if, for example, they're deemed this, they get this designation, then if Claude does a deal with like OpenAI and sells OpenAI their specific AI for the whatever task the government wants OpenAI to do, that's a no-no, right? The Pentagon's not going to accept that. And that this is restricted to just the Pentagon, and it's specifically restricted to just any programs that Claude had a hand in when they sold it to whatever company's working with the Pentagon. So it's much more narrow than I think that you were letting on, right? If it and this is from Axios, at least. Maybe I'm wrong, but assuming that Axios is correct, I think it's much more narrow than
because I read other things suggesting that any government institution can't use.
Why you guys
their
work on that with
services.
our friend Corey?
Yeah, I just real quick. I just posted that, and so let's assume this is true for a second. So it's much more narrow. I would agree that it would be really heavy-handed to say you can't work with any company that gets any kind of government money. To me, that would seem much more of a bludgeon. But as long as it's very directly related to the Pentagon, and it's an industry that is very critical to national security, which I think things like AI, weaponized AI, rocketry, for example, some like nuclear facilities, for example. I think that I think it's okay for these specific industries that the government does have a lot of say of who it does business with, and puts limitations on that technology and what those companies can do with that technology. I don't want nuclear power plants to just be able to deal with anybody who they so choose.
Right.
Okay,
So,
Corey, we got to
that's not even what the article says, right? It's any company.
Okay, we got to Corey.
I should be quick, so you can get back to it with Lactoid. But I do want to address one of the original points that Lactoid made, and I think even Ollie agreed with. I like this concept of like, well, if we don't develop it, someone else will. And like, I understand that developing technology for war is not necessarily the same as biotechnology, but I do want to maybe give an example that I find super interesting of like sort of globally, it seems like everyone has agreed to not develop this, probably for a variety of reasons, but like so maybe some ethical issues, but like I would say this technology has actual applicable potential to do a lot of things, but like the example that I would use is like for the reason, and because like there's no laws against it, but I think globally we all sort of collectively agreed of like to not develop human cloning. That is never funded anywhere. And I think there are reasons for that. But
what would be like the military application? I mean, I guess clone army maybe, but I mean, I think
I'm not talking about. I'm just talking about in terms of like this for whatever reason. Yeah.
Speaking about Star Wars.
But no. You could potentially solve the human organ shortage. Okay. There's I can list off a bunch of applications. I'm not talking about just solely for war, but I think for justified reasons globally, like we have just all agreed of like this. We don't want to develop this as of now.
Look, I'll build a bridge. If we can get the whole world to sign an agreement, kind of like with poison gas or like stuff.
Oh, there's no signed agreement against human cloning, as far as I know.
Sure. What I'm saying is that unlike human cloning, I think that when it comes to war or like military application technologies, this is a competition that is like it is the end of the line, right? It is the technology that matters most at the end of the day.
That's why I said I understand it's not perfectly analogous.
Right.
But But I mean,
but
whatever.
Why?
The clone army.
Can you seem married to the concept that the U.S. military must win the race, not in AI, not in weapon systems, not in rocket technology or bombs, but specifically in autonomous killing machines without human review. And that is what this really hinges upon, right? I don't know if the mass surveillance is what triggered this. Maybe we're all wrong, right? And the real reason that Pete Hegseth is mad is because they're using Claude AI in their mass surveillance state that was proven by Edward Snowden to exist and has only obviously grown because no one went to jail, and everyone in the CIA and the NSA and Trump and Biden and Obama administration are traitors of the American public, and that's
I'm not going to defend that part
fact.
of it.
Right? So maybe we're all wrong, and the real thing is not the autonomous weapon systems, but that Pete Hegseth knows that where the FBI and other people are using AI to compile all of the mass collected data to target and blackmail Americans and things like that. But assuming that's not the part, and what we're talking about is the autonomous, why is that a necessary military boon that we must have, as opposed to defensive systems, EMP systems, mobile anti-drone defense systems, using AI to defend our power grid, things like that? Why is it that we need autonomous killing machines without human review? Because that sounds like a nightmare dystopia if we're all using that, right?
No, I think on the cusp of any weapon system, it sounds like a nightmare dystopia, and to some degree, it is. Like if you were going back to the Middle Ages and you were like explaining to somebody that, hey, I was going to build something that can generate a small sun in your town, like this would be crazy. This would be horrifying. Or I'm going to build like a structure that's going to be able to fly and drop things on you that are going to explode and kill you and your family. Crazy. People are going to be fucking terrified by that, and I understand, rightfully so. But when we start getting into, I guess, the hyper, to some degree, this conversation is going to have to rely on the assumption that AI is going to be important for the military. This specific function is going to be important for the military because, look, I'm not in the
AI
fucking,
music for sure.
Yeah. I'm not in the Pentagon. I'm not in the Situation Room. I'm not an engineer when it comes to weapons. If somebody much smarter than me when it comes to weapons design can sit down and explain to me why this is actually a useless technology and Pete Hegseth is just blowing air out of her ass, then maybe. But I think there's obviously some reason why the U.S. military has a keen interest in this technology. And just like off the top of my head, I can speculate as to some pretty logical reasons why. One very clear thing I can think about is when you look at an example of modern warfare with conventional militaries, the best example is in Russia and Ukraine. And the main, the main innovation in that war has been drones that are piloted by FPV pilots that are flying into enemy positions and blowing them up. Well, those pilots, one of the ways that those drones are being combated is through scramblers to disrupt radio signals, cutting the optics lines, and also for every drone you have to have a pilot, and that takes a lot of training. That takes a lot of shit. So there's a lot of resources and vulnerabilities dedicated to having all these drones have to be manned by people. If you had these drones autonomous that could recognize an enemy soldier and then fly in and blow up, I can imagine this would be more efficient. I can imagine this could totally change the face of war in many of the battlefields there. Do I know this for sure? I'm not, like I said, I'm not an engineer. I don't know if this has been tested, but I think there's a reason why the U.S. military is interested in this technology.
But there's a specific distinction that you seem to try and run away from. Maybe you're not, right? Maybe it's just the way, the confusion
I wouldn't assume
around
bad faith.
this, right? But is that we're not talking about autonomous drones. We're not talking about autonomous targeting systems. We're talking about autonomous targeting systems and autonomous drones that are not subject to human review, right? Like you're saying, we have to have drones that kill people by a machine without any human approval, and that the strength of it would be that there is no pilot, that there's just an AI system that determines whether or not someone may or may not be a Russian soldier and then kills them on the spot without any human review. That is the red line that Anthropic has. Anthropic doesn't have a red line that says we can't have autonomous drones. It says before the autonomous drone kills someone, a human has to go, yep, that's it. The thing can fly itself. The thing can kill itself. The thing can do everything. But a human has to be able to say whether or not this is whether or not this person can be killed.
No, I hold on. I would need some clarification on Anthropic's actual position here, because are you telling me that Anthropic would be okay with, hypothetically, like a drone carrier to drive in, somebody there like draws like a circle across like a whole front line, and then presses a button, and all the drones rise up and then fly into that area, and without any further communication or permission from the operator, from the truck driver, those drones go in and blow up soldiers? You're saying Anthropic would not have a problem with that?
I don't pretend to know at an individual level what Dario, the CEO of Anthropic, is cool or not cool with. What I'm saying is that their red line is not on AI automated defense systems or weapon targeting systems. Their red line is
not what I said.
Weapon. I know it's not what you said. I answered what you said, which is I don't know Dario's fucking opinion on that specific use case.
I don't care about Dario. I didn't say Dario. I said Anthropic. I specifically referred to Anthropic. Is
they're the same.
Sure. Is Anthropic's policy? Yeah. Is their policy here when they're putting forward this red line? Are they in that specific scenario of ordering a drone to go patrol a certain area, and if it sees an enemy soldier, to go and blow it up? Are they okay with that?
No, they have to approve blowing up the soldier.
We are not subject to, as you stated earlier and as I stated earlier, right, to the details of national security, secret information, and exactly all of the details of what use cases are or are not acceptable according to Anthropic. What we know is their red line that they put forward, and they stated both in their values and they stated publicly, which is that they are okay with automatic systems. They are okay with AI-based systems. What they're not okay with is specific quote. What is it? Quote. Oh God, I'll find the direct quote for you in just a second. But it's not unmanned systems. Systems autonomous weapon targeting systems not subject to human review.
So I wanted to jump in here. We're gonna let our friend Eucharist in, and I want to hear from Doobie and Ali as well. I want to get everyone's opinions on this. I imagine our friend, because Gibbs dropped out, unfortunately, he had business to do. I imagine our friend Lagtwood might stand alone on this. So, and of course, my man is fully prepared to do so. We love that about him. So I'm not, but anyway, the point is, I'm saying is that, like, I don't want to pile on, and he's going to have enough on his plate. However, I do want to bring just 2 points, and then I'll leave you guys to it. One, Lactoid, you talked about how mass surveillance is like a red line. Well, of course we can't do mass surveillance. Okay,
I wouldn't be okay with that. No, I know that part. I'm not. Yeah,
I understand what you're saying, but right, the same people, like you're defending, like Pete Hegseth, think differently on that one. So during not just Davos, but just like for a while, we've had a lot of tech leaders and articles about how China has an advantage in creating AI because of mass surveillance, because they have a massive data set, right, being all their people and whatever they get up to, right, without any of our pesky privacy laws that hold AI companies back just a tiny bit here in the States, right? Because they can do whatever. Well, they have an advantage in creating AI. Which is going to create an advantage both in like corporate efficiency and possibly the battlefield. And there's been a whole list of individuals who've talked about this. I can give you that list if you'd like. But like this is a big thing they're talking about. And so, right, if the argument is that, well, if China does it, right, and China, that gives China an edge, well, then why not also for mass surveillance?
It's just the logic you could deploy that logic. Was that to me or was that?
Yes, that's you, Lactoid.
Okay, yeah. You could deploy that logic in certain scenarios. to me, that's just like a much higher burden. It's a much higher obstacle that you have to show me, because it's not nearly as convincing, right? I'm pretty convinced as to the idea of like, hey, very specifically, we need like this technology to alter this weapon system on the battlefield because it benefits the battlefield. Okay, but if the argument instead is going to be, well, we need mass surveillance because the second order consequence of this is going to be a better AI system. And then a consequence of that is that we're going to be able to develop weapon systems that is going to be critical in our war. If you could, like, if it's a critical enough war and there's a critical enough difference and there's a critical enough threat, you could get me to that point in the same way you could probably get me to like a whole bunch of horrific things. Like, let's say some kind of human test subject experimentation was necessary. Otherwise, America was going to come under the rule of China, communist China, and we all were going to like go to a work camp. Well, fuck, I don't want to do that. But
you beat me to it, because I was going to ask.
731. We needed it. Okay.
I was
Or
going
else
to
we
say
would lose
like
World War II.
I was going to bring up the Fallout video games. Have you played those?
Yeah. No.
Well,
or one very briefly. I didn't like them.
It's okay.
Let
no
me
worries. But just
let me read
very
some-
quickly.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, just very quickly. Within there is actually the lore. There is a confrontation between the U.S. and China, right, which turns into like a nuclear, apocalypse. But in any case, before then, my understanding, like, there's these enemies called super mutants, and they're exactly what they sound like. Very big, large humans. But like, my understanding is that the U.S. government created them as a weapon for war against China, right? So I was wondering if you'd be okay with that. But apparently you've already answered that question, so I'll leave
well,
it
yeah,
there.
but again, it wouldn't be just so simple as like, oh, they're the nebulous enemy. Like, I would need it like proven to me. This is why we're doing this horrific thing. It's like, for example, the nuclear weapons, right? That's pretty fucking horrific when you think about it. Now, was it necessary to defeat Japan? I can see the argument.
We'll go to Fred Scott, and then I want to get Lucas and all the rest.
This isn't an argument. I just think for clarity's sake that it's best that I read this, right? So this is an excerpt.
Lactoid is a socialist.
From
We
already knew that.
This is an excerpt from Dario Amode's Adolescence of Technology. So this is the opinion of the CEO of Anthropic, and I think just it would maybe clarify some things, right? So he says, quote, "There are many ways in which AI could enable, entrench, or expand autocracy, but I'll list a few that I'm most worried about. Note that some of these applications have legitimate defensive uses, and I am not necessarily arguing against them in absolute terms. I am nevertheless worried that structurally they tend to favor autocracies." And then the one section, which is fully autonomous weapons. "A swarm of millions or billions of fully automated armed drones locally controlled by powerful AI and strategically coordinated across the world by even more powerful AI could be an unbeatable army, capable of defeating any military in the world and suppressing dissent within a country by following around every citizen. Developments in the Russia-Ukraine war should alert us to the fact that drone warfare is already with us, though not fully autonomous yet, and a tiny function of what might be possible with powerful AI. R&D from powerful AI could make the drones of one country far superior to those of others, speed up their manufacture, make them more resistant to electronic attacks, improve their maneuvering, and so on and so on. Of course, these weapons do have legitimate uses in the defense of democracy. They have been key to defending Ukraine and would likely be key to defending Taiwan. But they are a dangerous weapon to wield. We should worry about them in the hands of autocracies, but also worry that because they are so powerful with so little accountability, there is greatly increased risk of democratic government turning them against their own people to seize power." Right? That is the CEO of Anthropic's position on them, and he does indeed recognize your argument that maybe they are even necessary in some case, but obviously he is against them and wrote the government contract, and the government agreed to this and agreed to these ideas before they decided that actually we're going to fuck you and your business over and use the autocratic power of the state and become the fucking whatever the fuck, Secretary of War wants. Right? So I just don't know how you read that and go, well, he says we need it, so everything the government does is actually good.
Let's go to our friend.
Well, just to be clear, I don't think that everything the government does because they say they need it is good. I specifically was against the mass surveillance part of it. I'm just convinced, based on my understanding of what's happening in Russia and Ukraine, that, drone warfare has advanced tremendously. And I do think that I think that he's right to recognize the fact that it probably will be the future of warfare, and it probably is the fact that the country that doesn't keep up is probably going to fall behind and potentially lose. And I'm sorry, like I said, it's great to be up on the silver shining hill of I am the best and nothing I ever do is wrong until you get colonized.
So, okay, so he's against mass surveillance and super mutants. He's on the record. Let's go to our friend.
A pro-human cloning. So,
yes.
Yeah, sorry about the delay. Thank you for having me late. First, I want to correct something erroneous that Corey said in the pre-discussion that I was listening to while I was trying to get my daughter to sleep, which is there are still bands in existence, okay, Corey? The Mumford & Sons, since their dramatic return about 12 months ago, has put out two albums in 12 months, okay? So bands are back. Stomp and clap. It's amazing. The hipsters have never died, okay?
When did Mumford & Sons form?
2012 was their first album.
Okay, well, I stand corrected. We got Imagine Dragons, maybe a band, and Mumford and Sons. They're
2012. I thought that was like
they're heating up. They're heating up the charts. And to be, I like Mumford and Sons, but
yeah,
they
me
don't heat up
too.
the charts.
It sounds like that.
They're great. Their newest album is the closest to their first album that they've put out since their
Prize
first
Fighter,
album.
is it?
Yeah, it's really good. It has Hozier on it. Has a couple Chris Stapleton.
Does their newest album also sound like someone's like tracks they listen to as they commit suicide because their girlfriend left them?
Partially, yeah. That's a plus for me. I don't know what you're complaining about, but
I remember hearing it and being like, dude, it's like if I like walked into a garage where a man's like tailpipe was covered and he was dead as a police officer and this music was playing, I would know exactly what happened.
No, yeah.
I'd be like, I know who did this.
Anyway, just wanted to correct that for the record. This is the first time in any of these conversations I think I've ever almost fully agreed with Scott. I'll caveat, like Corey did, that I don't agree with the skinning and tarring and feathering and crucifixion and all the other things.
Lost your revolutionary spirit, brother.
Yeah, maybe, but no, I think Scott really nailed it. Like, there's a combo of things. There's the civil liberties angle, if you, like he said, if you believe in that. But then there's just the contractual angle, which is, are you really comfortable with the federal government using their bullying might to not just like coerce a company into doing something, but to manipulate an entire market by trying to say, well, you're persona non grata if you're not going to participate in the way that we choose. But I think the biggest thing that I've heard in the little bit that I've been here for is Laxwood. I understand you're saying you're against the mass surveillance stuff, but I'm not sure how in principle I can distinguish the argument you're making about the war necessity from the mass surveillance stuff. So couldn't you just as easily say, well, yeah, man, in the terrorism of the future, in the war of the future, it's just going to be necessary to mass surveil in this way. I don't see why the same justification doesn't apply. Like, this just seems to be the way the world is headed. And so this seems to be particularly, there's a Scientific American article from, when was it published? 2 days ago, that has a couple quotes from the Anthropic CEO talking about this, which is basically saying, our current regulations in the post-Snowden era that regulate how agencies like the NSA can interact with our data were designed for fundamentally human review. In the era of large language models, basically any data collection is mass surveillance. Like, it has the capability of piecing together puzzle pieces that humans just haven't been able to at scale. And so, like, that seems like a pretty bright line, and you seem uncomfortable with it. And I'm not sure how you can support sort of both halves of the coin here without falling afoul of what you seem to think is a principled stance against the mass surveillance part. So that's all I've got for now.
Sure, it's just critical against that part, but the other thing is necessary. So
Well, so I'll give the same response that I think I already responded, but I'll just try to make it clear that this was indeed the response to that, because I think Prime asked me a similar question, which is because I'm a consequentialist at the end of the day, if the threat of anything is big enough, it can justify any action that is lower than that, right? If the universe will become destroyed unless I do XYZ bad thing, then I might have to do XYZ bad thing. I'm not happy with it, but I might have to do it. However, if the bad thing can't be proven to me sufficiently, then I'm not going to be in favor of the bad thing to stop the unproven bad thing, or the bad thing that hasn't been sufficiently demonstrated to have a high number.
We're not sure the universe is going to blow up.
Yeah, like if you're saying like, oh, we have to like kill these 8 kids, otherwise the universe is going to blow up, and I'm like, oh shit, well how do you know the universe is going to blow up? And he's like, well, I just do. I smoked some weed and I saw it, and I'm like, it's going to happen. At that point, like the credibility of that person is gone. Like, I'm not actually concerned the universe is going to blow up, and now I'm going to be fully against torturing those 8 kids because holy shit, we just can't have that because I'm not convinced the universe is going to blow up. I am not sufficiently convinced that there is a current threat necessary to deploy mass surveillance or mass torture or massive oppression of our rights, et cetera, et cetera. But when we're talking something as narrow as this specific weapon technology is critically important to us, and apparently even Dario agrees that it's critically important. This specific weapon technology is critically important in combating enemy armies. Then, like, we are going to get left behind in the military game of war, or this military game that we're playing across the whole world, unless we develop this technology. That to me is far more plausible, right? It just is. Right. Like, it makes sense to me.
Yeah,
seeing the drone warfare that I've seen.
He has argued against this, right? So, like, he says in adolescence
he thinks the risk is
technology.
Too high.
No, but here's what he says, right? And maybe I think you might actually agree with him on this, and maybe may see more of the problem here. Fully autonomous weapons and AI for strategic decision making are harder lines to draw since they have legitimate uses in defending democracy, right? Which is kind of your argument. But he says, which are also prone to abuse. Here, I think what is warranted is extreme care and scrutiny combined with guardrails to prevent abuses. My main fear is having too small a number of, quote, fingers on the button, such that one or a handful of people could essentially operate a drone army without needing any other humans to cooperate to carry out their orders. As AI systems get more powerful, we may need to have more direct and immediate oversight mechanisms to ensure that they are not misused. People involving branches of government other than the executive. I think we should approach fully autonomous weapons in particular with great caution and not rush into their use without proper safeguards. Like, he agrees with you that the technology is likely necessary to defeat other people, but what he is saying, and the reason why their contract has a red line on fully autonomous weapons, is that it shouldn't be Pete Hegseth and a couple of people at the DoD that have the ability to push a button and instantly have an army with no human oversight, no congressional approval, no other humans that have been bred and born throughout their military career to say this is against the Geneva Convention or this is wrong. So I personally, as a sergeant, I'm going to stop this here and now because this is a violation of human rights, etc. And that's why this contract specifically states these weapons shouldn't be fully autonomous, that they should be subject to some level of human review. And that is what Pete Hegseth is fighting against and wants to punish this company for, but not to have weapons to defeat our enemies, but to have those weapons to defeat our enemies under the complete control of a handful of people in the executive branch of government. And that's the problem, and that's his fear.
And so I understand the principal argument you're making there, Lactoid. If you're a consequentialist and you just don't believe the surveillance thing is actually going to save the world from blowing up, whatever, right? But both the Anthropic CEO and Pete Hegseth seem to be in agreement that these two things are two sides of the same coin. And so you're sort of accusing us who are critical of this of sitting up in our, shining moral high ground, like, oh, I don't approve of these things, but they're here whether we like it or not. But you're saying, well, I certainly don't approve of the mass surveillance, but well, if that comes along with the weapons stuff, that might be necessary. And so, like, I can see how you're distinguishing them in principle, but I don't see how you're any better than us who you're pronouncing a moral, I disagree, on half of it that seems to come as a package deal. And to Scott's point as well, I think the autonomous weapons thing that, again, in the Scientific American article, I'll link for you guys, one thing the Anthropic CEO lays out is that his worry is exactly as Scott described, that you develop a habit of approach to military and tactics that leads you, even if you stop short of like fully autonomous, right? Even if you stop short of, well, it's actually killing people for us, and you just let it do the target collection and analysis, you're building habits of relying on that tool that degrade those sorts of strategic capabilities and the kind of people you want to be doing oversight. And personally, I like having a government we have oversight over and not just offloading all of that to an unaccountable machine where we all get together afterwards and say, oh no, why'd that person die? All right, well, better not do that next time, and can't do anything about it.
So I got a couple things. First of all, I think you guys are dramatically overrepresenting the accountability within the U.S. military, firstly. Secondly,
wait, no, it's not within the U.S. military. It's within the entire system.
Within
the ability to haul people before Congress,
yes,
like that.
Within any military, within any system. I'm sorry, like before it was brought up that yeah, like the NSA was doing illegal mass surveillance. Who was held accountable? Who? If an AI did it, the same amount of people would be held accountable as the amount of people who are held accountable now, who are illegally spying on all of us. So I'm
we
not
need
convinced.
More power for the NSA? That's your fucking argument?
No. What I'm saying is that you guys keep resting your hat on this idea of holy. I can't imagine that like this power is gonna it's gonna be in the hands of something that's not accountable, and I'm just not convinced that this is the case now. First,
I'm sorry.
Secondly,
I prefer the possibility of accountability to the complete absence of it. Right?
Okay, sure.
That seems like a preference.
Sure.
Right? A good preference.
It is. It is. Let me respond to something else he said. He said a lot. Nah, I'm going to respond to something he said. With a shining hill example.
Respond.
I think I did. Okay,
You're not responding to the actual arguments.
Hey, you can calm down. I'm responding to the actual arguments. This whole fucking debate has been you accusing me of bad faith and then walking it back after I explain myself 2 seconds later. Calm down, okay? Let me respond to what Eucharist said regarding like sitting on the hill. The reason I said this, if you are the kind of person that does this full analysis and you do like a risk calculation and you say, look, the risk from China developing this autonomous drone program is real, and it's a real threat, and we got to like work to defend ourselves against it. But the risk of the domestic risk of developing these systems, the threat from our own government, the threat to our own people is higher in my evaluation because of XYZ, 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 like consequential analysis. I would not make that accusation towards you. The reason why I keep talking about sitting shining on the hill, why I keep using that reference, this was in direct response to Scott's opening, to which he's like very much like on this basis of, oh, you are in favor of autonomous death machines? Fuck you! Like this, the idea that you could even support this monstrous piece of shit.
Support it.
Like it's
you
death.
Literally do.
It's death.
You don't get
you
to
support
walk that
weapons,
back now.
Lactoid. You support weapons. You monster.
No, you support autonomous killing machines.
Oh my god!
The state.
You support
violating
bombs.
Contracts. And
oh my god!
Property
you
rights
support weapons.
So that they can mass surveil and create autonomous weapon systems.
This is the very specific thing I was referring
to.
Because this is my criticism, I think, of Scott's ideology, which is that he's going to be standing smug
while the enemies ideology instead of my arguments.
While
the
enemy,
pussy little bitch you are, deal with
while
the
enemies at the gates. While the enemies at the gates,
please.
Kicking down the gates, like ready to colonize him and throw him in the gulag, and he's going to be in the gulag, tilling the fucking wheat, thinking to himself,
pushes the
well,
button.
at least I was
fully.
At least I was fully consistent with all my axioms as he's getting whipped by some CCP guard. Yeah, I'm sorry. War is an exercise of consequentialism. At the end of the day, war is an exercise of consequentialism. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It is bad to kill people, but sometimes you have to, and it sucks.
Has it been proven to you that?
Hold on. I'm going to respond very simply.
Oh, like you haven't responded.
Exactly how you are running from the arguments over and over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
Because you
if I had $1 every time you said that towards everybody you ever talked to.
Well, unfortunately,
I'd be
most
so
of the people
rich.
on Twitch poll run away from fucking arguments, and you're one
Or
of them.
maybe you have a victim complex and you think that nobody's engaging with you when they actually are. Maybe that's what's happening if you keep encountering this with everybody across the entire political spectrum that you talk with. You think, which is more likely?
No.
You're the problem, or every other person you ever talk to is the problem?
I'm just better than all of you. Anyways. Again, you did not address my argument or his argument. Instead, you just consistently say, "Oh, actually, I'm attacking Scott's ideology and not the internal critique." Dario and Jesus Christ, now I can't think of the fucking Anthropic. What Dario and Anthropic are talking about here is some level of human involvement. Okay, so I will give you a historical reference to try and then grapple with, because you keep running away from what we mean when we say a human has to push the button. Okay, Stanislav Petrov, September 26, 1983. All of the warning systems that the USSR had showed that a nuclear launch was imminent from the United States. But it was a human that said, pushing the button is a big deal to start nuclear war. And I've seen similar things like this. Maybe this is a system error. That is what we are arguing. We are arguing that there are humans involved that say push the button, and that sometimes humans have calculable thoughts and analysis. Sometimes humans err as well, but that there is something to a human being able to be a part of that decision that makes the human have responsibility. Because the AI system does not have that responsibility. And the AI system is controlled by a handful of people, and that increases the likelihood of corruption. Because if only a handful of people are in charge of an entire army and everything that an army does, then that becomes a problem. But when you don't have that, you have heroes like Stanislav Petrov that didn't push the button, that waited to see if it was an error and avoided complete nuclear war, and none of us would be sitting here today if not for that person going, this might be some type of error system, and a human was involved at that level. You have to grapple with the actual argument that has been presented multiple times, which is that Anthropic is not against autonomous weapon systems. They are against autonomous weapon systems without any human review, with only a few people at the top having complete control over them.
All right, so you said this a couple times. I've consistently repeated, obviously, the level of human review, depending on how far you scale back, ultimately any kind of deployment of weapon systems is going to have some human involvement, but there is a question of how much human involvement. The bayonet has full human involvement. Dropping a bomb from 40,000 feet has some human involvement. Yes, you have a human pressing the button, but that bomb is going to land somewhere. It's going to blow a bunch of people up that bomber didn't necessarily intend to kill.
Yeah, so like
if you want to refer to this, I am literally addressing the argument. I am about to address.
If someone presses a drone here and releases 1 million drones in what's called, was that actual human involvement? And the argument is obviously no, that isn't human involvement. Obviously, there needs to be more human involvement than what you're suggesting. When you're dropping a bomb
pressing a button in both situations.
When you're flying a plane and you're dropping a bomb over someone, right? There's someone flying the plane. There's someone manning the plane. There's someone observing the area on the ground. There's someone deciding to make the bomb drop, and then that's one bomb. Versus when you have one person deploying potentially like 40, 50, 60, 100, 1,000 drones, whatever it may be, with no fucking human observation, just going on a rampage. Those are two different things, right? That's the potential that we're talking about.
Okay, I'm sorry. So all of you fucks would fail like a basic IQ fucking LSAT. Just driver is to car. Stop. Driver is to car as pilot is to what? Unless you answer plane and you say, well, but a plane's not a car, then I can't deal with you. Like, yes, I understand there is a actual material technical difference between a rocket and a drone and a bomber. I understand this. What I'm trying to analyze is the underlying principle of human involvement with that form of warfare. That's what I'm talking about. So when you have a human being, stop. When you have a human being pressing a button that launches a drone swarm, this is technically different than a human being pressing a button that launches an ICBM, which potentially could do more damage. You could blow up more people with an ICBM than with a drone swarm. So which really is more dangerous?
Well, it depends on how they're used, and right now, what Scott's saying is
it depends on how they're used.
And right now, Scott's saying
it's almost like that's the fucking argument.
When Anthropic came in, the only regulation we have the only standard we have is that we need more human intervention when it comes to these drones being used, and then the government immediately drops them.
That's your position.
That's Dario's position. That's no fucking argument.
Yes, that's the debate. Yes, and what I'm saying is I fully agree or understand at least the competing position, which is maybe having a human involved at every one, like at more specific targeting than just sending a drone swarm. Maybe that would put a disadvantage to China. Yes, maybe that would put the military that does that. Maybe that would put the military that does that at a critical disadvantage when it comes to real-life military scenarios. I can absolutely see this being the case, and Dario can absolutely see this being the case when it comes to Russia-Ukraine, where the country that has to have the FPVs, the country that has to have the FPV drone pilots is going to be at a disadvantage compared to the one who can send drone swarms to cover an entire area of the front line. Just like the country that doesn't have ICBMs is going to have a disadvantage to the country that does have have ICBMs. What I'm saying is that clearly the Department of Defense is looking at this and saying there is some critical military application here that is important when it comes to autonomous drone swarms, which I can see the argument for. Now, if you look at this and do an actual risk, if you do an actual risk calculation and you say, look, maybe it's true that you get an advantage by doing an autonomous drone swarm, but the advantage is not worth it because the overall risk to our domestic security from us having that technology is worse. You can do that and not be a Shining Hill fucking asshole. You can do that and actually be a reasonable person. I would just disagree with you on the. I would just disagree with you on the actual empirics of this.
You're the unreasonable person.
You think everybody's unreasonable, right? You're better than everybody. Sure.
Yes,
yeah, but
I
this
am.
time, yes. Wait,
better than everybody.
Scott this time. Everyone's agreeing with Scott.
No, hold on, pause. It's very simple. It's very simple. You understand that you agree with Dario, and that is the whole crux of the problem here, right? If you agree with Dario, right, and you understand that he agrees with you, then attacking the things that Dario agrees with is a moot point, because the entire reason that this debate exists is that Dario does agree with you that these systems should exist, but that there is a severe risk to governments having control with limited oversight and with limited humans being able to say to push the button. And I said that to you in your own words. You go, see, me and Dario agree. So then why is it that we are having is it that we are having a debate? The reason that we are having a debate is
so much less smart than you think you are. I've answered this 4 different times. You're not listening. You're not listening. That's what it is.
I promise you that no, you're waffling and you're doing all kinds of bad faith arguments.
I'm not waffling.
Yes, you are.
I have been answering every. If you want to scroll back, I promise you, I've answered every.
I promise you, I look better than you.
With other
I
questions.
Promise. And that's crazy coming from the ANCAP.
No, I'm sorry. Just look at you. That's clearly not true. Firstly, secondly, absolutely not. Okay. I understand that I partially agree with Dario. When Dario says this is a very important technology and this is actually a very effective technology when it comes to warfare, yes. Where it seems like the break for me and Dario is, I'm going to make this crystal fucking clear because apparently I got to spell everything out to you. The break where we actually do disagree, where we actually
bitch running from the arguments.
Shut the fuck up. Where the actual disagreement that we have is that he seems to think that his red line here is crucial for maintaining a effective consequence, a good consequence. He thinks that actually helps hit the good consequence.
And he wrote a contract with that in it.
I think.
And you support violating the contract.
I think. Hey, Linda, pay attention.
And punishing
jingle. What I think is that it actually doesn't. I think that a country that doesn't have these restrictions on their warfare, specifically with autonomous drone swarms, is going to be they're going to have a massive advantage over the countries that do. And obviously, the Department of Defense thinks so too.
So I actually.
So then, because I trust Pete Hegseth's judgment on all sorts of consequential questions.
Okay, so I want to
genius.
So okay,
I think he's probably right here, based on my independent understanding of drone warfare.
I'm gonna say 2 things here. I have a question.
I don't fully agree with him.
I have a question for Doobie. So Doobie, get ready for that. I do have a question for you. But I think. It's not that I'm coming to our friend Lactoid's side, but I think he's making an interesting point here, right? About like effective controls on U.S. power. In fact, I mean, what I've been saying this entire time, right, for like 2 years now, or almost 3 years now, is that we have no effective controls on our power, right? And that we use that power to do monstrous things, right? See Gaza. And who's been held to account to
even
that?
giant corporations that write contracts can just be rewritten on a whim by the U.S. leadership, right?
But
even giant corporations have no effective control
I think that's
over how their own systems are used.
The fucking with them after the contract is, I think, the issue.
So, but Scott, can
I address this specific issue? Because
before you do that,
sorry.
Yeah, no problem. Blackter, don't worry. We're gonna yell at you some more.
I just like I have one response that'll just
end that
very
line
of
argumentation. Then I do want to continue with this. If you want to,
sure. So if truly and So the contract, the question of breaking the contract is interesting because there's one way you could argue, well, the Department of Defense has tremendous amounts of autonomy and authority when it comes to how their contracts are agreed to, and like that is sort of an understanding that you have when you make any contract with the DoD. But even if you don't want to go down that line of logic, which is I guess I can understand, the contract is up in 2027. So all they have to do then is wait until 2027 and then not renew.
Yeah.
And then you have no problem with it? They just wait a year?
If they wait a year and they don't intentionally punish the company and treat them as an adversary because they dare think about civil liberties and reasonable restrictions on the state, then yeah. But that would be a totally different thing than what is currently occurring.
Well,
so
hold on,
it's a moot point.
They can choose to do business with whatever companies they want to. If they decide not to do business with anybody, not to buy any programs that are coming from a different technology,
they don't have the right to choose who they do business with. That's an insane proposition that only a state.
Under this argument, then fucking Claude doesn't have a right because they're getting stolen money to complain about a contract being broken.
That's not true.
Are they not getting stolen money?
Absolutely, they are.
Is that legitimate? Getting stolen money from taxpayers to theft?
In America,
theft victims?
The individual
and they're complaining about not getting that?
The individual that receives stolen money is not the one that is at fault for stealing the money. The state is. That's like saying
if they know it's stolen.
No, well, every person that gets a Social Security check knows that they're getting stolen money.
Arguably, yes. And don't you think that people should complain if they don't get Social Security?
They're not the violation of the non-aggression principle because they're getting Social Security. They're not the ones that stole the money.
Hold on. Do you think because they signed a contract with the government to get Social Security, let's say they framed it in the form of contract, where they signed a contract with the government where they get Social Security, now do they have a right to it?
No, of course not. It's stolen money. None of these companies have a right to it.
But they signed a contract.
Okay, is this where you think you've got me?
This is where I think I owned you. Yeah, I got you. I got you. This is where I think I got you.
Is this
mom and dad are fighting?
Yes, I've answered yes. This is where I got you. You think that you have a right, that you think that if you have signed a contract with the government, that in this case you think that you have a right to continue that contract and get money from the government. However, when it comes to other situations,
I don't think that. That's not a contract.
So why are you complaining about the government breaking the contract with fucking Claude?
Because I obviously disagree with the state, right? And we can have that argument. We can turn this into an ANCAP panel where I trounce you again and again.
No, you're here. It will happen.
We already agree with you, Scott. We don't have to.
I've been doing an internal critique the entire time, right? But even under my framework, I agree. Yes, Claude doesn't deserve that money because it's stolen money.
Okay.
The state doesn't deserve to exist. And Pete Hegseth should actually be skinned alive and publicly executed for a whole host of reasons beyond this one. But
every president should be too.
Most of them, yes. Maybe
most of them.
Cleveland.
Most of them, except for Grover Cleveland, every government official, NSA, everybody there.
Yeah, I get that you're appealing. I get that you're appealing to the masses and appealing to a concept of absurdity that people that bomb innocent civilians and steal money.
You were appealing like you were the reasonable person earlier. Okay, I just want to make sure the audience knows where you're coming from. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, sorry, unlike everybody else. Unlike everybody else in the world.
See, it's really funny is that I want you guys to go back. A majority of the time that the panel turns into an ANCAP discussion is not because I'm saying a bunch of ANCAP things. It's because people like Lactoid are losing against my arguments, so they pull it back to ANCAP to attack my ideology because they can't deal with the arguments that I've presented. Anyways,
I did not lose to any argument. I did not lose to any argument. You keep on feelings appealing when it comes to killing death machines, skinned alive. We gotta skin them alive. We gotta skin the government. We gotta skin the government alive. You keep appealing to emotion. You keep appealing to emotion.
Yeah,
and you
that's
keep
called
doing
rhetoric.
To address and get your argument, your fucking audience up with you.
Abandon reason and logic.
You have no right to fucking appeal to emotions. Your emotions are fucking terrible. You've been ranting about how the fucking most presidents should be skinned alive, motherfucker.
And there he goes. He puts it back onto the ideology because
that's an emotional point.
You can't.
There's no logic to this.
There's no logic. Who runs?
Oh my
and tries,
fucking god!
You
say this to everybody. Okay. I'm attacking. I am attacking you now because you do this to everybody.
I don't say
you do. Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
I will go back. And I will find the vast majority of the time when you're debating somebody. Eventually,
vast majority
point,
sounds like a new goalpost shit.
It's a vast majority.
It was everybody.
You are actually a dancing monkey. Like, this is crazy.
Yeah, I get it. Dancing monkey.
Dancing
let's
circus
talk about
monkey.
ANCAP,
Circus
right?
monkey.
That's all you've got, buddy. Because you can't win the argument.
No, dance for me, monkey. Go ahead. Go on your spiel again.
Okay. All right. So I was gonna say something nice about Lactoid. Okay. All right. Look at me. It's just that, like, I think I was just saying before. Well, one, he can't count because he said he was going to make one argument. All right. 7 minutes later, I
got carried away.
No problem, friend. Yeah, I think you have a point there on what is actual effective democratic controls, right? And like what is actually imaginary, right? I think you make a really good point about like the NSA, right? Like who actually got punished, right? And so if we have like, you know, a new type of weapon, right? Will it actually make any sort of significant difference in how institutions function? Maybe not, right? I don't think that's that's an invalid argument. So I'll just leave it at that. But I did have a question for my friend Doobie. Hopefully he's ready for me. Are you there, friend?
I'm listening.
Yeah.
I'm just grabbing a drink.
Sure. So I just want to see if I can mess with the fault lines here, right? And maybe shift this conversation a little bit. So our friend Doobie has very interesting ideas as to what the government should and shouldn't be doing, right? If you push him on him, you don't have to actually push him very hard. Actually, he's quite free with his ideology. So Doobie, you have said many times in the past, right, that you believe governments should take a firmer hand in like managing the civilian population for their own good, correct?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, right. And so I'm wondering, right, because I brought this up with our friend Lactoid, right? So I'll throw it to you about this idea of mass surveillance through AI, right? We can come up with a whole list of benefits, right? If the government, right, the responsible government officials had more insight into what we're all up to, right? Whatever freakish shit Lactoid jerks off to, right? If we had insight into that, right, we could protect people, right? Like seriously, like we could actually protect children, right? We could protect, women. We could protect all kinds of people, right? If we had more insight as to what the population was doing. So, would you be against the government using that power for good, for the good of man?
No, I wouldn't. I think I'm okay with the government. I think when we say like mass surveillance, like what do we exactly mean by mass surveillance, right? So like, does it mean that they are going to go through, like they're scanning through all publicly available information and that's mass surveillance? Or are they like actually actively in your computer tracking whatever the fuck you're doing on your phone or whatever the fuck? Like, I think that I would have an issue with. Just I think people do have a right to some kind of privacy. But if you're putting public information out there and you're agreeing to TOS that says they're going to give the information to the government, I'm okay with them doing that. Like, I'm okay with that happening. So yeah, I think we would need to be clear about exactly what we mean by mass surveillance or data collection.
Well, let me do exactly that then, right? I forget if we actually managed to talk about it here. I might have put the topic off for reasons. But there was the prompt that I sent, most of you here, about the flock security cameras, right? Like this is a new type of it's a new level of surveillance using old technology, right? Using like a car, like a driver license reader, right? Cameras at various places to create a overall like nationwide network, right? Of surveillance that officers, right? Just they don't need a subpoena, right? I think to a warrant. Sorry, excuse me, warrant to get that information. They can just access it, right? And then, as we saw during the Super Bowl, Ring was going to tag team with Flock for and use their surveillance systems together, right? Basically, like give them access to their Ring cameras and all that. So in that case, right, just what you said.
Yeah.
People have agreed to the TOS, yes, and two things. One, like for Ring specifically, yes, they agreed to the TOS, right? And for their setup, it would be an opt-out situation, right? So you have to go into your settings and actually say no. But also, if they did go through with this partnership with Flock, right? Well, they didn't agree to that necessarily, and the where Flock puts his cameras, right? They put him in all sorts of places, right? They didn't. Maybe you agreed to like having the camera there. Let's say if there even was on your property, you might have agreed to have the camera there, but you didn't agree to anything else. And if it's not on your property, but it's just like directed towards your property, then you had no say in it at all, right? There's this one individual who found out that Flock tracked them like some number of thousands of times just because the camera was outside their home and there's no way they could have avoided. Just like every time they go in, it's another data point. So, are you okay with that?
Yeah, I'm totally okay with that. I think that people having an issue with this, and I think Ring backed off of that, if I remember correctly. I think that's a tragedy, to be honest with you. I think that if we had some kind of network like this that did use Ring cameras that are already in people's doors and whatnot, I think we probably have way more missing children being found, way more crimes being solved, right? Because the police don't need to track all the shit down. It's in there, and maybe I think there was like if I remember, I think I saw the commercial like afterwards. I didn't watch the Super Bowl because I'm not a fucking caveman. But I remember in the commercial, there's some like someone lost a dog, and then this thing was able to in real time say, "Hey, your dog is here," right? I think that would be very helpful, very beneficial to society, and I think it's sad that they are pulling back.
I mean,
Thoughts?
you can just get a fucking RFID chip for your dog, right? Like you don't need a
Sure,
mass
but
surveillance
you don't-
state to find your missing dog.
Yeah, but okay, I don't know if I'd call that a mass surveillance state. Maybe it's like on the line. But I think that there are cases where like an elderly grandparent or something might have like dementia and they wander off and they get
Missing
lost
children.
and they die on the side of the road or something, or
For sure,
a
I'm
child.
just saying,
or-
right? Like
I think
there's a
I think
solution
these
to
kinds of
these
things.
problems without a surveillance state.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd consider this like a surveillance state. And if it were, I don't think I have an issue with this kind of surveillance
Could
state.
you define?
I have an issue with like.
Can we?
I have an
define
issue
the
with like.
terms? Like, what do you think a mass surveillance?
So
state?
when I
Like,
when I
where's the
think of
line?
like when I think of my line, I think I said earlier is
Corey
like
and Eucharist later
is
on.
them getting into your phone, your
Right.
computer without your consent. Like these kinds of like private. I think I would consider these to be like private areas, right? Private digital spaces. Getting into these without your consent and fishing around, whatever. That I have an issue with. But if you're walking out in public, where you typically don't even have a right. Where it's like it's totally illegal for somebody to record you anyway. Somebody's just like walking by with your phone and you happen to be out in public, they can record you legally. I think if you're in one of these spaces, you should really expect to be recorded. To be on
Did you
camera.
ever?
Hold on.
Did you ever watch the Edward Snowden documentary? Not the like Hollywood.
I watched the one with
version.
Glenn Greenwald where he like interviewed him.
Right.
I think that was
Yeah.
it.
So
I watched
I
that
like.
one.
I think this was like one of the first times most people were introduced to the concept of metadata. Right. And so like
Yeah.
I kind of agree with you in principle that you don't have a right to privacy when you're on the public sidewalk or if you're at the mall, right? You don't have a right to privacy on someone else's private property. But I think two things are concerning here with this delineation as you put forward. Number one, they are in your cell phone, right? Like that
Yeah.
they were in your cell phone when Edward Snowden was talking about it, and no one went to jail and nothing really got stopped except FISA courts got more secret. That's the only thing that fucking stopped. And people that lied to Congress now literally work for CNN and ABC and MSNBC, right? And so we know that that is also happening. And then again, like that activist was talking about, is it's the combination of both of those data points that makes it so scary, because now it is the GPS location of your phone, the online communications that you have, the login passwords at the company you work for, the proprietary information that was being sent between companies in Brazil, where the government was spying on other companies to steal research and development from private corporations in other countries. And then it's the metadata of the cameras linking all of that together. And I think the real fear here when we talk about mass surveillance in the AI space is, again, there's no reason for me to reinvent the wheel when the CEO of of Anthropic puts it so succinctly. If recording devices can be built or commandeered, it might be frighteningly possible to simply generate a complete list of anyone who disagrees with the government on any number of issues, even if such disagreement isn't explicit in anything they say or do. A powerful AI looking across billions of conversations from millions of people could gauge public sentiment, detect pockets of disloyalty forming, and stamp them out before they ever have an opportunity to grow. This could lead to the imposition of a true panopticon on a scale that we don't see today, even with the CCP.
Yeah, do you remember? I'm sure you guys watched Captain America: Winter Soldier, right? So
I watched it when it came out.
One of the last good Marvel films. Okay,
It's a really good
that's
one,
kind of the plot, right? If I remember correctly, it's like they have these like the Insight helicarriers, whatever, and it has an AI that is scanning everybody, and they're picking out specific people that are detrimental to Hydra in some way or might resist Hydra in some way. And the end of that is them saying, "Hey, if I press this button, these helicarriers are going to kill all these people, right?" And then all of the resistance will be wiped out because this AI determined that they might resist us or be detrimental to Hydra in the future. Like that's kind of what we're talking about, right? So, I totally understand that fear. I think it's a real fear. I don't think this is like something that I could imagine the government doing. Right? I absolutely can imagine them doing this.
Yeah, I think like the idea
but
is
I feel like
we all like a philosopher king. I think most of us actually like the concept of a philosopher king, or at the very least conservatives do. But the problem is when the king's son is a fucking crazy retard, right? You know what I mean? That's the problem with that was supposedly solved by the concept of democracy and elections, right? Obviously I have different takes on that, is that power is meaningfully gauged by the public in some way. And I think that is what is the concern of Anthropic and why they had red lines, is because utilization of technology into a very small number of hands of the executive branch that is allowed to classify everything as a state secret gets rid of any concept of democracy or the will of the people in any way, shape, or form, when even individual soldiers have no say in the process in what an army does.
Let's let in Corey. You want to?
Well, I was
make
gonna
a statement, and then I want to let Corey, and I'm sure Yukos has something to say.
Well, I want to kind of gauge where Lactoid and Scott are.
It's not clear yet?
I feel like you guys aren't that well. I feel like you're not that far apart. Actually,
They're aligned now.
So there are. We have an example of something like this, AI targeting thing happening. This automated, like totally autonomous AI killing people. We're something's kind of on the line right there, right? In that with I think it was the Gospel, Lavender, these AI that Israel used in Gaza. It would give them thousands of targets, buildings and people. Right, buildings that the AI said would be.
It's close, but the human review existed in that there was a target list.
Yes, but in the human review, I mean, reports said that most of these were. It was supposed to be reviewed. Most of them weren't really reviewed. Right, they would just give the okay. AI said it's okay, so I'm gonna push a button, and they said that AI had like I think it was like up to 10% error rate, right? And they were just killing all these fucking people, and 1 out of 10 of these people might have been totally innocent, right? So. And the way that they, of course, like structured who was a threat or related to Hamas was also very loose, right? So it was pulling up people that said, "Oh, well, this guy has a phone that was used by somebody in Hamas three or 4 years ago, so obviously he's in Hamas now."
What's the error rate of a human targeter?
Well, yeah, that's the thing I was going to say. So I'm wondering, like, is that actually like worse than some dude, right, looking at the same information and coming to a determination? And I don't know. I
think the answer is yes. And I think the answer is yes meaningfully because for two reasons. Number one is that a human bears the brunt of responsibility for the actions that they take.
True.
And so the human knows, even if their error rate is higher, the human knows that if they make a mistake, obviously depends upon the structure of the military and the tribunals, et cetera, right? And that is something we can talk about, like, are they punished enough for mistakes they make, et cetera, right? But the human knows that. And number two, when you are talking about what Anthropic wants, or, right, from a neoliberal perspective that they have, They want the combination of these two things. That's what they want. They want to stop the government from saying the machine just does it and say, okay, the machine gives you all of the data instantaneously. And then the human is that check against the error rate of the machine, is that human element that has an element of risk where they take responsibility for the final decision. And it's the combination of those two things that ought, maybe not, maybe it doesn't, but ought reduce that error rate from both entities, right? Because one is the AI model and the other is the human that takes on the element of risk. And like, what is, like the human can go, oh, wait, hold a minute. The data says you got this from a 3-year-old Hamas phone. Can we check that again? And then the computer checks it again and goes, ooh, we're only 88% sure on this. And then they go, no, don't push the button. Like that's the real
someone
goal
being responsible.
from their
Think about how to
perspective.
be held accountable. Like there's an incentive to make it better, right?
Right.
Because if they fuck up, there are consequences. So I agree with you there. I'm just wondering, like, I don't know, Lactoid. Well, Selected, are you saying that if the government wanted to develop a program like this and then say, hey, we're going to hand it over to the AI, and the AI can autonomously decide who gets killed, do you think we should move in that direction because China or Russia?
I think it might be necessary in certain theaters. So I'll answer both. There's the first part of this, which is what do I think is a more effective targeting system, AI or humans? I don't know for sure. You're saying a 10% error targeting rate. I don't know what a human's is. My intuition is that it's a lot higher. I just keep thinking about that one scene from Full Metal Jacket where it's like, if they're running, they're a VC. If they're standing still, they're a well-disciplined VC, as he's just gunning down all these civilians that are out in the rice paddies.
Right.
And I mean, this is like war. This is most of warfare, right? You see something, you don't know what it is, you're shooting it. I mean, this is why friendly fire happens
Or
all the
stabbing
time.
it.
The fog of war is awful, and 10%. That sounds terrifying, and I think people have like same thing with like self-driving cars. People have like a more like a greater fear response as to a self-driving car hitting them. But in reality, human drivers are probably much more dangerous, right? Like, yes, I understand there's like this concept of accountability, but I'm not super convinced that this is really all that much of a thing, going back to my Full Metal Jacket example. But then also you brought up the bombing in Gaza. I'm not sure how many people have really been held accountable for, the shit that you're talking about there.
Right.
So
but I mean, there's another Hollywood example, right? I'm sorry. I thought you were done. My bad.
Real quick, the second part is, well, why not the best of both worlds? Why don't we just have the AI be the perfect targeting system and then a human do like the final decision? I agree. This is like the ideal would be to put as many safeguards in place as possible between you and the target. Ideally, we wouldn't even have explosives. We would have like pinpoint tungsten
lasers,
like lasers or whatever.
Like Israel used in Iran and like proved they had the whole time. It was like, oh, you took out that scientist in an apartment? Why couldn't you do that shit in Gaza?
No, it literally, like shit where it's like lasering people. It's like that would be the ideal, right? But I'm also cognizant of the fact that I don't think this is always realistic in warfare situations, and I understand that high yield explosives might be important, might be necessary, and I also understand that it could be the case that there are situations in which having a human being to press the final button might not be feasible. And the example that I'm just thinking about is, once again, just like the drone swarm situation where you don't have enough FPV flyers, but you have a shit ton of drones, and you have a front line full of enemies. I mean, what the fuck?
This is like the whole plot. Kind of, I think it's interesting. Because I think this is the plot of iRobot, right? In iRobot, he was driving, and a car accident occurred, and then a robot had to choose between saving the little girl or saving him, and he hated and had a disdain and a natural inclination against AI that was maybe somewhat unreasonable, because a robot chose to save him because there was a higher percentage of saving his life than it was to save the girl. And there was something like every human being kind of understood saving that little girl would have been the right choice. And yet the robot couldn't quite understand that because of, a cold calculated mathematical equation that it did. And then later on in the film, or not much later on in the film, the robots go to attack him, and yes, he has a self-driving vehicle, but in the event that something happens, he was able to turn off the self-driving system and manually drive, and that saved his life. And I think that's kind of what Anthropic is talking about, is that there ought be guardrails. There ought be a system where you can push the button and drive the car yourself if it's necessary. And
So
that was their red line.
I gotta let in some other people. Corey, and then you, Chris. Yeah.
Doobie, just to maybe clarify your position better, or to understand it. And I'm sure probably the law functions this way in reality, but are you essentially like you operate under the principle, like as soon as you step out of your home, like there's no reasonable expectation of your privacy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm sure probably the law more or less functions like that. And so it seems like you're on board with like these
Sort of.
flock. Yeah, I'm sure you could probably provide more clarity. But the flock, you seem to be on board with the flock cameras and like the Ring doorbells. But what if like if that flock camera is like pointed towards like your window? Is that like permissible to you?
Well, if it's pointed like into your house.
No, because I'm assuming these are on like whatever, maybe like street lamps or something. Like it could just be like tilted like towards you, your home.
I mean, hold on. Yeah, if it's looking at the house, like, I really don't. I mean, I don't really have an issue with that. If it's looking into a window and they're gonna like catch me, getting dressed or something, like that I'd have an issue with that.
Or cooking your meth.
For privacy. Or cooking my meth. I'd have an issue for that, just like privacy reasons, of course. But like, I feel like there should be. I mean, the way that in an ideal world, the way that I'd want it to operate is if they're gonna put something there facing your house, and there's no way to change it for whatever fucking reason, I would want them to have your consent before they do it.
Okay.
Or some kind of an agreement, some kind of something, right, to mitigate that risk of your privacy being violated.
But then would you be against these flock cameras if or when, like, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years down the future, these cameras have the technology to see through walls?
Yeah, I think, well, I'd have an issue with them being pointed at homes at that point, yeah.
Well, you could point them, well, at that point, the pointing doesn't really matter all that much, aside from
yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, and so, I think that's understandable. I think that says something, but you also brought up like a line for you is like, you don't want, scanning cell phones in your personal computer. Is that more or less like that sentiment? Okay.
Yeah.
But it seems like you're making the calculation, the understandable calculation, like would these flock cameras, okay, and these Ring doorbells that, child abductions will go down, people will find their lost dogs and cats. Could you not make sort of a utilitarian calculus? Because I think we do pay a cost to complete privacy. Not that I'm saying we have that, but let's say, for example, would you be against Apple, scanning your phone or specifically the photos in your phone to look for things?
I think they already do this. So
I know they. I don't think they do.
I think they do with like CSAM, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, but Apple explicitly, I believe, does not do this. Unless things have changed the past few years, because Lacto would probably provide more clarity. But from what I understand of the laws, like if it's found, it has to be mandatory reported, and Apple doesn't want to scan because if they scan and they find it, they have to mandatorily report it. Okay, and like many companies operate this way, where I think again.
No, there was So there was a trick on Discord a couple years ago. I'm sure it still works actually, where there's like a photo of some kid eating popcorn. Nothing inappropriate about the photo, just some kid eating popcorn. And if you posted that photo on Discord, your account would be automatically banned like a few minutes later. And the reason for that is that photo is it's pulled from a video that is CSAM, right? So in all these videos, there's like a list of like known videos that they have, and they mark these videos with I forget how they do it, but they mark it with some kind of like numbers within the fucking video or something like that.
Yeah.
And if Discord detects it, or Google detects it, or Apple detects it, and you've posted it somewhere, or it's on your computer or on your phone, it's automatically reported because they're aware of this batch of things and they have an obligation to report them.
It doesn't surprise me that Discord or let's say Google or even like Facebook or Meta like report it, but I'm pretty sure. But again, last I checked, but this was like a couple of years ago, like because like I'm pretty sure people remember these commercials, Apple commercials, like we take your privacy super seriously. Like,
they still talk about that.
Yeah, exactly. Because like that's like I think one of their whole selling points. It's like of like And I think there have been cases of like, actual law enforcement wants to like unlock this Apple phone, and Apple's like, sorry, we can't do that for you. We even lock ourselves out of their phones because like they're all about privacy.
I'm not sure about Apple, but I know that Google does it. In fact, I remember sort of recently where they found where something was like caught on a drive or something, and they reported it.
Yeah,
like a Google drive.
But then would you like be okay? Because I don't know to what extent, but like, let's say if through scanning photos on your cell phone, or like pretty much scanning your everything on your phone, if this resulted in pretty much the complete nullification of CSAM, would you be okay with that?
I might actually be okay with that. Yeah, and I mean not scanning everything on your phone, but maybe the photos. Yeah, I think I'd be okay with that actually.
But would you be okay with it if there was absolutely zero human review and the AI just decided to put you in prison, even if it was
all your popcorn photos are getting flagged,
right? Like you, it's almost like you would want human review for this AI system, right?
Yeah.
Like almost like there should be a human to go, wait a minute, that's just a picture of popcorn.
Well, that's one of the problems is that like there's sadly, horrifically, there's so much that no human, you'd have to have everyone on the planet like looking at these photos.
Well, maybe a human should look at it before you go to prison, right? Like you could have an AI system that flags it all, right? But like if you're going to put someone in prison, or I don't know, have a weapon automatically blow their brains out, there should be like some human that goes, it's a bad idea to blow the brains out of these people at this wedding. They're just dancing or they're just shooting guns in the air because it's a wedding celebration.
Let's let our friend Eucharist in, and then we'll go to Electric.
I feel like I had a moment where I saw the Matrix, or I ascended the Galaxy Brain meme. I just realized in the course of this conversation that Lactoid he's not a libertarian. He's actually just a technocrat as long as the AI is the technocrat. And so if he can be convinced that AI is more accurate than a human, then he'll support it. And so his consequentialist intuitions, I think, are stronger than ours. And that's why we've been going in circles. So let me give a couple examples, I think, of where Lactoid's intuitions, I think, would differ from most normal human brains, right? So if you give people, and don't ask me for data on this, I could find the study later, but I don't care to right now. I'm just going to, just trust me. If you poll people on a hypothetical, which is,
you're not against me, so I trust you explicitly.
Yeah. Amazing. So if you poll people on this hypothetical, right? So this hypothetical is, okay, an LLM can diagnose medical imaging 10 to 15% more accurately than a doctor without assistance. Would you support LLM use in this context? Most people say yes. But then you change the hypothetical to an LLM is 10 to 15% more accurate than a career judge at determining recidivism rates and bail hearings. Would you support LLM use in this context? Most people say no, because the intuition is in these situations that involve life and liberty, we want a human being that we can point to hold them accountable. But I've ascended because I've realized the conversation is boring, because all we have to do is convince Lactoid that the autonomous drones are going to do more bad than good, and he will change his mind. So what we need to do is Clockwork Orange strap him to a chair and force feed him Black Mirror and Terminator until he comes to realize that we've been correct the whole time.
The seasoned boots are too. The boots are too seasoned for him. They're too enticing.
If I could respond, as good as Hollywood, as Hollywood may be as representing reality, I don't know if the Terminator would really be able to move me on this. So look to answer both of your questions. LLM medical imaging, obviously yes. LLM 10 to 15 times more effective than a judge. I would say yes, actually, and I'm surprised that most people would say no. As a lawyer who has litigated cases, judges are famously now, of course, none of the ones that I ever go in front of, they're all great and fantastic.
No, they're amazing.
Yeah. But judges themselves, the aggregate, are pretty hilariously, bad. A lot of things, right? There's studies done where it's judges.
When they
the sentencing after lunch,
before lunch,
before lunch, their sentences are and penalties, everything are a little longer and more harsh. And then after they get a little bit of lunch, they feel a little better. Probation.
Quick question: if someone has been convicted of at least 40 offenses, many of which are violent, do you support always putting those people on trial on the docket right before lunch?
Do you support adding them to the mandatory drone targeting list that Pete Hegseth is developing?
I'm just saying, how
I forgot one more name. I'm sorry.
How many Irenas wouldn't be stabbed if only people with 40 or more convictions of some kind were sentenced right before lunch?
I forgot one more meme, which is this is the only conversation I've ever heard someone with their full chest say, I must be right, Pete Hegseth agrees with me. Former Fox News host, champagne dunk tank Pete Hegseth agrees with me, and so I'm correct. It's amazing. Oh my goodness! Sorry,
that's one of many reasons. Okay, but as to the I think it's fine because for me the principle here is innocent people not going to prison and guilty people going to prison. For me, that's the principle is you're doing the wrong thing when you're hurting somebody. Like when that person who's now sitting in a cage. Good. Hold on, real quick. Good for them that there's a human accountable in this sort of abstract sense. I'm sure they're really appreciative of that now that they're sitting behind bars for 20 years, because they were one of the ones that they were wrongly convicted when they wouldn't have been had a more effective AI, a proven more effective AI, been responsible for their case. So yeah, if you can give me a better mousetrap, if you can give me a system that uses AI to not lock up innocent people as often, you bet your fucking ass I'm going to take that. 10 to 15 times?
Why does
it's 10 to 15% was the hypothetical, and it's also very
I heard times.
Okay, I'm sorry, I meant percent. If I said times, that was my fault.
If it was times, would you agree with it?
Hold on. The hypothetical. Hold on. Also, the hypothetical is about bail hearings and recidivism, so that it's slightly different than false convictions, right? So I might, if we could snap our fingers and have fewer false convictions, that'd be great. But this is specifically about where judgment is employed most often in the criminal justice system. In this sense, is okay. There's a person in front of me, and I have to make a calculation about their likelihood of reoffending and what the consequences of that will be. Do I give this person another chance or not?
Bail hearing still involves a cage, right? Like if you deny somebody bail when otherwise could have been bailed out and they're sitting in a cage. So if it was 10 to 15 times better, would you then support it?
No, not necessarily, because I still have the human intuition. I'm a human chauvinist. Okay, I don't like the AIs. So the filthy clankers can go die in a hole. I don't know that slurs allowed.
But here's the thing. But this affects humans, right? Now, like you're saying, you're a human chauvinist. 15 times more humans now are subject to a system that gets it wrong.
I would rather suffer in a gladiatorial arena with humans than fight the mechs. Yeah, 100%. Like if it's a choice between Skynet and other people killing me, I'll take humans.
Sure.
I prefer
one more question. Why, if that's the case, would you answer yes to the medical imaging question? And if so, why?
I wouldn't want autonomous medical imaging. I would want doctor oversight. Actually,
even if it's 10 to 15 times worse.
Well, again, the hypothetical is 50%. If I said times, that's my fault.
If it was,
well, then I would want it to be a collaboration between a human using a tool and making a judgment on the basis of that tool and its effectiveness.
Well, what if the human introduced error?
Yes, what if the human introduced error to an appreciable rate that made it worse?
I'd be fine with it.
Okay with that error.
Okay, you'd be fine with that.
Yeah.
With more people dying of whatever medical condition.
I think I remember like not that long ago, maybe it was like roughly a year ago, there was this video that was going around, and I know you follow the Ukraine-Russia war pretty closely, so I'm assuming you saw this. And it was a drone footage video where the Ukrainian government had even tweeted it out, or like a representative from the government, not the government, right, but a representative from the government. And it was a drone footage, and it was of a drone toying with a Russian soldier and then blowing up on him. Right? But the one in particular that I remember, I saw it and they were bragging about it. And then I looked at it closer and I saw they had no unit patches and they had no shoelaces on their boots. Mm-hmm. And I was like, okay, this is very clearly a prisoner of war. And they're using prisoners of war and trying to get them to run away from the drone so that the human pilots can be better trained on blowing up people that are fleeing, right? Potentially Russian conscripts, right? That are there of no fault of their own because they're forced to go into the military, fleeing for their lives as they blow them up as they attempt to run away. And
call the orcs too while they do that.
Call the orcs while you're right. And so my question to you is imagine a scenario, right? Like an option A, option B. Under option A, do you think the drone pilots and the people that made the decision to take captured prisoners of war and torture and test weapon systems on them should be held accountable for those decisions?
They should, they won't.
Right. They should, they won't is most likely the right thing, right? And so my second question is would it be better if an AI was doing that to those Russian POWs as opposed to an individual soldier that we at least have the potential to punish?
I actually think an AI, specifically in that scenario, would probably do it less. This is going to sound paradoxical, but I actually think there would be more oversight, because what would happen is there'd be the code. We would have some access to the code, right? We would say, hey, look, you're going to give us access to this code, otherwise you're not going to get our shit. And when it comes to like the individual level, especially individuals like with PTSD who are pushed into war situations, they become monsters pretty quickly when it comes to being in war, right? They have to justify shit to themselves. They get involved, like, blowing up prisoners of war, civilians. It's awful.
Okay, but let's not change
an AI. I'm not changing the analogy. What I'm saying is that if you... Well, I'm not. I'm saying if they were AI, like, we would have more oversight to make sure the code's not doing that. You wouldn't need to train drone operators to hunt down.
But let's just say, for example, that there's a limited number of people, like I don't know, like only a couple of people in the Pentagon and the president, right, that have access to this because these are state secrets on our weapons defense systems, and they've gotten rid of companies, I don't know, like Anthropic, that had red lines on systems like this, right? And instead it was open AI drones, and all of this was classified information, so we never actually saw those videos because there doesn't even need to be a pilot, so there doesn't even need to be, per se, a recorded video somewhere. And it was the AI doing this, and it was only a few people in charge of this, right? What do you think is it better because it's an AI and not a human, or is it better because a human can be held responsible, and because there is a chain of command of people that failed that we can punish?
Does it lead to, this is critically important, does it lead to more of these atrocities, or are we assuming the same level? Because I objected before and said...
I mean, I don't know, right? But let's assume for the sake of
I think it would lead to less.
Let's assume for the sake of argument that it leads to more atrocities in the form of that warfare. Hold on, pause. But let's also assume for the sake of argument that it leads to a shorter war. So the percentage during war is more atrocities because the state has more control over it and there's no oversight, but the war is more effective and therefore there's less overall deaths.
Yeah, it could be. It would depend on like the additional length of the war compared to the harm associated with the additional atrocities.
Right. Well, let's just assume the war is more brutal and there's more rights violations and there's more brutal killings of innocent POWs. No. As a ratio, but the war is more effective because the fighting tool is more effective. Therefore, there's less innocent deaths.
Right, I understand, but when you're saying there's less innocent deaths, are you saying like there's less innocent deaths per year, or are you saying despite the other war being longer?
I'm saying per capita, there's more innocent deaths and there's more atrocities. But
over the scope of the whole war.
But overall, there's less death because the war is ended quicker because this technology is so effective.
Than that one, if there's less overall atrocities and death.
So you're okay. I think I have nothing against that. You are purely a consequentialist, devoid of anything else. You have no moral compass other than pure numbers.
No, but once again, I'm gonna like, this is the same objection I had to.
Yeah, you double down on your philosophy, and that's fine. That's your philosophy.
Sure.
I think it's monstrous, but
as long as you know I'm being good faith and accurately describing my philosophy. The objection, I think, to the counter of this, or to the different answer, would be the same objection that I gave to Eucharist, which is, like, for me, the principle here is not violating human rights, which is what happens when you blow prisoners of war up and when you blow up civilians. And if you're giving me two options, one where objectively more people are having this subjected to them, more suffering, more rights violations, compared to an alternative that has less of that, yeah, I'm for sure going to take the option that is less. I'd prefer a shorter war. Now, I can imagine a shorter war that is far worse in terms of far more atrocities, in which all of a sudden, no, then it's not okay, right? Because that level of atrocities outweighs even the longer war. I actually think the alternative is monstrous. I think the idea of saying like, well, there is like some weird preference I have to things not happening within a certain temporal period of time, and because of that, I'm going to subject more people to suffering. Or I guess with Eucharist, I have this sort of like undescribable chauvinism against clankers, in his words, and so therefore I'm going to doom more humans to cancer. For me, this is monstrous. I would prefer a system in which you don't have more people getting blown up, or cancer, or locked in a cage, or all the terrible shit that happens to human beings.
So you've activated. Hold on, let me finish, because the line of questioning is almost over. So now that we've accepted that we're willing to take a large level of, we were willing to take a majority of the human control and leave it to a very small group of people within the state, where it is majority secret, but the overall consequence is that this war is less long, less brutal, and more effective. I completely agree, but I think this isolates the very moral evil of consequentialism, is because it does a calculus on these things in a limited number of time. Because what you have just done is you have created an authoritarian state that has no oversight and no control, and no one really understands the brutality of the war that is occurring, and you have incentivized more war and more expansion and more imperial control, and the overall effect is going to be more death and suffering in the long term.
No. What I was doing is I was working within the hypothetical you gave me, because I'm good faith and I'm going to deal within the parameters of the hypothetical you give me. If within any consequential analysis, if you want to add in things outside the hypothetical, like you just did, you want to change the question to say, well, but this the system required to generate this type of warfare, factor in the consequences of that's going to have on society, and these overall negative consequences, then that could shift me against it, right? If you want to add in more things, that could shift my analysis, and what I'm doing,
the internal critique of consequentialism that I gave you, right?
No, all you're doing is adding more.
Right, but that's the thing, is that you always work with imperfect knowledge. So when your moral framework is based off of a calculus of what is right or wrong, based purely on the numbers of like human lives or things of that nature, is that there are always unintended consequences and errors within that calculation. And that is why morality that is strictly consequential has this problem baked in, which is the human subjective bias of being able to isolate those variables. That is why I did that. This isn't a goalpost shift or some dirty tactic. It's showcasing the weakness of consequentialism, and why it leads to bad outcomes, even under your framework of valuing outcomes.
But here, I don't think it. I don't think
that's why rule utilitarianism was invented, bro.
I don't think it does. I think that if you are a consequentialist and you are given more input into your internal algorithm, yes, your goal is to, as with all scientific endeavors, your goal is to go through and pull as much input as you possibly can to make the decision based on whatever, like your own personal moral calculus, your algorithm. This is why they call it a moral calculus. The reason why I answered the way I did before is because I was playing within the bounds of the hypothetical that you gave me. I reject the following conclusion that you made when you said this is the problem with consequentialism. They're always ignoring these unintended consequences. I'm factoring that in. I'm factoring in the risk of unintended consequences whenever I make any decision. If I shoot a gun in the air, I am factoring in the risk of that bullet entirely unattendedly to hit somebody several miles away. Now, I should still be factoring this in. I shouldn't just have a rule of it is always okay to shoot a gun in the air. Like, no, because you have to think further beyond that. What if I shoot a gun and then it hits somebody?
You have to be able to predict all possible outcomes in all futures in order to be able to
you should try to predict things.
Which is why it's absurd.
It's not absurd to try to predict things to come to decisions. It's not.
So, okay.
You're right. It isn't if you rewire it that way into rational choices and not morality.
And because I've been toying with this idea that Lactoid said, and I think it's really interesting. And I want to try to refocus the conversation, maybe get some other people in here, right? So again, this
I think
idea of
Eucharist probably
accountability.
wants to respond to me getting at him earlier as well.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
No, I mean, I would say something similar to Scott, which is, I understand why your intuitions cut against mine in those hypotheticals. I would also add things, but I think I'm adding things that I don't think you would think are morally consequential, because I have this like developmental view of human beings and what's good for human beings, and I care about the types of humans that are making decisions over time and learning to make better decisions. And so I think all of that is factored in. It's not just like a medical diagnostics right now. It's what sort of social trust are we developing? What sorts of doctors are we developing? What sorts of patients are we developing? And honestly, I think this is an area where my intuition, I think, overlaps more with like John Stuart Mill's than yours, where he has a section on liberty where he's like, if we could snap our fingers and develop a bunch of automatons to do the work of human beings, and in fact they did it more productively, we should not substitute them for human beings, because they would be poor substitutes for even the shitty human beings we have today, and would cut us off from the opportunity of developing as human beings. And so he also says in this other essay on genius, like, what matters is not the output, it matters what kind of thing or what kind of person is doing the work. And so you could have a machine that could produce a better output than me, but what we care about is actually the development of human beings as human beings. And so I would factor that into my calculus, and I think I would just press you on just like how confident you really are that the knockdown effects of the autonomous drone system, and then all of the necessary things that come with it, like the mass surveillance, are not going to be worse even on your account. I think on my account they just don't. I have no optimism that they're going to be better, but I can understand why you might think they are.
So let me respond to that. I think you just did a little bit the thing that I think Scott kind of sort of did before a little bit as well, which is I think that when I press you, like, isn't this obviously better when there's less people getting cancer, etc. What you'll then do is you'll expand the hypothetical into account other things. I will address that, but I think it's interesting how I think deep down you guys are practicing consequentialism too, because when I ask you justify why that's the case, when I ask you justify that too, you'll fall back to, well, here's these other consequences that I care about. These other consequences that I care about.
No, I'm doing
that
an
are going to be
critique.
related. That are going to be related.
You don't care about human rights. You don't care about liberty. You don't care about
I do.
Objective morality.
I do.
You care
do.
about
Let's let
consequences.
Lactoid prove that he cares about liberty. Go ahead.
So when you're appealing to those other consequences, which I think Chris, you just did a little bit when you said, like, what are the overall effects going to be on the doctors and the patients, et cetera, on the type of humans that are going to develop from this.
You did an internal critique, therefore I'm right.
This fucking guy. So can I just so I'm going to change the hypothetical to basically lock the hypothetical against you going outside of it. Eucharist, if an AI was developed that would diagnose medical problems 10 to 15 times better than any doctor could, and any doctor getting involved would actually make the process much worse, okay? It'll nullify the benefit. And it is a necessary aspect of the hypothetical that this will always be the case, that no matter what, this AI will always develop better and faster than any doctor, and any effort we put into making, like, humans doctors and shit will just simply be resources siphoned away from the medical technology. If I guaranteed you this was a fundamental of the hypothetical, does your answer change, or does it remain the same?
No, and the reason I say that is because I don't think I'm reasoning as a consequentialist. I'm saying there are other human goods that I don't think, like, it's not that consequences are justifying why this action is good. It's that the totality of human goods is sort of what we're aiming at, and so I'm thinking more virtue ethically. And so even in this scenario that you're giving me, I think there's a loss of other human goods sort of necessarily entailed.
How is
so
that,
if all I cared about was the good of reducing or increasing the accuracy of cancer diagnosis, of course I would say yes, 100%, but that's not the only good I care about.
What are the other goods?
The totality of human goods, like what sort of person we want out there in the world, what sort of character we want them to develop, what sort of judgment they're developing, what sort of choice and internal judgment, what sort of practice and freedom.
As a consequence, though, as a consequence of doing this, going down the AI path, we will lose the accumulation of these human goods, though, right? And you're judging against that, right? That's like a
It's a
negative.
consequentialist argument, but you're just using certain
Well, no,
virtues.
consequentialism precisely is saying this action is justified because of the consequences. It's a virtue ethical approach is saying what we ought to aim at is a totality of human goods and human excellence of character. Like it's the principle or point of justification is what's at issue in virtue ethics versus deontology versus consequentialism. So
I'll answer the question really simply. I don't give a fuck about the consequences if you're saying that it ought to be mandated, because I'm an anarcho-objectivist. At the end of the day, I think if it's better, companies will do so under the free market. But if you're saying the state mandates it, I don't give a fuck if it's 10 to 15 times better. If the state says you must do it, fuck the state. Again, I'm not a consequentialist like you, all right? You accuse me for doing an internal critique, which is nonsense. I'm appealing to your philosophy when I'm talking to you. That doesn't mean that I believe in your philosophy.
Oh, God. I'm going to borrow, Scott. I'm going to borrow something. I'm going to borrow this term, and I'm going to levy it as a criticism against Eucharist here. Are you ready?
Please.
Eucharist, I'm going to accuse you, I believe, of a future performative contradiction.
Okay.
I think that if you got cancer, you're picking the AI every time.
Ooh.
Okay, you can make that accusation. That's fair.
Am I wrong? Would you
I
say,
don't know.
I worry about the character of the doctor, so I'm going to go
I don't know.
probably
I would never absolve myself of a hypothetical future moral failing. Yeah. So maybe you're right. I don't know.
All right. Well, that's fair. But sorry. Okay. I do want to ask a larger question.
He wants to ask a large question. Is it a black doctor or a white doctor?
Does AI have a race? Wait, have we decided?
We can name the AI.
It's Asian. It's Asian.
Ask the AI if it will say certain words, and you can learn what race it's not. I'll tell you that.
Oh my God. But I have a larger question for the rest of the panel for the time that we have left. Eucharist, you have me at a disadvantage. You are certainly far more versed in philosophy than I am, right?
Only the stupid versions of it. That's all I know. So
something I appreciate about
Those
you.
are the best ones.
But you're saying that
they're all
there's a difference
stupid, of
between.
course.
You're saying there's a difference between
the smart versions are retarded. Let's be honest. Anytime people are bringing up like Hegel or something, it's like no, you don't understand it. The
Let Brian ask his question.
The stupid versions are the better ones.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with this.
But like consequentialism versus virtue ethicism, in this sense, right? Like
I hate virtue ethicism, by the way.
From my perspective,
I mean, you're a technocrat. You would.
It's so nonsensical. It's okay. Sorry, go ahead, Prime.
You're nonsensical.
No problem, friend. So from my perspective, the words you were using sounded like consequences of a different name. But
Don't
you're
they?
saying it's not. Yeah, but like
this is a common critique of virtue ethics.
You have a better insight into these things than me, so if you can explain it to me,
Yeah, it's a common critique of virtue ethics because consequentialists are incapable of conceiving of the world as anything but consequentialist because they have little child brains where everything has to be
because we live in the real world where consequentialism is what matters.
I mean, you can make that claim and just define yourself into a victory. You can do that if you want. I'll happily rest over here.
I just did.
Call you an intellectual child. No, so the question, the point of difference between a duty ethical system and a consequentialist system or a virtue ethical system is just the question of what exactly justifies any given action as like the action I ought to be taking. And the consequentialist answer is literally just either in an act utilitarian sense or other forms of consequentialism. This particular act tends to increase the things I think are good, and then we still have to argue about what human goods are, and people like Mill are still more coherent than Lactoid because they differentiate between higher and lower human pleasures and do so relatively sophisticatedly. But then you have duty ethics, which is say, well, no, there's a rule book with a right answer in any given situation, and the outcomes, precisely speaking, do not matter. And so that's the most explicit denial of consequentialism. Virtue ethics is attempting to split the difference and saying, well, of course, like any a deontologist would probably say that theirs actually does increase the best consequences. It's just not justified on the basis of consequences. A virtue ethicist is taking everything into account. It's not that the consequences are irrelevant. It's a totality of circumstances analysis. If we want to be deal with these stupid lawyers in the chat, but what precisely justifies something is tending towards excellences of human character that help us fulfill our purpose or our telos, and that does, as a natural consequence, lead to better outcomes and consequences. But any given situation may not on the utilitarian or consequentialist calculus. But So if you want to try to say that's the same thing as rule utilitarianism, you can, I guess, but we distinguish. So that's that. I don't care.
Okay. I'll leave it there for now. But thank you. I appreciate it, friend. So the thing that I wanted to ask about, again, once again, our friend Lactoid talked about like accountability, and like I've been like playing this over in my mind, right? Like once again, like I keep saying years at a time that there is no accountability, seemingly, right? Or at least for certain people, there's no accountability. All right. So what if, and then our friend Scott brought in this idea of like a shorter war. So what if the U.S. launches another war? Shocker. I know it sounds crazy, but yeah. What if the U.S. launched another war?
I don't engage in unrealistic hypotheticals.
You launched another war, unjustified war, like plainly unjustified. Everyone could see it. But it was using these AIs. And to be clear, I just got to pause just for a second, right? Like the first part of my hypothetical is going to be reasonable, the war. The second part is going to be less reasonable because what we haven't actually addressed in this conversation is the effectiveness of these AIs, right? Not nearly as effective as we've been giving them credit for, or as people in general give them credit for. That's another part of this, but we're going to leave that out of it for now because it just adds another layer of complication, right? So we're testing principles here. So we're assuming lethality. But anyway, so what if they launch a war and there's no accountability for launching that war, but there was it was a more lethal weapon, so it ended the war quicker, right? So like our friend Lactoid is saying, like we don't tend to hold these people accountable. It is very realistic that like U.S. members, U.S. government officials will get to walk away after like brutalizing another nation. But if they're using this AI, right, and it shortens the war, right, it accomplishes the mission, and like the people of that nation live under the threat of war for a short amount of time, is that not a benefit?
So, I go even further than that. I go even further than that. I would say that even if the atrocities were like in both scenarios were to remain the exact same, I would still prefer the AI situation because, like, in the event that you're having human beings pilot those drones and especially target like innocents or prisoners of war or whatever, you're generating like a whole bunch more people now with like severe mental disorders, PTSD, all this shit. So there are more casualties just from the very nature of the fact that humans are engaged in the warfare. If it was just AI, now you don't have that, right? You actually have fewer.
I tend to not to give a fuck about like the people doing the slaughtering, but I hear what you're saying, buddy.
If they're conscripts, you probably should, right? They're forced.
So
sorry, no, I meant like the like the drone operators or some shit,
Yeah, let's say they were forced into that. Let's say they were drafted and they were shoved in the front lines or behind the front lines saying, pilot this drone and kill these people. Otherwise, we'll punish you.
I mean, that seems unlikely in the
There's
U.S.
a drone
context.
behind
But
them.
I hear what you're saying.
That is what's happening right now in Ukraine.
I'm not going to fight your hypothetical. It's fine.
I have a question.
Let's set up for now, Leanne, and then go.
Sure.
So, like, with these hypotheticals, like, it always starts off by saying, like, none of these officials are ever held accountable, and all these atrocities are being done. I just don't understand that why, when we implement AI, for some reason now there's going to be less atrocities, considering there's going to be less accountability on these people. The assumption is going to be that there's going to be more atrocities, more bullshit being done, because there's less accountability. No, like why would the people
because
just
they have
like
more
stop
ability to do
doing
it? Maybe you're saying that.
I mean,
so they'll. I can do more atrocities, like I can do more wars, and so I will inherently start more wars because it's easier to do.
Well,
so,
no, Scott, because this is based on Scott's hypothetical from earlier, and Scott was trying to work in that no, there's actually going to be more atrocities being done, right? It's just the war is shorter, so like maybe less like overall deaths, but the atrocities are still going to be multiplied, or the atrocities are still going to be the same. It's just we're arguing that the war is going to be shortened. But then that's just opening the door for more atrocities to be done. Other wars, right? Like this war was so short, we can go do another war and another war and another war, and there's less and less and less accountability. And it just seems like in this hypothetical, every single time, every time the hypothetical has been brought out, the people who run the AI become benevolent because there's less accountability, and now there's less atrocities because the wars are shortened. And it's like that probably wouldn't be the case.
Yeah,
you would probably assume that like if human error caused for all these atrocities, then the people who are operating an AI that has no fucking moral judgment is just following an algorithm that is set up by the people who were already doing all these atrocities before. Like the AI is not going to be less atrocious; it's going to be probably more.
There's a problem here, right? That I think is, man, I keep hearing somebody clicking their mouse really loudly. There's a problem here, which is the natural inclination of people to look at the term of accountability or punishment as a binary, and it's not a binary, right? Like just because these people haven't gotten their just desserts doesn't mean that they aren't to some degree held accountable.
Yeah,
right?
I agree.
Right, losing an election is a form of accountability. It's a very weak form of accountability from what it is that we want.
Even
right?
the guilt, even if they assume
we
they
could
have
look
guilt,
like let's look at like the Iran Contra situation. Right? Should Reagan have been punished for the Iran Contra situation? I think most people today would probably say yes, unless they're like a staunch identifying Republican, right? But that doesn't mean that Oliver North didn't fall on his sword, right? Like somebody had some level of account. Now, Oliver North then got to live as a rich man for the rest of his fucking life, right? So
on
we
Fox
view
News
that
too.
right, but so we view that as zero accountability. But it's not really zero accountability. It's more like 0.1% accountability. And the thing is like when we have an armed population currently, right? We do have elections, however much those elections are rigged or not rigged, or however much they're controlled by media and manufactured consent and, protests that are, pushed by NGOs, whatever that may be, or just however retarded people are and are susceptible to going along with the narrative, whatever that may be, there's still elections, right? So there's a certain threshold where it goes too far, and there is some level of minute but still measurable pushback. And so I think that the problem arises here is that when we start talking about things like AI systems and wars that are super effective and classified and held by a very small number of people that have the ability to wage war, what we do is we reduce what little accountability we already have. We reduce it even more because things are more secret, people aren't blamed. And what you end up with is an incentive structure. We already have an incentive structure to start wars for bullshit reasons because we have limited accountability. But if we reduce that accountability further, we have a larger incentive structure for more wars, for more unjustifiable things. And so I think that this is where it is perfectly reasonable, even from a consequentialist neoliberal perspective that Dario has, that there ought be red lines to try and reduce that, to try and reduce an incentive structure that puts a massive power structure in a few people's hands that are relatively unaccountable compared to where they are today. I agree. Every motherfucker in the Epstein files should be deeply investigated, and most of them probably belong killed and dead. Okay? I agree that Donald Trump and Biden and Obama and every living president probably deserves, I'm not even going to go probably, from my perspective, deserves to be fucking drawn and quartered, okay? I am super extreme on that, right? What my idea of justice is going to be higher than your idea of justice. But that doesn't mean that there's zero accountability. And the more we do to weaken that system of accountability, the more we incentivize those in power to do whatever benefits them. And the less accountability and the less knowledge of war they have, the more their incentive, what gets them, what gives them power,
what keeps them up at
and the
night.
incentive is more war, more human atrocities, and more pacification of human populations through a mass surveillance controlling state driven by AI, and more people will fucking eat Soylent Green happily.
Okay. Let's. If you, Chris, wants to jump in, it's fine. I do want to ask Doobie another question.
You can ask Doobie. It's fine.
Okay, so
I'm out of memes for now.
Oh, Doobie friend, are you there?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you, I know very well that my good friend Doobie is a staunch critic of the U.S. and Israel's actions in Gaza, but putting the genocide aside for a moment, you also seem to be, in general, and maybe I'm wrong about this, but I think in general, I'm more in favor of a muscular U.S. foreign policy. Am I incorrect there?
It depends what you mean by that. The answer is sort of. I think I have no issue with with that, other than I feel like we use those muscles in the wrong way.
Okay,
we
well,
use
what
them
would
to
be
the detriment of
right
the
way
world.
then?
I think we should. Well, first off, I think the United States needs to focus more on helping its people, bettering itself. I think we need to focus less on undermining other nations, whether that's Cuba or fucking Venezuela or China or whoever. Russia. I know you love Russia. I feel like we spend a lot of time undermining these other nations, building them up, and I think a lot of this is because they've been built up as boogeymen, because the government needs boogeymen to keep us in line in some way. Right? So if we're not afraid of the rest of the world, right, we might criticize them more harshly. And they use these boogeymen to justify a lot of the terrible things they do.
What's your stance on Taiwan then?
I don't really have a strong stance on that at all. To be
Really?
honest with you.
That's surprising.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay, all right. So, all right.
What's your stance on
just-
Taiwan, Prime Guys?
Me? I think we should defend Taiwan. Absolutely.
You think we should what?
Defend Taiwan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
As in,
Yeah,
like,
I-
militarily, if necessary?
Militarily, if necessary. Absolutely.
I'm in the same boat. I agree.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't know enough about the whole situation. So I know
Yeah.
like very little. I haven't done any deep research on it.
Are there
So
like
I don't
underlying
have a
reasons
strong
for that? Or like, honoring just the U.S. agreements, or like you think that a sense of justice type of thing?
One, honoring our agreements. I mean, like I keep saying, the U.S. is a liar and tends not to honor our agreements.
Well, yeah, but if that agreement wasn't there, would that
Fuck
change
Taiwan. Here's how we solve the Taiwan problem. All right, you just
I was talking to Prime. I was talking to Prime.
deregulate.
We privatize it, and then we sell it to the Chinese.
We fucking let BlackRock defend Taiwan for a fuck ton of money from AMD and Nvidia. All right.
Yeah. So to answer your question quickly, Corey, fuck the CCP. Fuck their whole system. Taiwan.
Somebody's not getting a trip to Beijing paid for.
Exactly, right? But
dumb career move, buddy.
Yeah, fuck that whole system. My understanding of Taiwan is that it's relatively pretty chill. Didn't always used to be chill, from my understanding of their history. But still, that they are within some sort of democratic, framework that gives their people more latitude, more freedoms, and all that. I would not want to subject them to the CCP. I hated watching what happened to Hong Kong. I had actually been in Hong Kong before the crackdowns, right? Lovely place, amazing place. Would love to go back. But it's a different place, and it breaks my heart that they lost that. And I think the world is better with more democracies rather than less democracies. And it's unfortunate that Taiwan happens to be, geographically close and next to this belligerent power. So,
but hear me out. What if the AI calculates that nuking Taiwan would prevent a future protracted war against China? So we nuke Taiwan now to save war later, and then our math equation works out.
I don't think I could do it.
But just to be clear,
there's the reason why you wouldn't do it, because there's worse consequences. Prime?
No.
Are the consequences so bad?
I'm sorry, Lactoid. The AI calculated the consequences. The AI calculated the consequences. It calculated the consequences.
Is it the nebulous virtues?
I'm sorry, no, Lactoid. The AI calculated the consequences. It did it. It told you. It was.
If it calculated all the consequences, all of them,
just like it's gonna do with autonomous drones. It calculated all the consequences.
If it was guaranteed, with all certainty that if we nuked Taiwan, it would prevent a future war with China, and we would be good. Like, would you be good with nuking Taiwan? Baked into this hypothetical that is guaranteed that this works.
If the war is sufficient, if the war is sufficiently bad, yeah. If the war was to lead to like the world ending, I mean, I would prefer the world didn't end. What about you? What's your answer to that question?
The consequences of the war happening were worse for us than not nuking Taiwan, right? Like, we nuked Taiwan, the consequences for them sucks, but for us it's good.
I don't just value
to the world.
Yeah, I don't just value consequences in this kind of nationalistic sense of like America #1. I'm not Gibbs, okay? Well, Ali, let's say the nuclear war would lead to the end of the world. Let's just say, would you be at that point be in favor of nuking Taiwan?
I'm not in favor of nuking Taiwan to begin with.
No, stop. You have two scenarios. You nuke Taiwan, and then there's no, and the world doesn't end. Ali, please. The war does not end. The war does not. Sorry, the world does not end because World War III doesn't happen with the ICBMs and all that shit. If you nuke Taiwan, okay, or the world does end. Which of those two scenarios are you picking?
So if we nuke Taiwan, the world doesn't end. If we don't nuke Taiwan, well, no, yeah, we nuke Taiwan. Fuck it. What's up?
Thank you. You're a dirty consequentialist. See, Scott would say that you shouldn't steal a penny to save the world.
Well, I was just working within your hypothetical. You're very rich in hypothetical.
Yeah, yes. You are working within the hypothetical that demonstrates your principle of consequentialism. Thank you.
So, Corey, I see you.
Consequentialism is obviously a contradiction.
I do want to get to this question, sure. But then I see you, Corey. So, DB, this is why I came at this question with a little bit of trepidation, because as always, I'm not entirely sure where you are. Right?
He likes it that way.
Also, just for the record, just to clear it up, I wouldn't steal a penny to save the world. You would steal. You would engage in evil.
I would.
You would steal a penny.
I would steal a penny to save the world. I would steal two. I would steal two pennies.
The proper choice is not to touch the trolley and
murder someone. Doobie is. Look at the image portrayed. Look at the image portrayed of Doobie. This is who Doobie is. All right. He's telling you
this is what he creates. I just want to be very clear about my position now. Not only would I steal a penny, not only would I steal 2 pennies, I would steal 3. I would steal 3 pennies to save the world. And the person here who says I'm evil for opposing killbots, he wouldn't even steal 1. I just want to point that out. And we all die in hellfire.
Before you guys start another fight, let's get to Doobie.
Before we start another fight, he literally attacked me, and like
I know he always
before you start a fight, like you can't go into a bar and watch somebody punch someone in the face. And be like, whoa. Before we start a fight,
that's it, Scott. I'm throwing out another penny.
I think that's a little symbolic.
Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't steal because I don't agree with evil. You do.
Scott.
You'd murder.
Scott.
How many people would you kill to save the world?
Scott, please.
He'd murder 5 pennies. He'd murder all of them.
Would you murder 4 people
Scott, please,
in cold blood?
Please.
Probably.
Please, Scott, hold on. We'll get to that later.
There you
Scott,
go.
Look.
He would murder 4 people. He'd murder you and your whole family, Prime.
Okay, Scott. You were stabbed. You're bleeding out. But first, I'd like to have intellectual debate with Doobie before we do anything about it. Okay. All right.
Intellectual debate with Doobie. Come on. This guy believes that schools should have blowjob classes for teenage girls. Get out of here.
What happened?
He does think this. Just want to see that is a good point. That's a pretty crippling argument.
Everybody's ideologies.
That's pretty good.
Everyone's ideologies are getting brought up. Might as well throw that one out there.
Fair. Doobie, respond.
Yeah, to be clear, it's not true. I included boys, so not just boys.
He's an equal opportunist, all right? We're LGBTQIA plus 5G LTE friendly over here.
Love that about our friend Doobie. Anyway, Doobie, so like I was saying, I came at this with trepidation because as always, I'm a little unsure where you stand. Like after so many years, you're still a car in my head. But okay, all right. So you are more skeptical of U.S. imperialism, which is a good thing. I love that for you, friend. Another reason why we're homies. But like, still, you're saying like there are good interventions, right? Like, what's a good intervention for you?
Yeah, I mean, a good intervention would be, what's that guy's name? I can't remember the guy's name. Do you remember? Oh, Boko Haram. That there's a big scandal. They kidnapped like 200.
A big scandal. Boko Haram.
Yeah, big
no
scandal.
way.
Hold on. Big scandal because it was like all over TV for a while. People pretended to care, and so the next big news thing came up.
No, you're thinking about Coney.
Things like this. I feel like
Coney.
reasonable. Or ISIS.
12.
Yeah, I was thinking about Coney actually before that. But Boko Haram's a good example. Same kind of thing. ISIS going around murdering a ton of people. I think these kinds of things I'm totally okay with the US getting involved
ISIS
in.
a terrorist group or ISIS Toyota?
Both. I prefer that we don't do it alone, right? I prefer some kind of coalition coming together to fight these things. That's my preference.
Okay, sure. All right, so we picked Coney. Oh, he's dead. But Boko Haram will work with that.
He's dead.
I'm almost certain he's dead. Am I correct? Incorrect? Maybe I'm wrong.
Pretty sure he's dead.
What have I been campaigning about for the past?
If I remember correctly, I think he was dead before that video was even made. Like it was like, if I remember correctly. Then the guy who made the video had like a big mental breakdown. He was like jerking off on the side of the road in Santa Monica or some shit.
Yeah, I saw that. That's crazy.
Okay.
The ICC, hold on. The
He's
ICC
alive.
believes that he's still alive. We
He's
don't
alive?
know.
Okay. Well, whatever the case may be, I apologize if I gave misinformation there. In any case, so Boko Haram, right?
thought he was
Attacking
dead,
Boko
too.
Haram, justified, or fair enough. Justified intervention, right? But we are now using autonomous kill bots. Are you in support for like better lethality, right? Like handling this quicker, maybe rescuing our girls faster, right? We don't have to put our soldiers in the line. I think so much of our planning, right, of these operations. I mean, I'm not a military man, but if I imagine if I asked one, right, a lot of that planning is to accomplish a mission without getting our soldiers killed. Well, we can just send a swarm of killbots at them, right? We don't have to worry about that part, right? We just kill bots and they don't like shoot the girls, right? Hostages saved very quick, and actually we lost most of those girls. Those girls disappeared. So let's say we actually could have saved them if we could have acted faster, not have to worry about like the safety of an operation, right? Would you then be in favor?
I think if we're at the point where they have like autonomous kill bots, which I think there's a video that I saw recently of China testing exactly that. They had a bunch of like robots shooting machine guns and running all over an obstacle course. That's pretty interesting. So I think we're moving very close to Lactoid's world right now. So if we're in that stage, I think yeah, we're at the point where if you don't do it, everybody else is doing it, so you're screwed, right? So I think before we get there, we should have some kind of an international agreement to avoid that. However, I think that if you have that capability and you're using it, you're really incentivizing more war that is not just, you're incentivizing more bad interventions because you're removing the human cost, and it allows us here at home. It's like, oh well, yeah, we lost 500 kill robots. Who gives a fuck, right? Who cares if the government killed 10,000 people in this little country I don't give a fuck about? I think you need the risk to human life for us to give a fuck about it, and if we don't give a fuck about it, I think the government will go crazy.
I think that's
far
really
more
good
of these
point.
things happening.
I like that example. I think it's something we have to take in, and I thought that's where Ali was going previously. But this
I think it's something we
idea-
saw with drone warfare, right? Like we had, I think like 7 wars going on at the same time at one point, but because it was all drones, very few soldiers dying or at risk. Like just nobody gave a fuck. So,
I like the idea of having a level of friction, and I think Scott was getting to this as well in different words, but like a level of friction between us and our slaughter. I think that level of friction is valuable. I
only care when it's a state. Just to be clear, I only care when it's a state. I think BlackRock should use as many drones to slaughter as many people that are bad people as possible. Right? Like wipe out every person in Boko Haram. And I would love to hear that there were 0 human casualties on our side. I just don't want the state having the power to do that because the state is not incentivized properly to actually kill bad people.
Haram,
because they're not accountable. Unlike
the thing is,
Blackwater,
you can hold a private company accountable, right? You can't really hold the state. The state doesn't really hold itself accountable.
Right.
So, but no, the vote. Okay, okay. We can't have a whole. Okay, check.
The famous accountability of Blackwater.
I was just clarifying my position.
Okay, so yeah, you want dead Boko Haram, and don't forget, right, dead about communists, right? Okay, don't want to miss out on there, right?
Oh no, I never advocated that avowed communists ought be killed. I only advocated that an avowed communist doesn't have the capacity to say that they have human rights without being in contradiction, and therefore it's not unjustified to kill a communist. There's nothing morally evil about killing a communist. But if a communist renounces communism, then they retain their ability to not be in contradiction and arguing for their human rights. I'm not saying we ought go and kill communists. I think that would probably be a moral evil to just randomly go out and kill random people because of their ideology.
I stand corrected, and I do apologize for misstating your monstrous position. It's okay. Let's go to our friend Corey.
I feel like it's pretty reasonable.
I mean, among like the spectrum of your allowed deaths, right? Of your punishments to your political enemies is actually one of your most reasonable takes. But let's go to our friend Corey.
Well, this is not relevant to what you just asked. This is just going back to the. I just wanted to clarify of like in the absence of the agreements by the United States, like you would still want Taiwan to be defended.
Yeah.
Military.
Overall, yeah. So look, okay. I am quite skeptical of U.S. imperialism, right? Like, hopefully, I've given you guys that impression over the years. So it is a big issue for me. But if it exists, right? If this system, I mean, if I won't be able to dismantle it tomorrow, right? And so, as long as
that attitude.
That attitude, yeah, exactly. But as long as this system exists, right? I guess, yeah, I'm closer to my friend Doobie, and that like we might as well use it, right? Like if it's going to be the case that our Taiwanese friends are going to suffer under the fucking CCP, right? Or let's rescue them from that. Especially since like the threat of us intervening is so far anyway, right, for the past few decades, been enough to keep that from happening, right? If like the big cost is that we like have a few warships floating around, it's more than that because we do have like an encirclement around China, right? It's more than that. I'm being reductive.
I think there's bases there too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like encirclement being like the many bases around there. But if like that is going to exist and we just like state, hey, we're going to intervene, and so they don't invade, right? And they just do their rattle sabling because that's what they do for their domestic population, right? Like, oh yeah, we're going to get Taiwan eventually, right? And the Chinese conservatives are like, fuck yeah, one of these days, right? If it just stays there, it's pretty good. It's a pretty good deal, especially for money we're already spending, right? If the imperialism is already going to exist, might as well just keep making the threat.
Okay, fair enough. And then just to also further clarify, I assume then, based on what you said, that like if Taiwan votes to rejoin China, you're okay with that?
I mean, yeah, I'll have to respect the will of the people. Like I'm not going to fight them like for the Taiwanese territory, and then unless we're annexing Taiwan for some fucking reason, right? There's none of my business.
I mean, we already own 10% of Intel. Like, why not be a little bit more fascist?
True. We already have some fascism, so why not use it more, right, Scott?
Right.
We're just dabbling a little bit. Why not?
I think what Prime is appealing to, I think, is a very reasonable affinity towards self-determinations of peoples. And when you look at the Taiwanese people right now, like they are very much in favor of, I think, outright independence, most of them actually.
Mm-hmm.
But they have not been in favor.
There's still some segment of population that does want to rejoin.
It's not.
There's a segment. So basically, it's like there's three groups. There's like independence, which I'm pretty sure is the largest, and then there's status quo, which is the second largest. It's also a huge number of people, and then there's like this tiny minority now at this point, which are like, we should go back to China under the CCP. Right. That's a very, very small group of people. So I mean,
And the status
will
quo
of
is
the
that
people
they're
in
kind
Taiwan.
of already a little under the CCP.
But like they're governed, they're not governed under the CCP, but they're technically part of China. Like it's this weird.
They're not governed under the CCP, but also their politicians aren't allowed to be a certain degree against the CCP. So like, the fuck
It's
does
weird.
that really mean?
But it's different than Hong Kong, right? We've seen
It
what happened in
is.
Hong Kong. Yeah.
Yeah, it is different than Hong Kong. Hong Kong is now the most expensive place to live in the entire world.
I think it's pretty expensive before. It's a tiny island.
It was,
like
but it's gotten
USA.
worse. It's gotten worse.
Okay. Well, I wouldn't know.
That's capitalism's fault or some shit, from what I've been told.
Oh my God. But okay, so but I'll for the we have only a little bit of time, but then I'll just have the rest of you all, right? Like for the ones who were fighting against Lactoid, right?
All of you.
All of you, yeah, exactly, right?
The ones anti-autonomous murder death robots.
Understood.
Shut up, world blowing up without stealing a penny, bitch.
To be clear, if you recall, in my opening statement, I said we have to extend some grace to Lactoid. So
I said he had a point. I said he had a point.
I'm a graceful guy. I also have a question for Doobie, if we need to.
When you ask your question for Doobie.
Sure, Doobie. If we go way back, we were talking about the mass surveillance portion of this, which I'm much more skeptical of the government's justification here.
Which may be the onus for this whole thing, to be fair. We don't know.
And you said that it might be, and if it is, I disagree with it. You said that if you had the cameras, you'd be okay them looking into windows, right? Am I recalling that correctly?
That's what I heard.
If they got the consent of the homeowner, sure. Right?
If they didn't.
I think, but if they didn't, no, I'd want them to move it.
See, I struggle with this because if you're going to have cameras out in the street, just like if you have like a cop driving down the road, you can look into people's windows, right? Like, I go walking, like I'm not even like trying to be a fucking peeping top. Like you just like look over, it's like, oh,
he says so.
There's a TV that's on. They're watching something interesting, right? Like I can look through windows. And
I'd be watching people's shit all the time. It's awesome.
Yeah, sure. And so one of the concerning things that I've thought of is like, okay, so let's say the AI cameras are looking into people's houses, which I think is just going to happen if you have cameras in any kind of urban or suburban area. I don't know how you get around that. Couldn't an AI like start tracking people's movements and then run that through an algorithm to see if it's more likely than not that they are certain things? So I could oh, this person is walking around their house between these 2 hours, between this time and this time. I know then probabilistically that they probably have this kind of job because that job offers this shift in that area. And I know that particular job in that particular area is associated with XYZ product. So I'm going to market this product towards them. I can absolutely see this happening. But you could maybe even like take it even further. Couldn't AI start like monitoring people? Like this person's more likely to be a criminal. They're buying XYZ products that make it more likely they're a drug dealer. At what point do we like? You can really
bag, rope, duct tape.
Yeah. Shit can really start getting out of hand. Do we like? I'd be very concerned about the consequences of such a activity. I don't know about you.
Sorry, my wife's talking to me. Yeah, so I know. I understand. I understand. The issue. I'm not really sure how I feel about this because when I said, looking through the window, I'm imagining, like, if this were a person, it would be the government having some guys sit outside the front of your house with a camera aimed directly at your fucking window. I think if they're going to do that, because that's essentially what's happening, right? It's just instead of a guy with a camera, it's a camera on a post or something.
Yeah.
I think they should have an obligation to let the homeowner know, hey, if you happen to walk in front of this window butt ass naked one day, someone's probably going to see it, right? So or it's going to be in our system somewhere. I think they should have an obligation to at least let them know that this is happening. And in cases where, like, especially if it's like a second floor window, like a second story window or something, because I imagine these cameras are a little higher up, right? They're probably not going to be at like a surface, like a first floor level. Yeah, I think they have an obligation to let you know.
Yeah, but
I wouldn't even be okay if they let you know. Like, hey, Lactoid, if you walk around naked in your own house, we're gonna see you. It's like, oh shit.
Yeah, you can't fuck in your bedroom without
But-
making porn.
What the
guys
fuck? Okay, you told me, but I want to be able to walk around naked.
But it doesn't have to even be looking like directly into a window or anything, right? Like if you can tell, right, that like the lights come on, right, at certain points in time, right? Like you gather a mass amount of metadata right there, right?
Well, hold
it doesn't
on.
have to be looked indirectly. Sorry, go ahead.
I just want to point out that in 2013, Snowden revealed that the U.S. government was given backdoor access to Verizon cell towers and internet communications.
AT&T backbone.
I'm using Verizon specifically here for a reason. Okay. No one went to jail. No one was punished. No company paid damages. And as far as we're aware, does anyone here believe that the government still doesn't maintain that access, considering that no punishment was ever doled out?
I assume that it does the entire time.
Well, I think it's also important to note that last year Verizon launched a product called Home Awareness, where it utilizes your Wi-Fi signal to be able to track the position of all human bodies within the house and exactly where a human body is in the house, what room they're in, based upon a pinging the Wi-Fi signal back and forth. So if we assume that the government never gave up its backdoor access through Verizon systems, then we ought logically assume that part of the government's metadata right now, without even using the AI inappropriately, is that they're tracking your location in your home at all times, what room you're in, what position your body is in, what bodies are in your house, when you're taking a shit, where you are when you're sitting on your TV, where you are when you're in your bedroom, what sex positions you're in with your wife. If you have Verizon, all of that information is already accessible to the government, and if they utilize an AI to target you or track certain modifiers, they have all of that data available to them. So it's
They're
like
gonna be
this
so bored of
conversation,
me.
right? So like this conversation of like
Computer,
cameras,
toilet bed.
this conversation of like cameras high up being able to potentially peer through your window and whether or not you have a reasonable expectation of privacy is entirely moot. It's a moot point because they don't need the fucking cameras outside. That's just one piece of metadata to get a clearer image when you walk outside of your home. They know where you are in your home at all times, what you're doing, what position your body is in, who's in your home, what position their body's in, and exactly what you're doing at all times. So I just like, I feel like we kind of, I don't feel like I'm being a crazy conspiracy theorist to assume that the thing they were doing in 2013, they're still doing with today's technology,
And they got
especially
better at it.
considering nobody went to jail or got in trouble for this, and a bunch of those people got rewarded financially for this.
Does anyone?
I'm not
disagree with
crazy,
that?
right? Does anyone disagree that that's the most
I don't think
logical
so.
thing?
Yeah.
So it's like,
Does
who
anyone
gives a fuck
disagree?
about the cameras? They're fucking tracking through your Wi-Fi where you are right now, where you're sitting. They know that you are at your computer, and they know when you take a piss break, and they know how many times you shake your dick off.
That's all good and fine, Scott, but Santa Claus does too, and he's a good guy. So
Yeah, Eucharist, what do you say to that? Do you have a response to this?
Not really. I'll be honest. This is like dad brain hitting very hard right now. My kids have kept me up like 3 nights in a row. So I mean Scott's rants about the position stuff. Especially the sex positions. No, I just mean the keeping track of where you are in your home. I've seen the research on that. I have no idea what to think about who's accessing and when. But I'm kind of spaced right now. I'm sorry about that.
Well,
I missed like the last 2 minutes of what Scott said.
I'll add another piece of evidence, which is that Verizon has openly talked about using this in conjunction with law enforcement to make SWAT raids safer to SWAT officers because they'll have access to where you are in your home when they SWAT your home, so they don't have to worry about being randomly shot because there's someone in a specific room. They know exactly where you are, and they can maybe, I don't know, shoot you through the walls for whatever.
for all our talk about accountability earlier, I'm not an optimist about governments being held accountable, and I'm especially not optimistic about this administration or even the past several caring too much about civil liberties. So you could tell me almost anything about what they're doing with our data and surveilling us, and I would be completely unsurprised by it, which is why I would prefer to have more private companies holding the line on these contracts that they're signing. But yeah.
So adding one final question to everything that I said, how does this additional information add to the consequential analysis, Lactoid, of whether or not it's a good thing that Pete Hegseth is strong-arming the only AI company that has a red line that says you shouldn't use this for mass surveillance or autonomous weapon targeting systems?
So I'm gonna repeat my position, which is that I
just we have new information
portion
to add to the consequential analysis.
No, I'm opposed to the surveillance part. I don't know how much that what you added actually adds into my opinion on any of the topic that we've talked about. I'm not a fan of the mass surveillance portion. I've never defended that. I don't think anybody has, if I'm not mistaken, this entire panel.
The two are inexorably linked, right? When those are the two red lines.
That's a part of it. It's baked in, isn't it?
That might literally be what the onus of this entire thing is about. It might not be about autonomous weapons.
It might be, and then I'm opposed to it. That's what I said. If it is the case that this is the onus of it, then I'm opposed to it.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Let me clarify my question. Knowing that you are opposed to the mass surveillance, and then the ways in which mass surveillance would use, doesn't it cause you concern, even if it's not about the mass surveillance, that the only company that one of their red lines is mass surveillance, and the other three companies in question don't give a fuck, that this is being utilized, even if mass surveillance isn't the current onus of this, that consequentially that this makes it so much easier now that all of these other companies would cooperate on that? And why would you not be against them strong arming and bullying the only company that even pretends to give a fuck about our civil liberties?
Yes, I am against it when it comes to the surveillance portion. I am against it. I do not like that. I do not like it, Sam. I am. And when it comes to,
I have a question about that. You don't like that portion, but you're okay. I don't. But still, overall, you'd be okay with the program going forward. But just by saying I don't like what does you not liking it mean anything? If you're still with the program, but I just don't like this part of it, that doesn't really do anything, does it?
No, I'm okay. We don't know what. There's going to be some meeting tomorrow, is my understanding, between Pete Hegseth and and if at the meeting.
They're saying you have to abide by what we want. Or I quote, this is not a friendly meeting. This is a shit or get off the pot meeting. That is a quote from the fucking Secretary of Defense.
I believe it. So here are the scenarios that I would find to be bad. And I would say no. Boo, no good.
The overall program, or just one specific thing? All right, cool.
Well, yeah, overall, I would say. If they came out saying, okay, we've agreed not to use autonomous weapon systems, but we agreed to use mass surveillance, that would be bad. If they caved on both points, that would still overall be bad, I think. If they came to some agreement and they held firm on the mass surveillance portion, which I'm not optimistic about, but if they did, and they only caved on the autonomous drone weapon portion, assuming that, and I think this might be the case, I'm mostly there, that autonomous weapon system development is critical for national security, then I would be okay with that.
Do you think that Pete Hegseth or anyone in the Trump administration genuinely gives a fuck about mass surveillance and our civil liberties? And do you think that even if they caved only on the autonomous weapon systems, that this would set forward a pattern that the Secretary of Defense could just change contracts and bully companies until these other three companies that don't give a fuck about either can then replace this company that does care about that? And wouldn't that ultimately kind of weaken the mass surveillance if it's shown that the state can just kind of bully them on one thing? Wouldn't they be more incentivized to bully them on that later? And wouldn't that just necessarily lead to a weakening of the private market and these AI systems to be able to protect us from mass surveillance? So wouldn't it be bad all three ways from Sunday?
There's a risk of that, but I actually think the more likely scenario is that it's beneficial. And here's why. I think it will demonstrate that the government is willing to concede on this issue of mass surveillance, and that their interest actually is in military preparedness and development of weapons to combat our rivals. And it'll lead to continued integration of Claude with the U.S. military. And as that continues, it's going to become harder and harder to divest.
So yeah, I'm gonna have to disagree with you. I'm gonna
think
end
you
this
might be
here.
the most optimistic person I've ever met. That's
yeah,
what I'll say.
exactly. I'm gonna end this here. Because I want to give people a chance to exit. But yeah, and you can respond to this on your outro. Like I think literally all incentives are to go towards mass surveillance, right? I think on the corporate end, they want mass surveillance. The AI tech companies specifically, like I was saying previously, want mass surveillance. They want a bigger data set to work with to make their models more impressive or whatever the fuck, right? The military wants mass surveillance, right? Trump has no compunction against mass surveillance, except if it's against him, right? He gets really upset if the Biden administration, or at least under the Biden administration, a legitimate, oh no, it was an Obama administration, which one? Launches a legitimate law enforcement operation against his organization, not him specifically, right? But they tap a phone or whatever the fuck, right? That's a big problem. But that same Trump that had that big fucking and had an aneurysm over that will have no compunction unleashing a mass surveillance regime on the United States. And as our friend Scott said previously and very well illustrated, yeah, they already were doing it before, right? No one got punished. And there's no reason to think they haven't gotten better at it in the intervening years. So yeah, I'm just have to leave it at that. All right.
Maybe Dario, asking for some information is kind of actually proof that they are doing it with AI now.
Let's give an outro to all our wonderful friends, and Twitch, you can respond to that and anything else. But if you're out there, you enjoyed this conversation, give us a follow the channel, right? Follow us on YouTube, Twitter. Sorry, well, I guess Twitter. I guess I'm on Twitter. I guess. But YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. That'd be great. Consider supporting the channel. Subs to the channel.
And TikTok.
Subs. And TikTok, indeed. You'll know it's my account because there won't be any videos on there. But it's my account. Prime Kai. Okay. Let's go to our friend Lactoid.
Hi, everybody. I'm Lactoid. I will match your energy, and I am in favor of defending Taiwan with killbots. If you like what I had to say, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube.
All right. We could defend the Taiwanese, and no American lives are lost. All right. What's the problem? Let's go to our friend Scott. And Scott, so because I'm gonna look into this later because I had not heard of this. It's called Verizon Home Awareness. Is that what
Home
it's
Awareness?
called?
Yeah.
Oh,
it's a feature you can
you.
purchase for home security from Verizon right now.
So exciting. Yes, I would love to.
And for the record, the pilot program to utilize it was started with give me a guess. I know you're going to love it. Who do you think first tested this technology?
Israel?
The IDF. Yep. The IDF was the first to use this technology.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm Scott from Fabian Liberty. If you want to find me, just Google Fabian Liberty. I'm on YouTube, X, whatever. Yeah, I came off harsh because this deserves to come off harsh. Anyone that is supporting this is supporting the inevitable decline of everything that we hold dear in America. What few civil liberties we have been able to latch on to is they're evaporating before us. And it was a meme to call Trump fascist in 2016. And it's very quickly not becoming a meme. And I think that, the people on the right, it is unfortunate that so many people on the left have called everything fascist because now we are in a position where it's difficult to name it when we see it. And these are fascistic things. Bullying corporations and reneging on contracts so that you can have more state control over and command control over the economy, and that you can support businesses like OpenAI, which have the worst deliverables to the amount of money that have been invested than any other company in human history, but continuously can just get more and more money because investors know that it's protected by the state, despite it being run by a scammer, Sam Altman, who may or may not have murdered one of his former employees, is bad. It's real fucking bad, and you should be paying attention. And the ICE protests are not enough, man. We should be protesting a lot more. That being said, I do think that this is actually about mass surveillance. All of the industry experts agree that automated, non-human, approval weapons targeting systems are most likely not currently available. That is not something that we really have the technology to do currently, though there may be some military secrets we're unaware of. But it is obviously true that mass surveillance using AI on metadata that has been growing since, the early 2000s is absolutely possible. And I can almost guarantee that that's what they're really upset about and what they're really angry about, because they're using AI systems to say, hey, AI, search this database for these 3 things that are connected and see if we can find it. And then it uses that and takes all of your metadata, like your position in your home, your cell phone telemetry data, your GPS location, all of your text messages, all of your emails, every form of private communication, the cameras and the microphones that you think are turned off but aren't actually turned off. And that's the reason why you get a random pause. I like black dildos. I want to purchase black dildos. Big black dildos I would like to purchase. Let's see how many of you get Instagram ads for that now, weirdly enough. And we all know that. We laugh about it. And I think it absolutely is about mass surveillance, and that the autonomous weapon systems is just a future technology red line, and that's not really the issue here. The issue is that they've violated the contract, and now now that they're worried that Dario is going to find out about it, they're trying to strong arm them out, because now they have competitors in XAI, Elon Musk, in OpenAI, Microsoft, and Sam Altman, and in I forgot the other player. There's another player that has a $200 million contract, and so they're going to phase them out. So you should be worried. You should be screaming, but don't do anything too drastic in your home, because the government is watching you.
And the vendor that'll be serving you that sex toy ad will be Lactoid Dildo Emporium.
True.
Lactoid personally tests all of them.
Personally tests every single unit.
Quality control.
Thank you, Fred. Let's go to our friend Corey.
This has been great, entertaining, and passionate, which I appreciate, although passionate not on my part. Scott and Lactoid enough for the whole panel. But yeah, I do find it interesting.
It's all the meat we eat.
Sure. Yes. I'll have my testosterone levels checked. You want to? We can compare if you want.
Fuck, you're balding. You definitely have more tea than me.
Yeah, that's the only one. But yeah, I do find the conversation interesting in terms of this aspect of fully autonomous drones, which that might be in the pipeline. But I do find it interesting also that it was posted that now XAI is moving in. Do I expect Elon Musk to solve autonomy anytime soon? No. So I think the whole conversation is moot. Or rather, I think maybe in 20, 30, 40 years, okay, or he's going to make that claim for the next 50 years. Well, yeah, the autonomous drones, fully autonomous drones, they're in the pipeline next year, 6 months from now, for the next few decades. But yeah, all that to say.
It's a good white pill. I like that.
But Lactoid's arguments do not sway me. I still am more or less on the side of Scott, minus the Pete Hegseth flaying and crucifying and feathering, all that
and
stuff.
The pennies, right?
I didn't say crucify him.
No.
Actually, tar him and feather
actually.
him and then kill him. I didn't say how we would kill him.
On the pennies part, I cannot engage in hypothetical because Canada phased out the penny. But yeah, you can find me on Twitch, CoreyCampbell84, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, Substack. It's Corey Campbell. And yeah, Eucharist, Doobie, Ali, Scott, Lactoid. Always a pleasure. Love you, Brian.
Same here, friend. And would you salt Pete Hegseth like a slug after you skinned him?
I think the symbolism of tarring and feathering is more important than the pain of salting, right? I think we have to recapture the revolutionary spirit and hearken to a time when our forefathers pulled politicians out of their homes and covered them in hot oil and
They
feathers
didn't
and
flay
punished
them in America, as far as I know. They didn't flay them.
We didn't flay them. I'm just adding that, right? Because this is extra agree. We've tarred and feathered motherfuckers for a 4% import tax on one product. What the fuck do you think George Washington would have done to motherfuckers that were trying to mass surveil and create murder death robots from computers? I think he might skin them. I think I'm on the side of our founding fathers a lot more than most of you fucking Republicans or Democrats.
Oh, what would he have done if he had known you're going to free the
libertarians?
slaves and then have one of them become a the president? So, I don't know. Let's go to our friend Ali. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. Yeah, I basically, this was a listening panel, just listening to Fabian and Lactoid go at it, a little bit of Eucharist jumping in, and yeah, man, I don't know. Fabian won this one, man. Fabian Gotti came back strong, healthy, rested. The corner was his. I don't see too many good hits on him, man. I don't see no blood, no black eyes. You're a little deflated over there, just a little bit, It was a great battle. It was a great battle. Love to see it. But yeah, thanks for having me, Prime. Love Mondays are my favorite, man.
And that makes me really happy. Thank you very much, friend. Doobie, glad to have you, and always happy to know that our politics align even further. Doobie, it's always nice to see that. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
He knows I wish he said more, but he doesn't do it. I think specifically to spite me.
That's true.
Let's go. And finally, I'm very happy that Eucharist managed to join us. Handling the kids, and like you said, it's a lot of effort, and
handling the kids here on the panel.
My panel's going late, and he's making the effort, so I do appreciate you. Shout out to you, Eucharist.
Yeah, no, thanks for having me. I appreciate you continuing to invite me, though I say yes so infrequently. I just want to close out by saying I don't think there's anyone in the world that I trust to make a better decision about what's best for Americans and the world with respect to AI than Pete Hegseth. Just nobody that I have more respect for their judgment, their history of good decision making, having multiple children by 3 different women, getting credibly accused by sexual assault of
those are all
by
positives
at least one of
them.
Getting completely plastered on a daily basis, probably in the office, leaking signal chats. I just think if anyone had to be in charge of making the decision of how we should best use these incredible, powerful new tools to make our lives better and to make the future a safer place, I'm so glad that it's Pete Hegseth, and I expect him to be on top of his game tomorrow in that meeting to tell Anthropic, you do what we want, or you can't do business in my country, like any good American should. I'm very happy about it. I hope you guys have an excellent evening.
Absolutely. We're going to raid a woman. This one's a Latina, specifically Puerto Rican, it seems.
Switching up your tastes lately.
Switching it up. First of all, I've always loved big booty Latina girls.
Didn't Trump ban that?
I don't know.
Can you do that even?
I thought they were all deported.
All right.
Puerto Rican Prime. You should rate to an American.
Rate out. Thanks, guys.
All right.
See you later.
See ya. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. Have a good one, friends.
I love Mondays too. Peace.
Love you too.
Oh God. Oh no. Oh no. The silence. Oh no. I closed out the music. This is bad. Go back to Elder Scrolls music. Oh no, it's loud. All right, boys. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate you. This was fun. Dude, a lot of people left because they're not a big fan of Prime Kai's panels. But, dude, they don't even know. They don't even know. This was a good one. I'm back, boys, and I'm back with a fire in my belly as Natsu, I guess, from fucking Fairy Tail. I don't know. I always tried to watch it, and I'd get to like the tournament arc and be like, all right, I'm done. I'll still have to rewatch the VOD. Dude, thanks for helping me through my paperwork tonight. You got it, buddy. You got it. I will be back. I got the kids this weekend. But I don't know. I might do some casual streams here and combine my two passions. We might try some Asmongold shit out and play some video games, play some World of Warcraft and react to some videos and content. Just spend some nights, answering people's questions, watching a few videos before just chilling and playing some games and, going through it. We'll see what happens. I don't know. There's a market for it. I just don't know if you guys are the market for it. So we'll see how it works. We'll see if it helps the stream or hurts the stream. Oh shit. Hold on. Someone said, oh, nope. I'm just watching on a delay. But, I might come back Wednesday and just do like do the Fuck England segment, maybe like react to a video or something, put it in Discord and media reactions. I got some other stuff to watch you guys wanted me to look at anyways. And then maybe just like hang out and game and answer some questions and fuck around. Just kind of see what it's about. Thank you guys for the support. Like, share, subscribe. Love the super chats. They help me continue. They help me come back. But yeah, dude, I'm fired up. I think I might talk about tariffs and stuff at some point Wednesday with Ryan, who was one of the judges that said I lost yesterday, which is wild. But it is what it is. Well, he was the judge. Sorry, not one of. He was the judge that said I lost somehow. And yeah, and we'll just keep on keeping on, boys. Peace.